I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just quickly on indulgence, if I may give people some advice as to likely arrangements for today. Obviously, the Senate or the other place has not yet made a decision as to the timing of when they might be voting on different legislation, and therefore anything that requires amendment being sent back to us for further decision. So I just want to give members the outline of how the government would intend to handle it if messages continue to come from the Senate into late in the day. The intention is that we would keep the House running till probably about 6 p.m. if messages are still coming. If no messages are coming, then we'd probably only go to 5. But at that point, rather than adjourn, we would be asking you, Mr Speaker, to suspend the House and to resume the sitting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. And that would allow those members who do have commitments in other parts of the country that would be able to deal with everything in a fairly orderly way and then complete deliberations when all the messages are in tomorrow. So for those people who are assigned to the adjournment debate, I'll speak with the Manager of Opposition Business. We may still create a procedure that allows those speeches to happen between 4:30 and 5 p.m. But we'll just continue to receive messages till about 6 p.m. today. At that point, we would suspend with the intention of the ringing of the bells at 5 to 7 tomorrow morning. Thank members.
Thank the Leader of the House. I have a short statement to make. The President of the Senate, the Attorney-General, the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner and I have signed a Memorandum of Understanding regarding the exercise of the Commission's investigative powers where parliamentary privilege may be involved. The purpose of this MoU is to agree to processes that will be followed when the Commission exercises its statutory powers in circumstances where issues of parliamentary privilege could arise. These agreed processes are designed to ensure that parliamentary privilege is respected, while permissible action by the Commission to detect and investigate corrupt conduct is not inhibited. I would like to acknowledge the work of the President, members of our MoU Working Group and the National Anti-Corruption Commissioner in negotiating this agreement. I present a copy of the MoU, and I can also indicate to all members that the President and I will be writing to all members of Parliament providing copies of the MoU. And I call the Clerk.
Government business. Notice number 1, statements on the significant matters on international leadership.
And I give the call to the Honourable the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you so much, Mr Speaker. What a difference 30 months makes. Australia has moved from the margins of international environmental leadership right to the front, and we're delivering results for the environment at home and abroad. My second report card on Australia's international leadership highlights this. I'd like to take you through some of the achievements of the Albanese Labor government since we took office, the incredible work we're doing on the land and on the sea. The situation we inherited in 2022 was critical, but in the last 30 months, we're protecting more of what we love. We're helping nature thrive. We're doing this through strong leadership, greater protection for the environment, more investment in programs that work, stronger relationships with our neighbours, including in the Pacific, working with industry to drive change, backing science, amplifying First Nations voices, and a targeted collaborative response to problems that have been allowed to go unchecked for too long. Mr Speaker, at the end of 2022, Australia, along with 144 other countries, agreed to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. Australia can be very proud of the role that we played in those negotiations. The Australian Conservation Foundation called it, and I quote, one of the most consequential decisions for nature this decade. The Secretary-General of the United Nations called it, and I quote, a peace pact with nature. The framework sets out a global nature-positive vision where we act to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, to put nature on a path to recovery. That is a mission that we have been working hard to deliver. We joined the Canadian-led Nature Champions Network, which aims to get ministers from all over the world together to help implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. We hosted the world's first ever Global Nature Positive Summit in Sydney in October this year, and I was very pleased that King Charles gave a shout out to the summit when he was in Australia recently. As the King said, Australia's international leadership on global initiatives to protect our climate and biodiversity is of such absolute critical importance. We delivered the summit, a commitment I'd made in Montreal, to leverage Australian scientific expertise and experience with environmental markets. Our mission, to increase investment in nature from government, from private and philanthropic investors. And to that end, I'm very pleased to report that in June, the government issued $7 billion in green bonds, in a first and major milestone for Australia's sustainable finance market. Money raised through these bonds will back projects that have had nature repair and restoration and the energy transformation at their heart. Mr Speaker, we also saw Australian businesses, more than 20, join up to Nature Positive Matters on the eve of the Nature Positive Summit, and I look forward to more Australian businesses joining that great movement. I'm proud to say that the summit was a resounding success, and that next year we will be opening Australia's first ever nature repair market, making it easier for people to invest in projects that repair and protect nature. There was an enormous amount of international interest in our nature repair market, which will be the first national market of this type in the world. The market is underpinned by science, integrity and transparency, giving businesses and philanthropists a way to invest in nature with confidence. It'll be a win for the environment, a win for landholders, a win for First Nations peoples and a win for investors. And we're working on projects right across Australia right now to help inform the nature repair market, like the Blue Heart Conservation Project. On the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, the Blue Heart Conservation Project is one of those blue carbon test projects for the nature repair market, which will open in the new year. The project will demonstrate how land can be managed to improve water quality, biodiversity and carbon sequestration, while supporting landholders and local communities to develop new land management practices. It also provides an opportunities for the traditional owners, the Kabi Kabi First Nations people. They are the project owners. They are restoring wetlands to improve the biodiversity of the wetlands, to improve carbon sequestration and also to tackle flood mitigation. Kabi Kabi elder Auntie Celia Combo said that being part of this work was so important to her. She said, and I quote, "We're working side by side, not behind, not forward, side by side, and that's coming from my heart." That's what leadership through partnership looks like, and it's working. But of course, it's very important that we have strong underpinning measurement of these improvements, and that's why we are legislating a definition for nature positive, the first country in the world to do so. It's why we're setting up Environment Information Australia to report on progress towards this national goal. In October, we submitted Australia's strategy for nature that sets out what we'll do to implement the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework, and it sets 6 goals for Australia with 3 enablers. They're the areas that we'll focus on because they will make the biggest difference in our domestic context, and they are protecting 30% of our land and 30% of seas by 2030, restoring priority areas, no new extinctions, tackling pests and weeds that wreak havoc on native plants and animals, addressing the impacts of climate change on biodiversity, a more circular economy, and mainstreaming nature in decision-making, ensuring equitable representation in decisions that relate to nature, and ensuring that environmental data and information are widely accessible. Mr Speaker, I'm very proud to report that these goals are shared by all of the states and territories, and we're making strong progress. Since we came to government, Mr Speaker, more than 70 million hectares of Australia's land and sea have been added to our national estates or provided with stronger protections. That is an area larger than Germany and Italy combined. We've doubled national parks funding. We've passed strong new laws to protect the ozone layer. We've saved Toondah Harbour, an internationally significant wetland. We've stopped Jabiluka from being mined for uranium, and the Labor government wants to add it to Kakadu National Park instead. We're World Heritage listing Murujuga in Western Australia. We're setting up Australia's first Environment Protection Agency, and there's still more to come. Australia now protects more ocean than any other country on earth, more than any other country on earth. This year, I signed off on a massive 310,000 square kilometre expansion to quadruple the size of Subantarctic Heard Island and McDonald Island Marine Reserve. That means that for the first time ever, more than half of Australia's oceans are now protected, 52%, blitzing our 30% target, signed up to in 2022. That is the biggest contribution to ocean conservation anywhere in the world this year. And last year, when we tripled the size of Macquarie Island Marine Park, another wonderland, that was the biggest act of ocean conservation anywhere in the world last year. We have been world leading 2 years in a row. We've also recently announced we're strengthening protections for 73,000 square kilometres of seas in Australia's southeast, an area bigger than Ireland. This cements our lead on ocean conservation, and we know that it's not just our domestic waters that we have to look after. In October, I was proud to announce that Australia's joined the Global Ghost Gear Initiative, the world's largest marine alliance committed to tackling ghost nets, and announced a $1.4 million partnership with Indonesia and Papua New Guinea to reduce the amount of abandoned fishing in the Arafura and Timor Seas, abandoned fishing nets. We've also, after 2 decades of effort, been delighted that Australia's been able to sign up to the UN High Seas Biodiversity Treaty, or BBNJ as it's known. This treaty sets up for the first time how we protect marine waters in international waters. The Australian government signed up for the treaty the day it opened. We've also provided $3 million that will assist Pacific countries ratify the treaty. At the most recent International Whaling Commission meeting in Peru, Australia's representative Dr Nick Gales was elected as a commissioner and to lead the commission, reaffirming Australia's commitment to a moratorium on commercial whaling, and we will host the next Whaling Commission meeting here in Australia. As part of these global efforts to protect our high seas environment, I was very pleased to announce that Australia accepted Chile's invitation to join the Leadership for High Seas Marine Protected Area Collaborative Initiative. This is a new group that will champion that work on the high seas. And to further demonstrate this leadership, in October I announced $100,000 for a research symposium on the South Tasman Sea and Lord Howe Rise in partnership with the High Seas Alliance, Deep Ocean Stewardship Initiatives and WWF. This is a unique underwater landscape, and we need more science to describe it and to truly value it. Back on land, we're also making huge strides on conservation and restoration. We are on track to meet our 30 by 30 target, our government's national target to protect 30% of our land by 2030. At the moment, we're at 22% of our land, and we can expect to increase this to 25% of our land by 2026. We're working very closely with First Nations group to conserve and restore land. Indigenous protected areas are areas of land and sea that traditional owners have agreed to manage for nature conservation, and they're one of the best ways we have of protecting and caring for country. So far, we have established 10 new Indigenous protected areas and expanded 2 existing areas, adding a further 7.5 million hectares of land an area the size of Tasmania to our National Reserve System and to our 30 by 30 target. That's on top of the 90 million hectares of land and sea that are already protected by IPAs. We're also investing $1.3 billion in Indigenous Rangers programs, including doubling the number of Indigenous Rangers from 1,800 to 3,600. Those rangers do absolutely incredible work in managing feral animals and the weeds that are killing our native species. They undertake cultural burning. They use their knowledge in so many different ways to protect and care for country. It's a great source of pride for those traditional owners. It's a great economic investment in their communities, and it gives us the very best outcomes for nature. Australia has also adopted a national framework for the definition of other effective area-based conservation measures. Mr. Speaker, what this does is help us set a high standard for land that has other uses but can also be used for conservation outside our national parks and reserves. We're working with Defence as one example, and it's been a great partnership, working with Defence and traditional owners to recognise 150,000 hectares of the Yampi Sound Defence Training Area in Western Australia as Australia's first OECM. In that, an area of 91,000 square kilometres in particular. It's located in Western Australia with Broome at its southern end. It's an incredibly biodiversity-rich area with savanna woodlands, rainforests, scrubland, grassland, wetlands, coastal vegetation like mangrove forests and seagrass meadows. And if we can, of course, it will continue to be used by Defence for the reasons that it has used Yampi Sound in the past. But when we manage for weeds and feral animals and burning risks, we can also protect that area for nature and add it to the areas that we count to our 30 by 30 target. And Mr. Speaker, we're investing more than $500 million, $550 million, to protect native animals and plants and to tackle invasive pests, including $224.5 million specifically through our Saving Native Species program. This program has done incredible work to protect individual species, 73 individual species like the swift parrot, the Australian sea lion, the southern corroboree frog that are at risk or endangered. We're tackling invasive pests like yellow crazy ants. We're eradicating destructive weeds like gamba grass. As my colleague would know, if that gamba grass catches fire, it burns really hot, does incredible damage. We're getting into the feral animals, the pigs, the goats in particular, the deer, I know a huge problem in the Tasmanian wilderness area. But the cats in particular. Yes. The cats have contributed to 2/3 of Australia's mammal extinctions, and they are a risk to a further 200 threatened species, including the greater bilby, the numbat, Gilbert's potteroo. So we've ramped up our investment on feral cats with an additional $60 million investment in innovative projects to tackle them in response to our feral cat threat abatement plan. That we're working closely with states and territories to deliver on. We want to make sure that those feral cats don't send other animals extinct. Of course, Mr. Speaker, we've also got to be scanning the horizon. I'm very pleased that the Minister for Agriculture is here because she has shown phenomenal leadership in helping prepare Australia for HPAI H5N1, the most recent strain of bird flu, which is an enormous risk to our wildlife as well as to the agriculture sector. This is the most recent strain of bird flu. If it gets into the wild in Australia, we are in big trouble because what we've seen overseas are millions of birds in the wild killed, many thousands of sea mammals as well because it can affect sea mammals. So we have invested around $100 million in preparation to better protect our agriculture sector, but also our native wildlife from this emerging risk. Mr Speaker, when Labor came to government in 2022, we needed urgent leadership to protect the Great Barrier Reef. UNESCO was set to list it as in danger, endangering the billions of dollars of economic activity and the tens of thousands of jobs that depend on the reef. By investing $1.2 billion to protect the reef, we have managed to show that what we all know, that no one cares more about the reef than Australians, and that we can be trusted to protect it. From Cape York to Mackay, we know that a healthy reef is connected to healthy communities. We've invested in water quality projects, on land restoration projects that also improve water quality going onto the reef, dealing with crown of thorns starfish. We've doubled funding to the scientists who look after the reef. We've blocked Clive Palmer's big coal mine that risked putting dirty, contaminated water onto the reef. And we will always look after our special places. That's why we're also working to protect places like the cultural landscapes of the Cape York Peninsula, which have been added to Australia's UNESCO tentative World Heritage List. Mr Speaker, we've worked very hard to deliver on the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, to deliver a more circular economy, because we know that a more circular economy is not just an incredible contribution to Australia's environment, keeping more rubbish out of landfill, but it's also a huge driver of jobs. There's 3 jobs in recycling for every job in landfill. Mr Speaker, we've worked very closely with international partners on the Global Plastics Treaty, which of course is being negotiated in Busan at the moment. We know that reducing the amount of waste that we produce in the first place, particularly plastic waste, is absolutely key to reducing its environmental impacts. The Australian government is in Busan at the moment, right now, pushing for a strong, binding international treaty to end plastic pollution by 2040. And to ensure strong Pacific voices in these negotiations, the Australian government is providing almost $2.5 million to support Pacific Island countries to prepare for and to participate in those negotiations. Mr Speaker, we're transitioning from the old forms of high-polluting energy to cleaner energy. It's one of the biggest transformations in the last 50 years. So far, I've ticked off 65 renewable energy projects, enough to power more than 7 million homes, and we're doing it right now, not in 20 years' time. To conclude, Mr Speaker, Australians want to protect and repair nature. There's no Australian I meet who doesn't want to be able to go fishing in a clean river, or go for a swim at the beach, or take their kids for a bushwalk and see a koala or an echidna in the wild. We need to work now to protect nature for our kids and for our grandkids. We are very proud of our unique plants and animals, our unique landscapes, and Labor will continue to work to protect them.
Yeah. And I give the call to the honourable member for Fairfax to speak in response to the minister's statement.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In some ways, I empathise with the member for Sydney this morning, because it can't be easy to do what she has just done at the dispatch box and try to make a silk purse out of a pig's ear. Having promised in opposition in 2022 that they would make an annual statement on their so-called international environmental leadership, if they were to be elected to government, the Labor Party has created a horrible burden for the minister to carry. That's because there is literally just about nothing for which Labor can take credit, or just about anything from which it can derive any genuine pride from its entire handling of the environment portfolio over the past 2.5 years. As the opposition has made clear on a number of occasions over the course of this parliamentary term, we have always been more than happy to provide bipartisan support for various worthwhile and valuable international initiatives and decisions. That particularly includes work on international oceans leadership and matters like the progression of the High Seas Treaty. However, there is much about the Environment Minister's agenda in this term with which we haven't agreed at all, and that's also a very commonly held view among many stakeholders with whom the coalition interacts as well. Indeed, let's be clear here. Labor's management, or maybe more to the point, mismanagement, of the environment portfolio has been a complete debacle. The Minister has truly displayed a reverse Midas touch. And the things are so toxic now that they have degenerated into complete disdain from the Prime Minister towards the Environment Minister and from her back to him. Everyone knows that things between them have always been rancorous. Now these matters have become truly tumultuous. The Herald Sun's James Campbell has revealed that the antipathy has been so bad that some of her friends say the Environment Minister is now even engaging in deliberate underperformance. The Minister's central promise to the Australian public once she became the Minister was that she would introduce new federal environmental laws into Parliament before the end of 2023. As it was, she'd given herself a year's extra leeway to do that from what had been recommended by the independent Samuel Review. That said, the new laws should be devised by the end of 2022. Yet even now, we still don't have them, almost another whole year on from the Minister's own deadline extension. And the Prime Minister has basically now belled the cat and conceded we won't even see them before the election next year. One other thing that we are unlikely to see this side of the election is the promised new Federal Environmental Protection Authority, and what a disaster that issue has become for the Prime Minister and the Environment Minister, not to mention for the Australian public. After 2 years of delay, the Minister finally introduced proposed EPA legislation to the House at the end of May this year. As usual, though, it turned out that she hadn't met with many stakeholders at all about it, let alone taken their views into account or reflected their interests or expert knowledge in the bills that were put forward. Instead, it seemed that just about the only people with whom her office had been consulting at that point were the Teals and Senator David Pocock, who were in turn, and I have to say astoundingly, taking advice from the disgraced Albanese government-funded Environmental Defender's Office. This is the EDO that seeks to destroy vital, job-creating projects all over the country, and yet is being funded indefinitely by the Albanese government. It's currently on track to receive at least $15 million in funding from Labor to 2030. What a circus. What a disgrace. By September, the Prime Minister said he was working on turning the proposed federal EPA into a compliance body only. However, the Environment Minister then openly said at a Minerals Council of Australia function the following week that she was doing the complete opposite. In particular, she revealed that she was working on attaching climate considerations to the EPA's work, a development that would inevitably have crushed business activity and jobs across Australia, particularly in our resource-rich states. Fast forward 2 months to this very week, and it turns out that, unbeknown to the Prime Minister, the Minister was still trying to strike a deal with the Greens and Senator Pocock. Reportedly, one such deal that would have done enormous damage to the Australian forestry sector in the main, but also to many other sectors as well. We've since learned that at a press conference, that in fact a press conference had been called, at least planned for, although not publicly announced, for yesterday to announce the deal. That's how far they went. They'd planned a press conference to announce this deal. Thankfully, though, many parts of Western Australian industry began hearing about what was happening. They heard about this, and there were rumblings as early as Monday this week. And urgently, they expressed their concerns to state politicians. They were able, in turn, to get a message to the Prime Minister about what the Minister was up to. By Tuesday night, the deal was dead, but not before it had created enormous concern for many of our country's senior business leaders, their companies and also their workers. This now adds to a very long pattern of missteps, division and mistrust generated by this terrible federal government. It's highly ironic that we should now be presented with a ministerial statement today that is supposedly about the Albanese government's leadership in the environment portfolio. They've displayed anything but leadership. This, of course, is only a mere taste of what would be on the menu for Australians if the Greens and or the Teals became partners in a Labor minority government after next year's federal election. There'd not only be a complete lack of certainty, predictability and authority in decision-making, ferocious internal rivalries, disagreements and terrible ideas and priorities would be on constant display. The voices of the political left would prevail and our national economy would be annihilated in the process. One of the Minister's very few successes over this term has been a completely inadvertent one. She has been successful in uniting individuals and groups who would normally hold very different views on environmental portfolio issues, all in the name of being equally annoyed, frustrated and bewildered by her actions. Among many other errors, she has failed to deliver on Labor's clear commitment to introduce standalone federal Indigenous cultural heritage laws during this term of Parliament. Similarly, there is still no sign of the National Environmental Standard on First Nations engagement and participation in decision-making. That 2 years ago was cited in Labor's Nature Positive Plan as a priority. None of the other promised new environmental standards have materialised either. This is notwithstanding that much of the work had already been completed by the former coalition government by the time we had left office in the first half of 2022. The Minister has also failed to deliver a $90 million promise on land care ranges, and she has decimated gillnet fishing in Queensland and salmon farming in Tasmania, callously jeopardising the livelihoods and futures of thousands of workers and families dependent on those industries. Her handling of recycling and waste matters has also been a calamity, and she has baffled and exasperated most Australians with her unilateral decision to block the construction of the tailings dam at the proposed McPhillamys gold mine. She has embraced the Kunming-Montreal International Framework without objections, even though it contains many risks for Australia, although, frankly, she has completely failed in her attempt to practically implement it here, including in respect of its 30-30 target. Insofar as she is providing any semblance of international direction, it's to point companies potentially wanting to invest here due north, in the complete opposite direction. This is not a government that displays any genuine international leadership, and in the environment portfolio specifically, and as much as it pains me to say it for the country's sake, it frankly doesn't offer any leadership in any form or of any kind at all.
Here. I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister for his contribution. Are there any other responses pertaining to the environmental leadership? I give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, excuse me.
The Minister.
Isn't it intended to refer
We need the Minister who moved this to refer this to the Fed Chamber, please.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on international environmental leadership to be made in the Federation Chamber.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
I thank the Honourable Minister, and the Minister has the call.
I move that further statements on international environmental leadership be permitted in the Federation Chamber.
You're moving that, and so we'll put that motion. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Is the member for Mayo seeking the call?
No, Deputy Speaker, not at this time.
Roger, then we'll move on with the next line of business and strengthening Medicare. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 2, statements on a significant matter on strengthening Medicare through mental health.
What? The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 40 years ago, in 1984, the Hawke Labor government established Medicare. And Australians no longer had to miss out on healthcare because they simply couldn't afford to pay. And 40 years later, we are putting mental health at the heart of Medicare so that everyone can get the mental health care and support they need. Deputy Speaker, in my role, I visited communities across the country and heard from people seeking help, supporting family and providing care. In each community, I have seen the very real impact of distress and mental illness for individuals and families, and that for too long people have not been able to access support, that mental health care has been out of reach, and often those most in need have been left behind, which is why we've been working to reform the mental health system to make sure that everyone can get the care and support they need when and where they need it. And we are taking action by introducing new mental health services, building new centres and supporting the workforce to deliver quality care. Deputy Speaker, an important part of this reform is the introduction of a stepped model of care so that people can get the right mental health care to meet their needs. That is why we are introducing a national early intervention service. We all experience periods of distress in our lives, when we lose a loved one, when a relationship breaks down, or when work is overwhelming. These are times when we all need extra support, which until now hasn't always been available to everyone. The National Early Intervention Service will be free, offering professional mental health care so that people don't end up in crisis. It will provide the right type of care and support more than 150,000 people to get the help they need every year. Deputy Speaker, we also recognise that children, young people and their parents should be able to access mental health and wellbeing support at every age. That is why we are setting up perinatal mental health centres, kids hubs and expanding headspace centres across the country. We have invested in perinatal mental health centres so expectant and new parents can receive free psychological support. And the new kids hubs will support children aged from 0 to 12 and their families to seek mental health, wellbeing and developmental advice and support. For young people aged 12 to 25, we're expanding the number of headspace centres to 173 across the country so they can get age-appropriate support for mental health, physical health, sexual health, study and work. I know the difference that Headspace has made for many young people across the country, like Lily, who is from the Central Coast of New South Wales and first visited Headspace after feeling anxious and depressed. Lily told me she was afraid to ask for help, but after visiting Headspace, she said it completely changed her life. And she told me, 5 years later, I can say I'm much healthier. Lily's experience shows just how important Headspace is for young Australians. The new Headspace centres we are opening across the country will mean more young people like Lily can get help and support. Together, the perinatal mental health centres, kids hubs and new Headspace centres will make sure that children, young people and their families can receive the mental health and wellbeing support they need at every stage of life. Deputy Speaker, while these services have provided a safe place for young people and families to seek support, there has not been similar support available for adults. and often know where to find immediate support close to home for many in need, which is why we are setting up Medicare mental health centres across the country. Medicare mental health centres provide a safe and welcoming place where people will be able to walk in and get free support. The centres are supported by dedicated teams of social workers, nurses, peer workers, psychologists and psychiatrists. They offer immediate support when someone is distressed and short and medium-term care whenever needed. Deputy Speaker, and the centres will, importantly, be part of that stepped model of care alongside the new National Early Intervention Service. I visited Medicare mental health centres in cities and regional communities and heard from social workers, peer workers and psychologists. They have told me the difference the centres and their work are already making to thousands of Australians, which is why we are building 61 Medicare mental health centres, with 31 already open across the country, providing life-changing support to their local communities. Deputy Speaker, to deliver these reforms, we are supporting the health professionals and mental health workers who give so much to the people they care for every day. We have recently announced increases in the number of postgraduate psychology places, internships and supervisors in every state and territory. Before this announcement, I heard from Nita, who grew up in the suburbs of Western Sydney, hoping to one day be a psychologist to help others. But Nita is one of the thousands of students who applied for a psychology course and was not admitted simply because of a limited number of places at universities. And I was frustrated, both for Nita and for anyone who had ever waited to see a psychologist, to know that students had been turned away. That is why we're investing in 500 more postgraduate psychology places, 500 additional internships and 2,000 more supervisors. And importantly, half of the internships and supervisors will be for people in First Nations communities, culturally and linguistically diverse communities, and people living in regional, rural and remote towns in Australia. This will mean that people like Nita, who aspire to grow up and be a psychologist, will now have the opportunity of a career helping others. And I also know the invaluable role of peer workers and people with direct lived experience in the mental health workforce. Leslie, who was the first peer worker I worked alongside, nearly 20 years ago at the Wyong mental health inpatient units, showed me that often the best care comes from someone who has lived through the same experience, walked in your shoes. And in Medicare mental health centres and services across the country, peer workers like Leslie are often on the front line providing immediate care to people in need. That's why we are supporting and recognising the peer workforce by establishing a National Peer Worker Association and a peer worker census. This support for the mental health workforce will increase the number of people studying, joining the workforce and supporting people in places like kids hubs, headspaces and Medicare mental health centres. Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge that these reforms would not be possible without the direct lived experience of so many individuals, families and supporters. And I am so personally grateful for the advice and contribution that so many people have generously made as we undertake this reform together. This year we announced the establishment of 2 new national mental health lived experience peak bodies, one for consumers and one for carers and kin. The peak bodies, which are world-leading, recognise the contribution of people with lived experience and are a demonstration of our commitment to continue to work alongside people with lived experience as we deliver these important reforms. Deputy Speaker, in closing, my hope is that our work to introduce the National Early Intervention Service, to set up perinatal mental health centres, kids hubs and new headspace centres, establish Medicare mental health centres and to build the workforce will bring us closer to a country where everyone can get the mental health care and support they need, where mental health care is available to everyone and where those most in need are not left behind, because that is what Labor governments do. And that is exactly what the Albanese Labor government's mental health reforms will deliver.
I thank the member for Dobell and the Minister. Are there any other speakers in response? I give the call to the most honourable member for Farrer.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to start this statement on strengthening Medicare through mental health by acknowledging that there is a great deal of goodwill across this chamber when it comes to mental health. When I was growing up, like many in this place, it wasn't that we didn't talk about mental health, we didn't even have the language to talk about it. The revolution in attention and focus that we've seen on mental health over recent decades is the result of the work of countless practitioners, advocates, researchers and community groups. It is thanks to them that we now not only talk about mental health, but we are tackling it. Because thanks to all of that good work, we now have the tools we need to help Australians manage their mental health and support them through periods of crisis. All of us in this place have a role to play in removing the stigma of mental health, and I would like to recognise those who have shared and continue to share their own experiences. By sharing our experiences as leaders in our communities, we help open the door for others to take steps and access tools to help manage their mental health and to help those around them. Many from all sides of this chamber have shared their own experiences. I really do want to recognise that today. So I preface what I'm about to say by noting once more the goodwill that exists in this chamber on this issue. But consensus on the challenge and goodwill on solutions does not mean a free pass to the government of the day on policy decisions and priorities. While we will always work constructively on solutions to support action on mental health, we will hold governments accountable for the decisions that they make. We know that coming out of the pandemic in many parts of this country, there is a mental health crisis. It's engulfing our kids who are kept away from schools. It's impacting mothers who are returning to work. It is evident in almost every community, and sadly, it is worsening. We know that when cost of living bites, mental health worsens. There is a clear link between the cost of living crisis and demand for mental health. According to the Australian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, 34% of small business operators have said they've been diagnosed with a mental health condition. This is up from 22% during the pandemic years of 2020 to 2022. Deputy Speaker, mental health today across our small businesses is worse than during the pandemic. Let that sink in. Beyond Blue found that 1 in 5 Australians, or 21%, have taken time off work in the past 12 months because they felt stressed, anxious, depressed or mentally unhealthy. And almost 50% of employees have left a workplace due to a poor mental health environment, while 60% of employees working in a mentally healthy workplace were more committed to their job. In a recent survey, Beyond Blue found that 46% of people named financial pressure as a key factor in distress, and just over 25% reported they had experienced a mental health challenge in the past 12 months, but that they didn't seek any support for their mental health. The top barriers to taking action included affordability of treatment. So, Deputy Speaker, we know that today in Australia, with the worsening economic conditions and increasing cost of living, the incidence and prevalence of mental health conditions will likely increase. And we know that cost is a barrier to accessing care. These factors are not new. They've been known for years. So I have to ask, how would a government that is confronted with a cost of living crisis and a rise in the prevalence of mental health across this country respond? Would it increase access to mental health support, or would it cut access? Well, I'm sad to say the Albanese government's record is clear and it is indefensible. It was some time ago, Deputy Speaker, but it is worth recounting for the benefit of the House. One of the very first decisions the Albanese government made in healthcare was to cut Medicare subsidised psychology sessions in half, from 20 to 10 sessions. Frankly, it was an outrageous decision. We have consistently called out the Albanese government's decision to cut access to these Medicare subsidised psychology sessions in the middle of a cost of living crisis. This is a time when we know mental health support should be a priority. This government has ripped away critical support from some of our most vulnerable Australians at the worst possible time. These cuts went against the clear recommendation of the government's own review into the Better Access Initiative, and they went against the advice of medical experts and mental health peak bodies across the country. This cut to Medicare ripped away critical support from many Australians, while countless more have been left without the possibility of accessing additional sessions. We know also that there was a significant uptake in the additional 10 sessions prior to Labor's decision, proving this government was prepared to ignore a significant increase in demand and ignore the needs of Australians. Peak bodies have been active in highlighting the serious need for mental health support, especially through this cost of living crisis. It is more important than ever to ensure that Australians have access to the psychological support they need. Rather than strengthening Medicare, the Albanese government ripped away critical support from Australians, many who had been prescribed the additional 10 sessions by their medical practitioner. Labor cut sessions from vulnerable Australians who were accessing this additional support, sessions that were considered by medical experts to be necessary for these Australians in aid of their mental health. The government's own review of these sessions clearly recommended leaving the additional sessions in place and looking at other avenues for expanding access to these mental health sessions. But the government blatantly ignored the recommendations of experts and cut this critical support for the most vulnerable. Indefensible and heartless. These are the only words I can muster on this issue, Mr. Speaker. Indefensible and heartless. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding the goodwill across the chamber on this issue, these cuts remain a black mark on the record of the Albanese government.
I thank the opposition, Deputy Opposition Leader. There are no other speakers on this matter. I will ask the Minister to refer to the Fed chamber, please.
I ask leave of the House to move a motion to enable further statements on strengthening Medicare through mental health to be made in the Federation chamber.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank the member for O'Connor. The Minister has the call.
I move that further statements on strengthening Medicare through mental health be permitted in the Federation chamber.
I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Now, the member for Mayo is seeking the call. And
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. That the House, 1, notes that the government, under the leadership of the Minister for Communications, has failed to take any action to reduce gambling advertising 17 months after receiving unanimous recommendations from a Labor-chaired committee. 2, calls on the Minister for Communications to explain to the House why the government has failed to take any action. And 3, calls on the government to either A, introduce its own legislation on gambling advertising, or B, allow other bills that seek to address the harms caused by gambling advertising to be debated in the House.
is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
Shame.
Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Then I move that so much of the standing orders and secessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member from Mayo from moving the following motion: that the House 1, notes that the government, under the leadership of the Minister for Communications, has failed to take any action to reduce gambling advertising 17 months after receiving unanimous recommendations from a Labor-chaired committee. That 2, calls on the Minister for Communications to explain to the House why the government has failed to take any actions. And 3, calls on the government to either A, introduce its own legislation on gambling advertising or allow other bills that seek to address the harms caused by the gambling advertising to be debated in this House. Deputy Speaker, we have waited 17 months after a unanimous chaired by the late Peter Murphy report, "You win some, you lose more," and that was handed down in June 2023. 17 months of hand-wringing, 17 months of, oh, we're thinking about it, we're going to do something. Nothing. Absolutely nothing has happened. This is potentially the last day of the Parliament, potentially the last day for this term, and still nothing. It is shameful. The committee found that many Australians are frustrated by gambling advertising. They noted that gambling is heavily marketed through popular sports. We know that it is young people, it is young men in particular, who are being targeted by gambling advertising. We know that we're now at $32 billion that we lose as a nation, largely targeted at young men, particularly, may I say, tradies, young men who are getting together with their mates, where they're told to bet with their mates, and yet we have nothing. And that is why we need to suspend standing orders, because this is a national emergency. We are the biggest losers in the world on a per capita basis. We're now at a per capita loss of more than $1.5 $1,500 plus every man, woman, child in this nation, and yet we do nothing in this place. We must act on this, Deputy Speaker. This is, the last day of the parliamentary sitting year, potentially the last day of this parliament, and yet nothing. And that report by the late Peter Murphy, who was sick while she was chairing that committee. She was sick, and yet she was so passionate, she was so dedicated on this issue that she didn't let it go. She didn't stand down as chair. She wanted to make sure that that report happened, that those recommendations were made. And for what? For naught. Nothing is happening in here on this. And so I think it's appalling that the government has done nothing. And I want the minister to come in and explain to this parliament why. And if not, I want the minister to introduce legislation. The Australian community deserves that legislation to be introduced. Now, if we can do enough other pieces of legislation in lightning speed, why not act on this? And so I would implore the government to think of the late Peter Murphy, do the right thing by the late Peter Murphy, and at least ensure that that report that she gave her heart and soul to actually has some recommendations that are acted upon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Mayo. Is the motion seconded?
I second that motion.
The member for Hughes has the call, and I'd remind the member for Hughes that the debate time allocated to this is 25 minutes in total.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Barely weeks after being elected in 1996, then Prime Minister John Howard's leadership, political courage and integrity were put to the test on the issue of gun ownership following the tragic mass shooting at Port Arthur. It was a test that John Howard well and truly passed. Australians have lower rates of gun ownership than our counterparts and have not been victims of the mass shootings and other horrific events that have occurred in other parts of the world, especially in the United States. John Howard had to stare down much of his voter base and convince his coalition partners and those in the regions that this was necessary for the long-term safety of Australians. This Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, has so far missed the opportunity to demonstrate strong leadership, moral courage and political conviction on a national and social health epidemic, the impact of online gambling on those experiencing gambling harm. I note the comments from my colleague, the member for Banks, and I agree. He has showed no leadership and he's scared. More than 17 months after the Parliamentary Committee, of which I was a member, handed down a bipartisan and unanimous report, You Win Some, You Lose More, including 31 recommendations, Anthony Albanese and the Communications Minister Rowlands are yet to respond to the report. As a committee, Deputy Speaker, we heard evidence from those with lived experience of gambling harm, including families suffering from financial ruin, homelessness and, most devastatingly, Australians living with suicidality, as well as many who had taken their own lives as a result of gambling harm, of gambling addiction. The report, and I just want to point out as well, Deputy Speaker, the work that went into this report by the member for Menzies and also the member for Cowper, who were the two other members of the coalition on that inquiry. The report recommended broadly that a national regulatory framework be established to address the problem on a national basis through a public health lens. Those who gave evidence are similarly bewildered as to the delay from the Labor government. Only a couple of weeks ago, Anna Bardsley, who gave evidence at the inquiry, made a trip to Canberra to meet with the Prime Minister. She was not given an audience with the Prime Minister. Let's think of all of the other people that have been given audiences with this Prime Minister over the past couple of weeks. Anna Bardsley was given an audience with me, Deputy Speaker. Anna and her colleagues spoke with me about having committed extraordinary theft to feed their gambling habits, and one lady had served a prison sentence of 4 years. She had stolen more than $400,000, which she has repaid, but her life has been destroyed. Another spoke to me about first gambling at the age of 7, as well as the social impacts online gambling has had on his community of Asian Australians. Deputy Speaker, on the 10th of October, the member for Menzies, Keith Wallahan, and I both asked questions of Minister Rowlands in question time about the likely timing of a response to the report. She failed to answer that question. She also failed to answer the question about which recommendations did she support and which she did not support. Deputy Speaker, this is not, as the Prime Minister has disregarded questions on this, he has said, oh, I'm not going to stand in the way of Australians having a bit of a flutter or a punt. That's not what this is about. Australians love a punt. We spend approximately $25 billion on legal wages each year, with close to 40% of the population gambling weekly. We spend close to $1 billion on the Melbourne Cup. We are the only nation that stops for a horse race. Is that going to... Deputy Speaker, I support this motion and I call on the Prime Minister to similarly support this motion and stand up on online gambling harm.
I thank the honourable member for her contribution. The question before the House now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the Minister.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I move that the debate be adjourned.
The motion is now that debate be adjourned. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Let's ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes.
He's taking the trouble. Bring them back at the end.
The result of the division is ayes 71, noes 63. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Just two procedurals. First of all, I'll move that business intervening before order of the day number 1 government business be postponed until a later hour this day. That'll allow us to get on with some of the legislation debate, and it means we'll do some of the introductions later in the day.
I'll put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The Leader of the House. Speaker,
as I advised the House earlier, to make sure that we can have those arrangements where we stay on a bit later today, I move, this is on the notice paper, I move that Standing Order 31, automatic adjournment of the House, and Standing Order 33, limit on business, be suspended for the sitting commencing on Thursday, 28 November 2024. And as I said before, after I'll consult during the day with the Manager of Opposition Business, I may come back with a further procedural that will allow the adjournment debate to take place.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. The member for Clark is seeking the call.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I seek leave to move the following motion, that the House, 1, notes that the government is refusing to even debate the need for a gambling advertising ban, and 2, condemns the government for its complete disregard of the community's desire to ban gambling advertising and for the terrible harm such advertising facilitates.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
Leave is not granted to the member for Clark. The member for Clark has the call.
Move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended that would prevent the member for Clark from moving the following motion, that the House, 1, notes that the government is refusing to even debate the need for a gambling advertising ban, and 2, condemns the government for its complete disregard of the community's desire to ban gambling advertising and for the terrible harm such advertising facilitates. Speaker, I have not seen a more egregious and shocking abandonment of the public interest than this government's refusal to implement a ban on gambling advertising. I can only deduce that this government remains absolutely scared stiff of the gambling companies, absolutely scared stiff of the TV company and media companies, and absolutely scared stiff of the major sporting codes who receive a payment from the gambling companies every time a bet is laid on a game. Speaker, this government simply does not care about the community interest. This government does not care that the incessant gambling advertising has the effect of grooming children for a lifetime of gambling and for many of those children, many years of gambling addiction. This government does not care two hoots at the way the continual gambling advertising is ruining our enjoyment of watching the telly or going on a device, and particularly watching a game of sport. They simply don't care about the human toll of gambling addiction. And that's what ultimately this is about, Deputy Speaker. It's the human toll of gambling addiction. Gambling addiction ruins lives, ruins families, ruins businesses, takes lives. I think of a constituent of mine I met just recently. This constituent is a recovering gambling addict. He cannot watch TV, he cannot watch a streaming service, he can't even surf the net because every gambling ad is a trigger for his addiction. Why don't we care about such hurt in the community? Why is the government so beholden to the gambling companies, so beholden to the media companies, so beholden to the major sporting codes? I'll tell you why, Deputy Speaker, because they're gutless. They're completely and utterly gutless. And the arguments that are put up to defend their position are just undiluted filth. They do not withstand the slightest scrutiny. It's not too complex an issue to address. We have a blueprint. The Peter Murphy inquiry gave us the blueprint. It did the work. It heard from the witnesses. It teased out the issue. It gave us the solution. And we treat that committee's work, we treat all the witnesses who fronted that committee, we treat the committee's chairman with contempt when we throw that report in the bin and say, nah, we'll worry about it later. And these arguments that it'll be the death of commercial TV. Well, I say to the commercial TV companies, the companies, by the way, who are refusing to report the debate about banning gambling advertising, I say to them that if your business model relies on facilitating gambling addiction, then your business model is broken. And you don't deserve to be in business if your business model relies on stoking gambling addiction, grooming children for a lifetime of gambling, in the full knowledge that some of those children will grow up and be gambling addicts, and some of them, sadly, will even take their life as a direct result of it. And the arguments that are put up to us, it's reminiscent of the arguments or the debate around the ban on tobacco advertising in the 70s and 80s. Remember that, Deputy Speaker? We were told that if we ban cigarette advertising, it'll be the end of cricket. Good God, what an absurdity. But that argument back then in the 70s and 80s is no more ridiculous than the arguments that are being put forward by the government now. Heavens, we heard the Prime Minister in Perth a couple of months ago say the problem is poker machines. OK? Well, then do something about poker machines. Just for heaven's sakes, do something. Do something. Use the tax powers. Use the Corporations Act. Use all the levers at your disposal. Instead of just kicking the can down the road and not giving two hoots about the hundreds of thousands of Australians who are either gambling addicts or recovering gambling addicts. And while I'm at it, Deputy Speaker, let me make a comment about the relevant minister. The relevant minister who is refusing to drive gambling advertising reform. The relevant minister who failed with the attempt to introduce a Misinformation and Disinformation Act. The same minister who's driving this ludicrous proposal to ban social media for people under the age of 16, despite the good that social media does as well as the harm. I reckon the minister should go. Why the government is keeping that minister on the front bench down there just beggars belief. Part of the problem. I'll leave it to that, Deputy Speaker, and hopefully with the remaining time there might be a contribution from other honourable members.
I thank the member for Clark. Is the motion seconded?
I'm very pleased to second the motion.
I give the call to the most honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the member for Clark and the great work he's done since he's been in this place about anti-gambling. A lot of people ask me why I am so anti-gambling, and I think it stems back to when I was a young apprentice. And I remember as a young kid, I was probably 19, 18 years old, and we were re-roofing a TAB. And here I am on the roof, re-roofing this TAB, and I saw countless young men coming in over the course of 2 or 3 days. In, out, in, out, in, out. And I thought, I wonder how much money they're actually losing. Well, it turns out we're losing $25 billion a year. $25 billion, somewhere between $25 and $32 billion a year. That's 12 University of the Sunshine Coast hospitals. 12 that could be built. What really saddens me is that, and this goes directly to the point and the issue of this government's failure and its cowardice to deal with sports betting advertising. When's the last time you had a conversation with your son or your daughter or your grandson about sport without them talking about the odds? You know, kids, when I was a kid, it was a while ago now, but we used to swap footy cards and we'd know who kicked the goal, the first person to kick the goal, and who won man of the match and all those sort of details. But now, because of the way that the gambling companies have infiltrated sport, it's all about the odds. Young kids do not seem to be able to differentiate between gambling and sport, and that breaks my heart. I think that is really, really sad, because Australia is a sporting nation. We love sport. We play sport. We watch sport. But we do it to win the game, not to gamble. But these particularly international, these insidious international gambling companies that flood our televisions with these incessant advertising. I can't tell you how many times I have received emails from mums and dads, but usually mums, it has to be said, who plead with me as a federal member of Parliament to do something to stop this connection between gambling ads and sport. Yeah. And I think it was the Leader of the Opposition's budget and reply speech about 2 years ago when he stood up and said that if he was elected Prime Minister at the next election, he would do something about this. The coalition, once again, like social media, like so many other things, have been dragging this government around, kicking and screaming on policy. And yet, today, still, the Minister for Communications is nowhere to be seen. Does everybody remember, when Peter Murphy died, God rest her soul, how the government held Peter in such high regard and said that this report was so important? Well, where are those comments now? I worked with Peter Murphy on a previous committee, in the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee. She worked with me, I worked with her on similar reforms. But where is the government today honouring her legacy, her leadership on gambling reform? Nowhere. Nowhere to be seen. Why? Because this government is utterly weak. It is weak on every level, every policy. It is absolutely caught by the big gambling companies. It stands condemned. It needs to stand up, grow a backbone and get this bill, get these laws passed.
The question,
which would prohibit.
I thank the honourable member. Time's up. The question is at the moment motion be agreed to. Give the call to the minister.
Debate be adjourned.
Question is that the debate be adjourned. All of that opinion, I'll put that a question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Let's ring the bells. 4 minutes.
You should also find a chair, Rob. It's over there. If you want to get chatty.
Hey? Chair. Chair.
I can't leave the chamber. Yeah.
Lock the doors. The question is the debate be adjourned, and the ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for... Just need 2 tellers for the noes. I shall appoint the honourable members for Curtin and Clark as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 71, noes 30. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Future Made in Australia, Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Flynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to resume my contribution to the Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024. And as I was saying, we were talking about Stanwell Corporation in Gladstone that is proposing to build a liquefied hydrogen and gaseous hydrogen production plant in Gladstone. So this is in conjunction with several international consortiums, among them Iwatani, Marubeni and Keppel, and recently we've understood that Kansai Japanese Electric Company has withdrawn from the proposal. And you would have to ask yourself, why is that? And they continually quote the same things: the economic cost of producing hydrogen, liquid hydrogen and transporting hydrogen. We've seen other companies such as Fortescue, Origin, Woodside, Krupp Steel, the German steel maker, and so forth, also withdraw their support from these huge proposed hydrogen projects, purely based on the economic cost of it. So in respect to the Gladstone proposal, Stanwell Corporation is proposing to make a 800 tonnes per day liquid hydrogen facility and also produce 1,200 tonnes of gaseous hydrogen, which they intend to also build a ammonia plant there. And the problem with all of that is that if you actually analyse what their proposals are, it is something that is going to be enormous. So global installed hydrogen liquefaction capacity is around 355 tonnes per day right now. The largest plant currently in operation has a capacity of 34 tonnes per day. All-time largest hydrogen liquefaction plants constructed at NASA during the 1950s and 1970s, and most recently constructed plants are small in comparison. Nonetheless, even if specific energy demand of liquefaction can be significantly lower, and the capital costs of liquefaction are still a significant part of the overall cost of liquefaction, even for larger plants, it is estimated the capital investment consists of around 40 to 50% of specific liquefaction costs of these plants. Now, we know that the largest liquefaction plant is at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Centre, 34 tonnes a day. So what Stanwell is proposing is to build a plant that's capable of producing 800 tonnes per day. The storage capacity at Cape Canaveral is about 800 tonnes. So you would imagine that Stanwell would be proposing to build a storage capacity of at least 10 days production, so therefore we would have to have a storage capacity of something like 8,000 tonnes. So the reality of this project, Mr Speaker, is that it could possibly be something like 10 times bigger than the liquid hydrogen facility at Cape Canaveral at the Kennedy Space Centre, right at Gladstone. And that then raises questions of the enormous capital cost involved in doing this. And why is it these large international companies are withdrawing their support from it? As I've said before, Fortescue, Origin, Woodside, Krupp Steel in Germany, and now Kansai, Japanese electric company that was part of this original consortium, they've withdrawn their support. And it's all over money, the economic cost of it. Saul Kanovic, energy analyst at MST Mark, has said green hydrogen economics are so uncompetitive that even with generous government subsidies and a captive buyer, it still struggles to work. So for me, I would ask the question, why is the federal government supporting a Queensland government GOC, along with the previous state government, investing millions and millions of taxpayers' dollars in projects that are just economically not viable. We have got people living in cars, people living in tents, families that can't send their children to sporting practice. Yet here we've got governments continually wasting money on what is clearly economic madness. So in respect to the government's Future Made in Australia production tax credits and other measures bill, what they're proposing is to bring about a regime where they will give tax credits to try and alleviate the cost of producing things like liquid hydrogen and gaseous hydrogen. And once again, that the numbers just simply don't stack up. I'd like to turn to another point, and that is First Nations procurement, which I outlined earlier in my contribution. And we know this from the documents that Stanwell has put before the EPPC office, that already there have been agreements for reparations and inclusion of First Nations people and so forth in these projects. However, in the documents it says that memorandums of understanding agreements have been made. However, these agreements will not be made public because of their sensitive nature. Well, I take great exception to that, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is taxpayers' money we are dealing with, both with our governments, state and the former previous state government, the federal government, who are dealing with the Queensland Government GOC with taxpayers' funds. Why cannot we be transparent and have some accountability in respect to who is doing these deals with the First Nation proponents, what exactly are they and how much money is involved? And this is once again why I call for the fact that Aboriginal corporations need to come under Australian corporate law so that we can see where all of this money is going, who is making these deals and what are the numbers involved. So with respect to the government's bill, as I've outlined, these projects are economically not sound, and for the government to continue to promote green hydrogen as a viable alternative into the future is a long, long way off. We just simply do not have the technology to do that. The World Steel Association, in their fact sheet, they have said the world produces about 70 million tonnes of hydrogen right now. 3/4 of that hydrogen is produced from natural gas, about 1/4 produced from coal. Now, if we were to change that and produce that 70 million tonnes of hydrogen through green energy and so forth, wind turbines, solar panels and batteries, the amount of energy required to do that would be 3,600 terawatt hours of energy, renewable energy. And that is more than the entire generating capacity of the EU. So, once again, I would question building an 800 tonnes per day liquid hydrogen facility in Gladstone, 1,200 tonnes a day of gaseous hydrogen, building ammonia plants and so forth. How many wind turbines and solar panels and batteries will be required to be installed in central Queensland to make this thing work? It just simply doesn't make economic sense, and that is why I and the Coalition do not support this bill.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Paterson has the floor.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. A Future Made in Australia is the flagship policy for the Albanese Labor government. But more importantly than that, this $22.7 billion investment guides and positions us towards a shared goal of rebuilding our nation's domestic manufacturing base and also participating in a new global economy that is upon us right now. And if we are not fleet-footed, sure-footed and front-footed, we will be last in this global race. We have everything we need to be part of it, and we must lead the way. We are going to be securing good jobs for blue-collar workers. We're going to be part of this world emerging market for new forms of energy like hydrogen. This bill relating to production tax credits and other measures is a vital element of ensuring the success not only of this policy, quite frankly, of our country in a world that is ever hungry for energy and ever innovating. And we have the critical minerals, we have the things that are absolutely required to take us on this journey. This is the way of the future, and it is the future of Australia. We must be part of it. We know our short-term and immediate policy initiatives have been strong and effective. Tax credits for every taxpayer, energy bill relief, and cheaper medicines, just to name a few. Yeah. Through these measures, we have put more money back into the accounts and pockets of every Australian taxpayer, and that counts. Yeah. And this piece of legislation is going to help secure the future of our economy. We know we can't click our fingers and arrive at that finish line in the global race straight away. We know that things take time, but like all good governments, we have put in hard yards to build responsible policy. We're now building long-term policy, and we are future-focused. And that's what these production tax credits are about. They are about saying to companies, we are going to give you a credit because you are paving a new way. You are charting a new course for our future. Yes, some of the technology is still emerging, but we have to be part of it. We can't get left behind. Our government has been clear and transparent about our ideals, our intentions, our aspirations in designing a roadmap for a more resilient Australia. And we saw this during COVID. We saw very clearly that there is a delicate balance between trading with the rest of the world and having that trade reduced by a thing like a virus and by a pandemic, and knowing that we do need a certain amount of resilience in our own manufacturing sector. So we've got to strike that incredibly important balance between what we can mine and manufacture here, what we importantly trade with the rest of the world. This is what smart governments do. We don't turn our back and face in one singular direction. This is a multifaceted, multi-directional and, quite frankly, multi-technology world that we live in, and we must be part of it. For many decades, we were considered leaders in world energy. And we still are. We keep the lights on in places like Tokyo and Taipei and Beijing with our incredible coal that is mined in places like my electorate and my friend and colleague, the member for Hunter's electorate. And we know that that's an enormous part of our current energy mix. But we also know that, as the Minister for Resources has said time and time in this parliament, the road to net zero runs through the Australian resources industry, and it runs through things like critical minerals. This bill is going to deliver targeted economic investments in key industries such as renewable hydrogen and critical minerals, and it's going to unlock private investment. I couldn't be prouder to support this bill today, and I just say to those opposite, get on board, because we cannot be left behind in this race. Thank you.
The Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, these production tax credits are central to our government's vision for a future made in Australia. They are part of our economic plan to create good jobs, drive new investment and deliver stronger growth. Because our government understands that building Australia's future is about making more things here, adding value here, investing in skills and training and science and research here, turning the resources under our soil and in our skies into products on our shores, building an economy where manufacturing is as strong as mining, an economy connected to the boundless opportunities of Asia, where we make things here in Australia, where we make the most of our world-leading advantage we have in clean energy and critical minerals and rare earths, and we use it to power a new generation of secure, well-paid jobs in our regions and in our suburbs. Our plan is about building an economy that is more resilient and more diversified, more productive and more prosperous, more self-reliant and more secure, because being more secure depends on becoming more self-reliant. One of the defining lessons of the pandemic and its economic aftershocks is that if you are always the last link in the global supply chain, you will always be vulnerable. The fewer things we make here, the more exposed we are to international uncertainty, whatever form it takes, be it pandemic and conflict or economic and strategic competition. Speaking with other nations at the G20 and APEC last week, none of us know exactly what the next shock will look like, but all of us know there will be another one, a new challenge to meet. And in an interconnected global economy, distance is no barrier to this uncertainty, and isolation is certainly not an answer. We can't cut ourselves off. We have to build ourselves up by strengthening our economic and energy security, boosting Australian manufacturing, driving new investment in critical minerals and green hydrogen, unlocking new green industries of the future. And that is what this legislation is all about. And our plan aims to do much more than shield us from international adversity. This is about creating future prosperity as well, seizing the generational opportunity of the global shift to net zero, because that's not some distant prospect. The biggest economic change since the Industrial Revolution is underway already, and it's happening here in our region, the fastest growing region of the world in human history. Australia can shape this change. We can seize this opportunity. We can power it with our resources. And above all, we can make sure that our workers and communities benefit from it for this generation and the next. We have an unprecedented chance to create a new source of comparative advantage for Australian industry, because for decades we've been told that other nations with large populations and low wages had the comparative advantage when it came to manufacturing. But in a world moving to net zero, and where the nature of production has changed so that the costs of labour are far less a proportion of the inputs compared with the rising costs of issues such as transport, we are in a position where we have a unique set of national strengths that we can turn to our advantage. We have the critical minerals and materials to drive global decarbonisation, not just here, but offshore as well. And we have the best solar resources in the world. We have the skilled workers, and we have the space. We have the room to grow, to co-locate extraction, refining, processing, and to co-locate energy generation and storage with manufacturing. That is the opportunity that we have to support global emissions reductions while creating new jobs and prosperity here at home. An opportunity we have as a nation, but only if we move now, only if we act with purpose and urgency. And that's why this decade is so critical for Australia in defining the success or otherwise of our economy for decades ahead. Because this will only occur if we back our job-creating industries and our skilled and productive workers. And that's precisely what these tax credits are about. They reward companies that move first, that invest and build and seek out new sources of growth and new markets. And importantly, these tax credits pay on success. This is a point that seems to have escaped the opposition from day one. The clue is there in the name. If there's no production, there's no credit. That's why this model is good for business and good for the taxpayer. Production tax credits create certainty for investors. They bring forward value, they build in a guaranteed level of return, and they make projects bankable earlier than otherwise, meaning more initiatives get past that initial barrier, over the hump. This is about attracting private capital, not replacing it, aligning our national security and our economic security, and making government a catalyst for new investment in critical minerals and green hydrogen at every stage, creating new mining jobs, processing and refining jobs, technology and manufacturing jobs, moving Australia up the global value chain and forging new links in that chain right across our nation. Mr Speaker, the Treasurer announced these tax credits in this year's budget speech, and barely 5 minutes after he had sat down, the opposition leader and the Shadow Treasurer announced they'd be opposing them. That very night, 5 minutes to write off a whole new generation of prosperity. Talk about reckless. 5 minutes to say they weren't interested in creating new jobs in ports and mines and processing and manufacturing centres all over Australia. 5 minutes to dismiss the aspirations of millions of Australians who want to know that their children can hope for good jobs with decent pay and a secure future. Talk about arrogant. And now, when Parliament rises, those opposite have to go back to their communities and tell the people whose interests they are supposed to represent that they voted against them. They voted against new investment, new jobs and new industry in the regions. But we will have, when Parliament is here in February, in the Senate, those opposite will have to determine what their position is. Now, I've heard strong support from the crossbenchers, including the Greens political party and all of the crossbenchers in the House and the Senate. I haven't had anyone, except for the Liberal Party and the National Party, say they're against this. Apparently because it's got something to do with the new economy. Because change does happen. Change happens, and you can either shape change or be shaped by it. Be passive while the world changes around us. But the shift to net zero is happening, It's up to those opposite to see whether they vote against new investment, new jobs and new industry in the regions, which is primarily where this will be focused. Because their opposition leader has some kind of pathological objection to fair wages, secure work and Australian manufacturing. So much he's prepared to sacrifice all these jobs and all this opportunity in the name of his fixation with nuclear power sometime into the 2040s. This is an opportunity right now. So instead of seizing this chance here and now, the Liberals and Nationals say we should burn hundreds of billions of dollars on the most expensive form of energy there is to build nuclear reactors sometime in the 2040s, which will produce less than 4% of Australia's energy needs. Never has so much taxpayer money offered so little to so few. For our Labor government and every member on this side of the House, this vote is straightforward. Our West Australian members will be voting for this legislation because they know it's fantastic for jobs in WA. And I suspect the member for Curtin is in here to say exactly the same thing. Our Queensland members will be voting for this because they know it's great for jobs in Queensland. The member for Solomon and the member for Lingari will be voting for this legislation because it's fantastic for the Northern Territory. And our MPs from right across the country will be voting for this legislation because it's good for jobs and wages and new opportunities in every part of our country. Because we're the party of jobs and we want to represent all Australians and the national interest. And we're not frightened of the future. We want to seize the future. That's the difference between the two approaches we see in this chamber. So, Mr Speaker, our government is acting on the cost of living to help people here and now. But we're also building the future. We're navigating the rough seas without taking our eyes off the horizon, because you have to be able to do both. If you think about Curtin and Chifley, their great Labor government established the Department of Post-War Reconstruction in December 1942. Just think about that. At the height of the Second World War, they were dealing with that challenge, defending our country in our darkest hour, but looking towards the future. What happens post-war when the fine men and women return home who defended our nation to give them a future, to give them jobs and prosperity? They understood that planning for a stronger and fairer economy after the war couldn't wait until peacetime. And in the same way, we can't wait for a time when all is calm and quiet in the global economy. If we hesitate, if we hang back, this opportunity will pass us by. If we fall back into the delay and denial of the past decade, the world will leave us behind. If we turn our backs on all the advantages our nation has in order to chase after a nuclear obsession that costs too much, takes too long and delivers far too little way too late, then the chance to make our future here in Australia will be gone for good. That's the choice the House has when it votes today. In the Senate, I'm confident that the Future Made in Australia legislation that's already passed this House will pass the Senate today, with the support of all of the non-coalition members have indicated their support for that legislation, because they know that a future made in Australia is about the jobs and wages and conditions and living standards of the people who send us here. If you're not for a future made in Australia, I just wonder where they think the future should be made for Australians. It is astonishing, frankly, that the National Party, which once, whatever differences I would have with them, once stood up for nationalism, you could count upon them to vote for Australian jobs and defending Australian industry, have walked away from this and have adopted some rather strange positions that somehow think that they should just sit back and watch these opportunities drift away. So the House will have a choice today. It's a choice the Australian people will have next year. In standing against this legislation, those opposite make it clear they stand for higher power bills, lower wages and fewer opportunities for future generations. By contrast, today our Labor government is voting for cheaper and cleaner energy. We're voting for new jobs in new industries and new projects in the regions. We're voting to make things here. We're voting to make the most of this moment. We're voting for a future made here in Australia. And that's what we'll be asking Australians to vote for in 2025 as well. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Speaker. The best job for a coal miner is very often another mining job. As we transition away from coal and gas, because we know that coal and gas are the causes of the climate crisis, we owe a debt to the workers and the communities who have delivered coal and gas, because the workers and the communities, and the coal and gas workers and communities, have helped power this country up to this point and have helped deliver us prosperity. But now we know something about coal and gas that we didn't know before. We know that coal and gas are causing the climate crisis. That is not the fault of coal and gas workers. We owe coal and gas workers a debt of thanks. But we do know that just as in the past, we've moved away from harmful industries like asbestos, we're trying to move away from others, we know that now we can't keep opening new coal and gas mines and have any chance of having a safer climate. That is the science. Every primary school student understands that coal and gas are driving pollution and that pollution is driving the climate crisis. But what we need to do is ensure that as we do that, we provide good, secure, well-paid, high-paid jobs for people who work in coal and gas communities and the others and the businesses around them that rely on it. And that's why, for years now, the Greens have said very clearly and have pushed very hard to say we need a plan in this country. We need a plan in this country to ensure that we grow those industries, including in critical minerals, that will not only give Australia jobs and things to sell the rest of the world in a zero-pollution society, but will also provide well-paid, secure work for the workers in the coal and gas communities. And in many places, like for example in Queensland, the people who work in coal and work in coal and gas are not necessarily that far away geographically from the places where almost exactly the same skills are going to be relied on in areas like critical minerals, potentially in areas like green steel, even green hydrogen. So in other words, if we do our jobs right in this place, what we can ensure is that in places like Queensland and Western Australia, as the country moves away from coal and gas and stops opening coal and gas mines, we can ensure that there are industries and businesses that are grown to take their place. And in many cases, they're actually going to be physically quite close by or close enough. And they're going to need the same skills, and they're going to need the same services, and they're going to need the same industry support. Because Australia is actually blessed with a lot of the critical minerals that are going to be needed in a zero-pollution world. We've got, I think, if I stand to be corrected, I was told that we've got something close to like the second largest supply of vanadium, for example, in the world. If it's not exactly that, it's up there. All these products that are going to be used, for example, in industrial-sized batteries, and also in batteries in cars and in other products, we've got a lot of them here. We've got a lot of them here. And a lot of people around Australia are also asking, why aren't we investing more in processing of some of these minerals here instead of just digging everything up and shipping it offshore? Why aren't we investing more in processing here? Now, I know the Labor member who interjects thinks the only way you can do that is with gas, with fracking the Beetaloo. With fracking the Beetaloo.
The member on my right is not in
the
his
Labor
chair.
member from the Northern Territory says that we've got to frack the Beetaloo, and that's the only way, that is apparently the only way in which we can have a future. Well, that's wrong. That is wrong. We know that under the Beetaloo is a massive climate bomb that we cannot allow to be lit, even though Labor and Liberal desperately want to light that. Even though they desperately want to light that. And the member's walked out of the chamber because he knows that what I'm saying is right. He knows that what I'm saying is right. What we can do instead is accept that we need a transition plan to ensure that workers and communities don't lose incomes and that jobs and sustainable jobs are there. That's why going to the election, the Greens outlined a very detailed and comprehensive plan, not only for a transition authority, but for job guarantees to ensure that workers who transition across didn't lose money and, in fact, that businesses were supported. And we also outlined a comprehensive plan to support green metals and also to call for exactly the kind of support that I've been talking about supporting critical minerals. This bill is a step towards that, And because it supports the growth of critical minerals that are going to be needed in a zero-pollution society, the Greens support it. And I say very clearly to the people of Western Australia and to the people of Queensland, we would like to see this support and more flowing as quickly as possible to critical minerals. Of course, as the Greens, we say that we need to ensure that we have very, very good standards, the world best practice standards, to protect our environment and to ensure that First Nations people have their position absolutely respected, because we have seen in the past in this country it done very, very poorly, and the rights of First Nations people and the rights of the environment be overridden. But I think we can do it all. We can respect First Nations people and our environment, and also ensure that we grow the critical minerals sector in this country. And that's why we'll be supporting this bill. So people in Western Australia and people in Queensland should know, as we have been now for many years, that the Greens are strong supporters of growing critical minerals, of green metals, of ensuring that the industries are there in order for us to make the transition. But what I would say to the government is you've got to stop sending mixed messages. You've got to stop saying that the transition needs to happen and then back new coal and gas projects, because that's what the government's doing. Like, in many respects, they're just talking out of both sides of their mouth. They bring important legislation like this here, and then they approve 28 new coal and gas projects. 28 new coal and gas projects. And that leaves workers and communities confused. And it leaves investment confused, because one of the things we know, and we've heard the government say this about housing, say, for example, the government says, oh, we just haven't got enough investment, we haven't got enough workers, we haven't got enough skills. Well, the problem is, if you send a message that you want to expand the green sector and critical minerals and green steel and green hydrogen, but then you also say we're going to approve new coal and gas projects at the rate of knots, not only do you fast-track climate collapse, which is what this government is doing, but you divert resources and capital and workers away from it. And if the government really wants the critical minerals sector to succeed, it will stop backing new coal and gas projects, because they're going to be competing for the same workers and competing for investment, as well as fast-tracking the climate collapse. And what happens is, if the government, every time the government stands up and approves one of those 28 new coal and gas projects, then workers and communities, they're not dumb, they're cluey. They look at it and they say, well, hold on, you've told us we've got to get away from coal and gas and make the transition, but you've just approved a whole bunch of new climate-destroying projects. And it destroys confidence in the transition, because you can't have it both ways, Labor. The coalition says they don't even believe in climate at all, and they just want to fast-track climate collapse and have more coal and gas in the system and add nuclear on top of it. But the Labor Party comes in and says, I know that they believe in renewables in the transition, but what they say and what they do are different things, because then they go and they open up and approve more coal and gas projects. Now, we are at massive climate tipping points, and at the recent climate summit, it was said that we may have already hit 1.5 degrees, and that may be out of reach. That is what some people are claiming now. And they are saying very, very clearly that if we want to avoid our kids who are at primary school now, if we want to avoid climate collapse during their lifetime, we need to massively reduce emissions now, but at a minimum, we need to stop opening new coal and gas projects. Stop opening new coal and gas projects. That is the message from the scientists right now who are ringing the alarm bells. The atmosphere is full. There is just not capacity to put more CO2 into it or methane into it by opening up new coal and gas projects. So the government has a real opportunity here, which is to stop opening the new coal and gas projects and instead throw their full weight behind the industries like green metals, green steel, green hydrogen and critical minerals. So this bill, even though it may not have been exactly how we would design it, has got the Greens' support. because it is a very important step in the right direction. But the government now needs to answer to every parent who is worried about their kid's future, to everyone who doesn't want their kids to have to go to every summer wondering how many people are going to die in the next bushfire or in the next heat wave, why they keep opening and approving new coal and gas projects, because it is directly at odds with the very good aims of this bill. And there is very, I have not heard yet one of the members come in and actually justify how they can say that they care about the climate crisis but also approve 28 new coal and gas projects. Some important data is going to be released in about an hour about climate in Australia, and we'll look at it with interest, because what the data up to date shows is that emissions are actually higher under Labor than they were under Scott Morrison. After people voted for climate action at the election, so far, we'll see what it says at 12 o'clock today, Labor has lifted emissions. Can you believe that, Deputy Speaker? Labor has actually lifted emissions above where they were under Scott Morrison. And if you approve 28 new coal and gas projects, it is absolutely no wonder why. It is absolutely no wonder why. So I commend this bill to the House and we support it, but I urge the government to take the opportunity to reflect about the climate criminality of approving new coal and gas projects, the absolute reprehensibility of approving 28 new coal and gas projects in a time of climate crisis, as cars are being piled up in streets in Spain, as there are floods and fires threatened again for here, as people in the Northern Rivers in New South Wales, there are people who still haven't been able to get back into their homes after the floods, as people in Brisbane can't afford to get insurance now, can't afford to insure their inner city homes, and it's happening right around the country. The government's opening, Labor's opening of 28 new coal and gas projects is utterly reprehensible. And if I might just conclude, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, with a question to you. I'm just inquiring as to whether the call no longer alternates in this place now, or whether the call no longer goes to the person who was first on their feet. Because we just had two speakers on the government side, and I understand that some members of government could get precedence, but surely they could take, that could be dealt with within the ordinary speaking arrangements. Given that Standing Order 65 requires the call to go to the person who is first on their feet, and that general practice is that the call alternates, I just have a question of you, Mr. Speaker, as to whether we now have a different approach in this House where the call no longer alternates. And if so, I think that would be, the House would be interested in knowing that.
You're quite correct. It's an alternative shot on each side, but when a senior minister or the Prime Minister is on their feet, precedence has been in the past that you can give the call to the Prime Minister or to the senior minister, and that was the decision I made. The Assistant Minister for Immigration.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that debate on this bill be adjourned to a later hour this day.
The question is that this bill be adjourned to a later hour of the day. All those that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Is there an opportunity to speak on this?
No, we've just put the question. Division required?
Yes, division required.
Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
that wall.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the debate be adjourned. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes.
which is an hour short of the meeting.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 73, noes 61. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call to the Leader of the House.
I move that business intervening before order of the day number 14, government business, be postponed until a later hour of this day. For the information of members, that is to bring on the supermarket relevant legislation as the next item of business.
The question is the motion be agreed to?
Question be put.
The question is that the question be put. I'll put that question now. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 73, noes 62. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is, before the House, is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. The member for Wannon can just take a break for a moment. Lock the doors. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion moved by the Leader of the House be agreed to. The ayes will pass. The member for Wannon, I'm trying to state the question. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 76, noes 60. The Manager of Opposition Business is seeking the call.
I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business moving the following motion immediately. That this House expresses its strong disapproval of this government's contempt for good parliamentary process in bringing on debate on the Treasury Laws Amendment Fairer for Families and Farmers Bill within 1 day of the bill being introduced and without adequate notice to parliamentarians. Mr Speaker, this matter is urgent because of the disgraceful way that the government has conducted itself. This bill is still before a Senate committee.
Will pause. The members on my right and left, we're just going to do this in an orderly way. The Leader of the House is seeking the call.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, there is legislation we need to get across to the Senate. We don't have time to deal with this. I'm moving that the member be no further heard.
The question is that the member no longer be heard. Order. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I'm trying to calm everyone down.
Lock the door. The question before the House is the member no longer be heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And appoint the tellers for Wirrawah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 72, noes 61. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Give a call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I second the motion.
Give a call to the the Leader of the House. Order. The member for Hume will resume his seat. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy will cease rejecting. Just the member for Hume, call the Leader of the House.
I move the member be no further heard.
Order. Question before the House is the member no longer be heard. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the member no longer be heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Wirrawah and Bean as tellers for the ayes, the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 72, noes 61. The matter was resolved in the negative. The question is the motion be agreed to. Well, we're still dealing with your suspension, so So I'm just going to state the question again. The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Order. Order. Against no. No. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division. Order. Division's required. We'll ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition be agreed to. The ayes shall pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 61, no 75. The matter was resolved in the negative. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 14, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024.
Order.
Resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. If members can leave the chamber as quickly and quietly. The manager is seeking the poll on a point of order. Yeah, on a point of order.
No, I want to move a motion.
Well, yeah, I mean, the clerk has called the next item on, so we'll need to go to that, unless it's relevant to this item.
It is relevant, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'll hear what the manager has to say.
I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the manager of opposition business moving the following motion immediately, that the Treasury Laws Amendment Fairer for Families and Farmers Bill be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And the reason that this is urgent is because the government has flouted proper procedure, so we are suggesting an appropriate and proper procedure. We're doing that in the spirit of friendship across the Parliament, but also offering some guidance, on how things ought to run properly instead of this chaotic
The manager's made his point.
mishmash.
Just pause for a moment. Had called the item on. It was the clerk had read the order. We do need to make sure that in between items, but the Leader of the House on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, a suspension can't. A suspension is an abuse if it simply revisits a decision that the House has just made. The most recent resolution of the House was that we would bring on item 14. We have already decided in the last few minutes to not do what the manager of opposition business is proposing.
Further to the point of order.
Just on that point, Mr. Speaker, very specifically, this motion is materially different from the previous one because it doesn't propose a method of not dealing with this. It very constructively proposes the right way to deal with it, which is that it should be made an order of the day for the next sitting. That's the perfectly appropriate and normal and natural process, and that is what we are suggesting in a spirit of cooperation and with the same constructive approach that we have always brought to these matters, which sadly has not always been reciprocated.
Okay, all right,
Mr. Speaker.
I'll deal with. All right, everyone can resume their seats if they wish to interject. Otherwise, we'll just keep everyone quiet for the moment while we deal with this matter. The House has made a determination to bring the item on. I've called the clerk. He has listed that now. The difficulty I have is if people want to move suspensions or arrangements, they need to do it between items. That's the issue. And we have dealt with this kind of situation before where variations on a theme have occurred over and over again, and it would be, the House would get no work done if we were just continually to keep revisiting the same topic over and over again. So I've called the clerk. We're going to bring this item on. If if we want to go back and visit that issue, it'll have to be done between items and a slightly different set of words that I'll work with the manager on to deal with that. Order. The member for Jagga Jagga. It's not a laughing matter. Order. So the item's been called on. We can revisit this after this item's been dealt with to get through. So if people want to do suspensions right across the chamber, we'll do it in between items and we can work to make sure that everyone gets what they need to achieve. So the question now is that the bill be read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. Yes. Well, I'll restate. No, that's okay. We'll restate the question. I'll explain it to the House again so everyone knows. We're not dealing with your suspension again, where we can revisit that, or if we need, the House needs to. The clerk has called the item on. I'm stating the question. The question is that the bill be read a second time. So if someone wishes to speak, they need to rise on their feet and they give their speech to the House. And I give the call. Order. I give the call to the Shadow Treasurer.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, Labor has had 2.5 years to make things fairer for farmers and families. 2.5 years, and they have comprehensively failed. I see the Treasurer leading chamber because he has comprehensively failed to make things fairer for farmers
and families. The Minister for Resources will leave the chamber under 94A. We are not having that sort of behaviour and that sort of interjection from people outside of their places. This may be the last day, but everyone is going to be treated with respect and we're all going to follow the standing orders. It's the least we can do. Now, the Shadow Treasurer is going to be heard in silence on this item, and anyone who interjects now, firm action will be taken. Shadow Treasurer has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. For 2.5 years, Australian families and farmers have been waiting with bated breath for this government to take action. And this government has comprehensively failed. This weak, incompetent, arrogant government, with this weak, incompetent, arrogant Prime Minister and this weak, incompetent, arrogant Treasurer, have time and time again, three budgets, Deputy Speaker, all giving them the opportunity to make life fairer for farmers and families. And this week we learn that throughout the history of data collected in Australia, we have never seen a collapse in Australian standard of living like we have seen in the last 2.5 years under this weak and incompetent government. And the result of that, Deputy Speaker, is Australian families are suffering. Australian farmers are suffering. Australian small businesses are suffering. All Australians are suffering because of the failures of this government. Now, despite the name of the bill, this bill is actually supposedly about competition policy, and we believe strongly in competition, Deputy Speaker. But for 2.5 years, Labor has had the opportunity to bring forward a bill like this, and they've failed. In fact, we've been calling for stronger competition throughout that time, and we've introduced a stronger bill to the Parliament than this one, and Labor has refused to debate it. They have refused to debate it, Deputy Speaker, and so what they've come forward with is too little, too late, and it is a band-aid on a bullet wound, because that's what they do to everything, Deputy Speaker. They realise they've failed. They realise they haven't actually taken the right approach from the start, and so they get the band-aids out and they put it on the bullet wound, and then they say, it's still bleeding. It's still bleeding. They get another band-aid out. But the truth is, Deputy Speaker, they could have had the opportunity to fix this problem from the start, to focus on the source of the problem, not the symptoms, and that's what we proposed in the bill we put forward, which we introduced indeed, Deputy Speaker, but those opposite refused to even debate. I mean, we see now they're shutting down debate on everything, Deputy Speaker. They're guillotining some, 40-odd bills. 42 bills, thank you. Thank you, Member for Warren. 42 bills they're guillotining in the Senate. Most of these, we actually haven't seen the final versions. This one we've got in front of us today, we saw 2 days ago. 2 days ago. They had 2.5 years. We put forward our own bill, and it arrives 2 days before the end of the final sitting week of the year. And who knows, this might be the final sitting week of this Parliament, Deputy Speaker. Rushed, without being thought through. That is how this government does absolutely everything. And the result of that is for the average working family, their cost of living has gone up by 18.9%. The Prime Minister's little gold coin he carries around used to be worth $1. Now it's about 82 cents and going down fast, Deputy Speaker, because yesterday we learned that core inflation, which is the preferred measure of inflation for the Reserve Bank, it ain't going down, it's going up, Deputy Speaker, 3.2 to 3.5%. And this hopeless Prime Minister, this arrogant, weak, incompetent Prime Minister, would not even confront that yesterday. When asked a question about it, he was in denial. He was in denial. You know, he thinks if you spin it enough, it'll be true. Well, you can't spin your way out of a cost of living crisis. You can't spin your way out of a standard of living crisis, Deputy Speaker. You have to get on and do the right thing. You don't add $5 billion a year in spending on Canberra public servants. That is not what you do during a cost of living crisis. We have many fine public servants who work in this city, but let me tell you, we shouldn't be adding $5 billion of cost at a time like this because it drives inflation. It drives inflation, and we continue to see this sort of reckless spending from this government. Their failed referendum, of course, almost $500 million. We'll see the final tally in the end, but it's going to be around that kind of number, Deputy Speaker. And we will continue to see a rapid growth in spending. Deloitte Access tells us we're on our way to a series of massive budget deficits in the coming years. There's no windfall. You can't rely on the windfalls, Deputy Speaker, when you spend like that. But as I say, this bill is supposedly about competition policy, and sadly, Deputy Speaker, they've thought about this at the last minute because they've finally realised that cost of living is bearing down on Australians and hurting Australians in a way where something has to be done. Well, Deputy Speaker, the results of the failures are deeper than just a complete collapse in the standard of living. We've also seen a household recession on a scale we have never seen before. 6 consecutive quarters of GDP per person going backwards.
6.
They've opened the gates on immigration. A million new people in just 2 years, Deputy Speaker. A million. And they crow, then, well, you know, those people are growing the economy. Sadly, they're not growing the economy on a per-person basis. And, of course, the only thing that Australians notice is what's happening per person because they're people. They're people, Deputy Speaker. They're not a whole economy, they're people. Something that those opposite haven't quite worked out. Now, we went back through all the history of this, and you just can't find another time where you had 6 consecutive quarters like this. So the Treasurer stands up at the dispatch box and says, oh, this happens from time to time. We all heard him. We all heard him a couple of weeks back. This happens from time to time. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. The Treasurer has no idea. He thinks that the answer to every problem is more spin. He thinks the answer to the problem is more spin. If you just keep spinning it, he's got this. He's very fond of alliteration. He has 3 R's that became 4 R's, and he's got the F's and he's got the D's. There's always 2 or 3 or 4. I see the member for Parramatta having a good old laugh. He knows it's right. He knows it. He knows it's right.
He's got ambition.
And the truth is, the member for Parramatta knows you can't beat inflation with alliteration. The alliteration-driven recovery from this Treasurer. That's what he thinks he's going to do, and he won't. And he hasn't, and he can't, because he simply hasn't got a clue when it comes to the economy. No. We've seen Labor productivity go backwards by 6.3%. Someone wears that. That's prosperity going backwards. That's prosperity going backwards because it's the P that really counts. Actually, there's a bit of alliteration the member for Parramatta likes, which is the 3 Ps, which is in his book. That's one of the better pieces of alliteration because that's real economics, not the sort of phony economics we hear from the Treasurer. Not the phony economics we hear from the Treasurer. But he knows that productivity is the pathway to prosperity. Here's a couple of Ps for you. Productivity is the pathway to prosperity, and productivity has gone backwards by 6.3%. We all wear that. We all wear that when we don't have the productivity that we need. But you can understand why that's happened because this government thinks that the way to make the economy work is to wrap it in red tape, to give more power to union officials, Deputy Speaker. We've watched the CFMEU, with deep links to the criminal underworld, take control of our construction sites. And this government has been more than happy to enable that. They won't deregister them, Deputy Speaker. They got rid of the ABCC. They got rid of the tough cop on the beat because because the CFMEU donated so much to their last campaign, they have to be paid off. They have to be paid off, Deputy Speaker. And our construction sector has paid the price for the absolute and utter failure of those opposite to deal with the thugs and the deep links to the criminal underworld that we see in the CFMEU. I noticed the member for Maribyrnong the other day making the point. He made the point in his valedictory speech that indeed perhaps there should have been more focus on the CFMEU historically, and we take that point. Well, I tell you what, there's a chance to do it now, and those opposite have failed, as they've failed time and time again. Now, Deputy Speaker, we want to see more fairness for farmers and families, and the starting point to deliver that fairness is get inflation down. Get inflation down, which allows the Reserve Bank to put downward pressure on interest rates and allows Australians to see a restoration of their standard of living. It's pretty straightforward stuff. The 18.9% increase in the cost of living for Australians is not something that there is any kind of pathway to resolve any time soon under this government. Now, Deputy Speaker, as I said, this bill is this government finally discovering that competition policy matters. Finally discovering that competition policy matters. As I said earlier, we introduced a stronger bill which made sure there was a code in place for farmers where they would get fair treatment from those who they sell their goods to. And that's something we've been wanting to see throughout this term. We've been constructive. We introduced it to the House and those opposite ignored it. We've also recognised that increasing the penalties for the wrong behaviour, for misuse of market power by the supermarkets is action that should be taken. We should have strong penalties if there's misuse of market power by a supermarket or indeed by a hardware chain in inappropriate behaviour towards customers or suppliers, either side, Deputy Speaker. And like other countries around the world, it's appropriate in the most extreme of circumstances that there be divestment powers to reduce the likelihood of that misuse of market power in the first place. And the truth of the matter, Deputy Speaker, is that these laws already exist in the United States. They already exist in the UK, and they have been used sparingly, and they should be used sparingly, but they have been used in appropriate circumstances to ensure that there isn't misuse of market power, there isn't abuse of market power. And we do see in this country two supermarkets with around two-thirds of the market, and there is always a risk when there's that kind of market power, that kind of market share indeed, that market power be misused. And it's why we have introduced legislation to this place to make sure that there is fairness in treatment towards supermarkets, towards farmers and families by supermarkets and hardware chains. Now, Deputy Speaker, it is absolutely essential that we do everything that we can in this place to make sure there is fair treatment at all times to small businesses, to families, to farmers, both as suppliers to major corporates in Australia, but also as customers. And we know the single best regulator of any industry, is a customer where they have competition and choice. They can regulate. We don't need to have thousands of people here in Canberra to do it if we have competition. If we have competition and well-informed consumers who are in a position to be able to make a choice. And when they have that choice and it's easy to switch, then they do if they're not getting the service they deserve. It's exactly the same on the supply side, and it's good to see the Leader of the Nationals here, because he knows that when farmers have choice, when they have competition for their goods, they're far more likely to get a good deal. and they can regulate the behaviour of those who are buying their sheep or their cattle or their horticulture, whatever it is. They are in a better position to regulate the behaviour of that customer. You know how they do that, Deputy Speaker? They choose. They switch. And that's why we believe so strongly in competition policy, and fair competition in particular, which is what this code is seeking to achieve. It's what the legislation, our code I should say, it's what the legislation that we introduced to the Parliament is seeking to achieve. Now, I do want to make a comment before I finish, with respect to the process whereby this legislation has been brought to the Parliament. It is completely unacceptable that with little more than 24 hours warning that we see legislation in this place that we are supposed to digest and vote on in that kind of time frame. It is absolutely appalling. The Prime Minister, this weak, arrogant Prime Minister, promised us a kinder, gentler Parliament. The sun was going to shine in. But that means you've got to have time to consider new legislation, new bills. You've got to have time to be able to debate it internally, discuss it with stakeholders, but we're not getting any of that, Deputy Speaker. We are being told to just accept it. And that's the kind of arrogance we see from this government. We see it in the way they consult on new legislation as well. They get every stakeholder to sign an NDA. This is their latest thing. Everyone has to sign a non-disclosure agreement. So when we want to talk to our important stakeholders about a new initiative from this government, they can't. They can't. They come into our office and they say, we can't talk about it. I mean, how does democracy work with that kind of secrecy? How does democracy work when you shut things down in this? Is that what a kinder, fairer parliament is? One where you shut down stakeholders, you silence them, and you prevent debate from occurring in this place in an appropriate way. That is what we see from this government, Deputy Speaker. It is completely unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable, and it's not possible for us in this time frame to be able to support this bill.
I thank the Shadow Treasurer, and the question is now that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the Honourable Leader for the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to support the Shadow Treasurer on the opposition of this bill. I'll take you on a little bit of a history lesson. When we were in government, we introduced a perishable goods inquiry by the ACCC. It gave us recommendations back in 2021 that did not include divestiture powers. But subsequent to the election, I wrote to the new incoming competition minister who's here today and gave him the opportunity to work collaboratively with us in opposition to actually bring forward the statutory review of the Code of Conduct. The minister rejected that. That was in December 2022. He knows it because the letter sits in his office, and I'm prepared to table it to remind him of the fact that I offered him to bring forward that statutory review that was due in October this year, to bring it forward to be done at the start of 2023. But so arrogant was this minister, so arrogant was the Prime Minister that they knew best, that no, the market will sort it out, the supermarkets have got it under control. He ignored the pleas to bring it forward despite the evidence was being put in front of Australians every day. When we saw meat prices at the farm gate drop by 60 to 70%, but only drop by 8 to 9% at the checkout, I would have thought they might have taken our hand even in June last year and said, yep, the Nats might have got this one right. But no, the hubris and arrogance continued. And so we have tried to work with this government in every way to give them an opportunity. And what we see today is not even the respect of understanding of the gravity of the issue that families are facing around Australia tonight. There'll be families tonight, Minister, that won't be able to afford to put dinner on the table. In a country as rich as Australia, that we will have people in this country where we produce enough food and fibre for 80 million people, that they can't afford to put food on the table for their kids, is an indictment on this government, but on this parliament not to be able to have come together and to got a proper policy, a proper piece of regulatory framework that actually changes culture. Because what's being introduced today is in a bill that isn't in isolation of just addressing supermarkets. So little is there respect of understanding of the pain and the hurt that families are feeling around this country that they've shoved a whole lot of other stuff within this one bill. So this competition minister obviously doesn't understand what families are doing, despite the warnings that we gave him over 12 months ago to come and actually do something about this, has now decided we'll put a whole lot of other measures within it. So what we are going to make sure that we do as a...
Leader of the Nationals can just take a seat.
Truths here, hey?
Just take a seat for a moment. Leader of the National Party could just take his seat. I give the call to the Minister. Your point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under Standing Order 66A, I asked whether the member would take a question, whether he's brave enough to do that.
The Standing Orders does provide for a question, but you can take it at any time during your presentation.
I haven't finished with him yet.
Minister for the Shadow Minister. The Minister.
Yeah, and so I'm happy to put my record on the table as evidence became more and more evident that we were prepared to act. And then when the ACCC came back from our perishable goods and didn't ask for increased penalties, asked for changes to consumer law, change in transition of markets and making sure there was transparency, we put $5.4 million towards making sure that transition happened from the farm gate to the marketplace so that there was that transparency. But then as evidence continued, as I was just articulating in the meat industry, when we saw a 60 to 70% reduction in the farm gate but only 8 to 9% reduction of the checkout, something's not right. The supermarkets were gaming the system. And you could look at horticulture until the cows come home. You could see the evidence that continued to come in around land banking, that they were using their property arms to muscle out small competitors, independent competitors, out of marketplaces, taking away competition. Wouldn't that be a warning bell? That in a cost of living crisis, when some Australians tonight won't get to have dinner, that a government that might have been in touch with the people that they're purported to represent would have done something about it. But no, they sat idly by. And then what we see even in this bill that has a whole lot of other measures in it, doesn't give it the respect of the gravity of the issue that we are facing here, brings forward a piece of legislation that is effectively business as usual for the supermarkets. This basically says to the supermarkets, continue on your merry way, because the regulatory guide rails and the penalties that we'll put in place will do nothing. Will do nothing to stop you from what you're currently doing. Because the penalties that have been brought in place here, particularly around the infringement notices, and the infringement notices is a very important part to start with, because this is what can change culture of the supermarkets. This is the speeding tickets that the ACCC can give to make sure that the supermarkets understand if they do the wrong thing, there is a punitive penalty straight up. So what the government is proposing is a maximum penalty on infringement notices of $187,800. They could go to a till down here in Civic in one of their stores and pull that out and pay that as a cost of doing business. That will not change culture. That is just business as usual. They just cut the cheque and move on. What we have said in the bill that we introduce is that there will be a flat $2 million infringement notice. That changes culture. That changes the culture from the top down, that the CEOs know that the ACCC can walk in with a $2 million fine and they will pay it and be made public. Now, the more egregious cases of the Consumer Competition Act is important in terms of lifting to $10 million, 3% of the gain, 10% of turnover. We don't disagree, but if you drill into this bill, there is very few occasions in which the court would be able to give that penalty. In fact, most of the penalty that a court could find against most of the breaches cap out at $1 million. Now, the ACCC will sit there with the resources and the costs of taking the supermarkets to court, who will no doubt end up in court. They will defend themselves. Is it really worth spending more than $1 million to get a maximum fine of $1 million? We've said it blanket. The infringements at these supermarkets is about, again, changing culture. And that egregious penalty of $10 million 3% of the gain or 5% of turnover is important, but it should be used as a big stick. And we should also have divestiture power that we hope we never use. In fact, we do have divestiture powers in this country, despite the Prime Minister standing in here and telling us there was some sort of Stalinistic policy, telling us that we were nationalising this supermarket market here in this country, when, in fact, in 2019, this parliament supported divestiture powers. And, in fact, the Prime Minister was in here when it was passed and supported it. He was prepared to take on the big energy CEOs to make sure that Australians had power, but he hasn't got the courage to stand up to the big two supermarket CEOs and say, I'm prepared to pull the lever on you when Australians tonight will struggle to put dinner on the table. Where is a Prime Minister? A Prime Minister who should understand what Australians are going through and the cost of living crisis that's been created in this place, on that side. Where is he in understanding what he has the ability to do and to change? Why wouldn't he stand up to the big two supermarkets like we're prepared to and change culture? Now, divestiture powers are in place in a number of countries around the world. And you know what? The whole idea is we never want to have to use them. That's the whole idea. That's why we come to this place and we set laws and we create penalties. Penalties as deterrents. That's why in a criminal sense you could go to jail. In a corporate sense, it's about a punitive financial penalty that will change the culture of these companies, where the evidence is clear that they have not only taken advantage of farmers as suppliers, but they've also taken advantage of consumers, where they've gamed the system, they've gamed the market, and they've hurt both in that journey. And that's because they have market power. The big two supermarkets in this country control nearly 70% of the grocery market. In the United States and UK, the big three in those countries control about 30 to 40% of the grocery market. So the concentration is greater here, so the need for a big deterrent is greater in Australia because of the concentration of market power that these big two supermarkets have. There was the opportunity sitting in front of them. And instead we have a bill that is putting penalties and being sold as big penalties, when in fact it is business as usual. And what this government also missed the opportunity to do, despite the fact of us asking them to bring forward the timing of that statutory review on the compulsory grocery code, ignored us. We also made an offer to them around a supermarket commissioner. We've put this in our submissions. And this is important. This is important for suppliers and farmers in particular, because what a supermarket commissioner can do is a farmer who feels that they are aggrieved in dealing with the supermarkets can come forward in a confidential manner. Because what we've heard, inquiry after inquiry, is that farmers fear retribution. Because when these supermarkets have nearly 70% of the grocery market, they are the market. And in my former life, I was an agribusiness banker. I used to sit around farmers' kitchen tables lending money. And I saw firsthand what these supermarkets did to farmers. In fact, the human toll on these people was I actually had to sell some of these people up because of the egregious behaviour of supermarkets. They started it with dairy. They devalued the dairy industry overnight by bringing in $1 litre milk. And then they come in and they make contracts available, getting farmers to go and actually expend CapEx to significant levels, promising contracts, but have loopholes within their contracts to get out of them and to reduce the price to a level where the farmer is gone. And I've seen that. I've seen that. So I've sat around a farmer's kitchen table and I've had that hard conversation. I haven't hid anywhere, and I've sat there and I've had to have that hard conversation. I can tell you it's one of the worst things you can do in your life. And so what we are saying is when farmers fear retribution because they might come forward, and I've seen it where they've come forward and made a complaint, is that the supermarkets then cut their supply. And so they don't have anywhere to sell because they control the market. So we need to have an intermediary, one that can sit there and work with the farmer and understand whether they have a case in which to prosecute. And so what our supermarket commissioner will do, most importantly, will give that farmer choice. Give them the opportunity to be able to conciliate with the supermarket if they feel they can trust the supermarket. If they don't, and I would suspect in most cases they don't, then it will give the ability for the Supermarket Commissioner to escalate that complaint after having validated that complaint to the ACCC for investigation, and using the powers of audit from the ACCC to open up the books not just of one of the big supermarkets, but also other producers, so that the confidentiality of the complainant is held, so they don't fear retribution. Now that brings confidence back to the market. That brings fairness back to the market. We're not wanting to fix prices. We're simply saying there should be fair, transparent prices from the farm gate to your plate. That is a simple principle that has not been respected by these supermarkets. They have gamed the fact that if there has been a drop at the farm gate in price, you haven't seen that at checkout. All we're saying is if the farm gate price drops, you should see a commensurate drop at the checkout in a commensurate period of time. If it goes up at the farm gate, you should see a commensurate rise at the checkout. That's fairness. That's all we have tried to do. But when you have a minister that has ignored this, you have a government that has ignored this from the very start about what that framework should look like, then this is why Australians are hurting. This isn't the silver bullet to solve the cost of living crisis, but this is one of the suite of measures that would just bring some fairness. Bring some fairness back to farmers and bring some fairness back to consumers. And that's the Australian way. Prime Minister said, no one held back, no one left behind. Well, we've all been held back, we've all been left behind, because he hasn't had the courage to take on those that are making it tougher in this country for Australians to even eat. So this is a bill that shows absolute disdain and contempt for Australian farmers and consumers, because this is business as usual. This is business as usual from a Prime Minister that's out of touch with what's happening outside these four walls, about the pain and the hurt that families are feeling every day out there. But here we have a minister that ignored it all, although I think he actually agrees with me, but I think because he doesn't have a factional alignment, he had to go quiet. And we have a plan, we have a policy that'll work. You've got business as usual, and in fact, you've done nothing and you should be ashamed.
The question is now that this bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Indi.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak on the Fairer for Families and Farmers Other Measures Bill 2024, and it's not looking too fair to me, I must say, Deputy Speaker. And before I really begin, I want to put on the record that what we've seen in this parliament today is not considered calm legislation. What we've seen today is more akin to Schoolies Week, I've got to say, and I'm really unimpressed. But given that I'm here and I'm trying my best to look at a bill that has been rapidly introduced to this House and now we're having a guillotine debate on, there's a couple of things I really want to put on the record. And that is that every person that I represent in the electorate of Indi wants to see more done to rein in the supermarket duopoly. It's a disgrace the way everyday Australians are struggling at the checkout, are putting items back into their supermarket trolley because of the exorbitant costs that the supermarkets are imposing upon them. Coles and Woolworths collectively control 2/3 of the grocery sector and amongst the most profitable supermarkets in the world, and this bill is going to do nothing to make a dent on that. I absolutely support stronger frameworks to put an end to the supermarket's bad behaviour. I do, and I'm grateful to the Minister for rapidly giving me a copy of his second reading speech and a quick briefing on the bill. But I want to see stronger reform targeted at looking after farmers, consumers and suppliers. And I note the member for Maranoe's speech just now, and he spoke to $1 milk. And as the daughter of dairy farmers, let me say that I know the impact of that kind of egregious behaviour of supermarkets on hard-working family farmers. It's outrageous. I'm calling on the government to bring in economy-wide divestiture powers. We need those. We absolutely need those. Again, the member for Maranoma talked about this as a last resort big stick. But it's the kind of big stick we need. The big supermarkets are never going to look after us. Of course they're not. We need something tough to give the competition regulator the power to break up big businesses when it can prove that regular Australians, like all of those people that we represent, are getting a dud deal. And they are getting a dud deal, an absolutely dud deal. And I'm really disappointed that this bill is not going to fix this dud deal. Because I would say that corporate interests should never be prioritised over consumer interests in a sector as important as food and groceries. And we're not talking about discretionary items here. We're talking about tonight's dinner or tomorrow's school lunch. And I am really sorry to see that this bill appears, and again, we have had no time to consider this, but this bill, on the face of it, really is a band-aid solution. And it's not going to be the bold reform that Australians are asking us for. I'm a regional independent. I represent the farming community in my electorate of Indi and many, many suppliers, cherry growers, beef farmers, horticulturalists more broadly, grain croppers, multi-generational farming families. The kind of people that absolutely are the bedrock underpinning the food security of our nation. And they're never going to get a fairer deal with this kind of legislation. So I'm always going to push for a fairer food system in this country, where farmers and all our incredible primary producers and where agricultural communities more broadly are supported, not undermined. So I say to the government, do better on all accounts this week, and today especially, and do better on reining in these big supermarkets. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
I do thank the honourable member for Indi, and the question before the House now is that this bill be read a second time, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Riverina.
To that end, I move an amendment that now be omitted with a view to inserting the word not. Deputy Speaker, Labor, as always, is late to the party on this, and disappointingly, unbelievably, we're on the last day of the scheduled sittings for 2024. And Labor comes into this place having promised pre-election, pre-May 2022, that they would be a fairer, better government with more transparency and all the rest when it came to parliamentary procedure. And what do? On the scheduled last sitting day for this year, potentially this term, they bring in rush legislation. They don't allow the opposition time to go through the legislation. They don't give the opposition time to consider it through the normal processes, through backbench committees, through joint party rooms, through party rooms. And this is exactly what Labor said it would not do. But here they are, bringing in this legislation, putting a fancy title on it, Treasury Laws Amendment, Fairer for Families and Farmers and Other Measures Bill 2024, like it couldn't be possibly rejected. Fairer for families and farmers. Well, we'll wait till see that one, because if there has ever been a government in this nation that has been more unfair to families and more unfair to farmers, it is this government. It is this government. And on its watch, we have seen prices go through the roof. We have seen household energy bills soaring. And just yesterday, on a mild day, where temperatures, yes, they were hovering around 30 degrees in Sydney, but in Wagga Wagga, where we had power outages affecting thousands of households, thousands of farmers, we had a blackout. And what did we see? We saw the New South Wales Premier, Chris Minns, say, turn off your pool pumps, turn off your washing machines, turn off your appliances, turn off your dishwashers. It's not even summer yet. It wasn't even hot yesterday, and yet they're blaming a heat wave. No, we need to blame Labor's rush to renewables, and that rush to renewables is affecting the prices that households are paying for their energy. And here, listen to them go. Listen to them go. May Hansard record the protests by those opposite. And there's only 3 of them, and they're very noisy. This is a... I'll talk about farmers, don't worry. I don't think the member for Fenner has probably ever come across a farmer, has ever met a farmer. I'm absolutely not quite sure he's got too many farmers in his suburban Canberra electorate. And, well, good on him. I mean, he's a decent sort of fellow, but he brings this legislation into this House knowing full well that Labor has been very unfair on farmers that they purport to represent, very unfair on families that they purport to represent, many very unfair on those people they said they would look after, and we know they are not. The Coalition has been calling for stronger competition in our supermarket sector for more than 2 years. We introduced legislation. We introduced on May 4th, November 2024, the Food and Grocery Mandatory Code of Conduct Bill 2024 to this House. We wanted to see a better deal for our farmers. You just heard the Nationals leader, the Shadow Agriculture Minister, talking about having a supermarket commissioner and how it would be fairer for our farmers. And yet what does Labor do? What does the Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury, who might represent 1 or 2 farmers, just might? I appreciate he claims he went to school at an agricultural college, and good luck to him. But did he listen? Did he listen to those teachers when they were saying, you need to be fair in your adult life? I know he's written plenty of books, and again, good on him. But and I know even one of his books is in Australia's top-selling books, and good on him for all that. But what he shouldn't do is bring in legislation in the death throes of this parliament and then expect to just have it rammed through the House of Representatives in next to no time without proper consideration. And here we have a Labor government which, when it's talking to stakeholders, is making them, forcing them, putting one arm behind their back while they virtually hold the hand-signing hand with the other, asking for, demanding non-disclosure agreements so that stakeholders can't oppose or can't comment or can't discuss certain bits of certain legislation. And that is so undemocratic. And so is this. And so is this. Now, our plan includes the following: making the Food and Grocery Code of Conduct mandatory for retailers and wholesalers in the supermarket sector with an annual turnover of more than $5 billion. Having tougher penalties, higher penalties for breaches of the code, up to $10 million, 3 times the value of the benefit obtained from a contravention. Because all too often, and I've spoken to that consumer advocate Luke McKenzie about this very regularly, is that farmers are too frightened to take on the big supermarkets, because if they do, well, their supply gets cut off. If they do, their contracts get torn up. If they do, they don't get any more business. And I appreciate that the supermarkets do, in certain circumstances, give the opportunity for national exposure and national sales for products from our farms, who are, as I've always said, the best stewards of the environment in the country, who grow the best food and fibre in all of the world. As we heard, and I hear from the member for Nicholson, he would know. His area around Shepparton, around the Goulburn-Murray Valley area, grows some of the finest, freshest food, just like the Riverina, just like the member for New England's electorate. They grow the best food in all of the world, enough to feed 80 million people. Now, in addition, where a court can't determine a contravention, there'll be 10% of annual turnover in those higher penalties. Infringement notices of $2 million. Giving powers to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to audit the retailers and wholesalers to ensure they are dealing with suppliers lawfully, fairly. There's that word again, fairly, something that Labor should adhere to, something they should perhaps look in the dictionary as to the definition of it, and in good faith. and they are complying with the code, creating a supermarket commissioner, as I mentioned earlier, to act as a confidential avenue for farmers and suppliers, as well as introducing sector-specific divestiture powers as a last resort to address the behaviour of supermarkets and to put an end to supermarket price gouging. And if ever we needed such legislation, it is right now, because people are hurting. People cannot afford the grocery prices that they are encountering when they go to the supermarket. And why? Well, because Labor spent the first months and months and months of the government, of the 47th Parliament, worrying about a divisive referendum that did not. And you may well laugh, Minister, you may well laugh about this, but this is the fact. It did nothing to sort out the cost of living prices, cost of living pressures, the cost of living hurt that people were already experiencing because of the Labor government coming into power, coming into office. Real wages are not going up, real wages are coming down, and decisively down. People, yes, they might have higher wages, but the cost of living is taking all of that up and then much more besides. And don't take my word for it. Go and talk to a farmer, go and talk to a worker, go and see how they are hurting. And if real wages were going up, why are people pitching tents along riverbanks in country communities and hooking into the power supplies at tourist parks, etc., council-provided power, living in cars? Why is the homeless rate up? And people are hurting. And it's ordinary, everyday Australians who are worried about how they're going to put gifts under their Christmas tree this year. It's ordinary, everyday Australians who every time they go and fill up at the Bowser are paying more and more for their petrol, for their fuel. It's ordinary, everyday Australians who simply can't afford the groceries. And what do we have? We have in New South Wales a Premier, who then tells people yesterday to turn off their appliances simply because he didn't want blackouts, more blackouts, because a supposed heat wave, which is a complete folly, was affecting the power load right across the state. Well, this is the thin edge of the wedge, because if that was happening yesterday, what on earth is going to happen when it does become hot, when we get those temperatures in the mid-30s that we normally get, usually get, inevitably get, invariably get, always get, every summer? Every summer. And it's not climate change, it's just the fact that our summers are hot, and yet they will blame climate change, but it is not. It's the fact that our summers are always hot, always have been, always will be, and we live in a country of droughts and flooding rains and fires, and we now live in a country where there is a cost of living crisis, and it should not be so. We grow the best food in all of the world, the best, the cleanest, the freshest, the greenest, and what does this government do? No sooner had they lost the referendum, that divisive referendum on the voice, and then they start putting in taxes like the truckies tax. They start putting in taxes like getting our farmers to pay for the biosecurity of products to come in from overseas and compete on the shelves of the supermarkets of Australia, so that our farmers would be affected. I mean, this is nonsense, and yet this is what Labor is doing. They are not the farmer's friend. They are not being fair to families. They are not being fair to farmers, and this is just a diabolical situation. And what do we see on the last day of Parliament? They're just trying to ram this legislation through. They're trying to guillotine debate. I mean, only yesterday we saw the social media bill put in this place. And yes, I voted in support of it. And yes, so did Labor. Are you going to vote for this bill? I'm not. But what we saw yesterday, Labor talking up a bill that was so apparently needed to be happening and pushed through, but no Labor members, or hardly any, spoke on the bill. Hardly any of them spoke on the bill. And they only speak on bills when the Labor Dirt Unit sends them in here with the notes and tells them to do just that. And you might laugh, but it's true, because they all sit there, they all stand at the microphone with their notes and just read it diligently like it was they have to. They can't ever think for themselves. This bill has to be opposed. This bill is bad. This is why my amendment needs to be followed, needs to be adopted, needs to be taken up, because we have not had time to consider Labor's rushed policies, Labor's rushed bill. They're just trying to tidy everything up so they can get to Christmas, so that they can pretend as though nothing to see here, and then early next year call an election. Well, the punters are onto them. The voters are onto them, and they know that this government has not been fair to families. They know this government has not been fair to household budgets, and they certainly know in rural and regional and remote Australia that this government has not been fair to farmers. It's just too little, too late. It's just a band-aid measure by a government that is desperate to just push through legislation in the dying days of a terrible government that has been terrible for Australia. Australians are struggling with a cost of living crisis, and it is out of control. People do not know how they are going to make ends meet. They do not know how they're going to pay for their rent, how they're going to pay their mortgage, how they're going to pay for their groceries, how they're going to pay for Christmas gifts this December. The government's been too slow to act on competition policy. It has, and not just in the supermarket sector, but right across the economy. We've seen that with the news bargaining code. We've seen it with consumer data rights. We've seen it in the serious cartel allegations against, wait for it, the CFMEU. That's all right, though. John Setka's going out. He's apparently got PTSD. He's got PTSD, and he'll probably get a big payout too. Labor's friend, the CFMEU. Well, yeah, Labor's friend, because Labor takes donations after donations. Well, you didn't have the guts like Bob Hawke did with the Builders Labour's Federation and just deregister the union, and that should have been the first order of business. A tough Prime Minister like Bob Hawke would have done that. Did do that back in the day, but not this mob. The Coalition has led the way on this since the start of the term, and our package of bills that we introduced weeks ago is the outcome of that work. Led by the Nationals leader, led by the Nationals, led by the Coalition, and that's what we do. Our approach has been fair. Our approach has been right, has been proper, not this unfair for families and farmers bill, and I urge my amendment to be adopted.
Is the amendment seconded?
Amendment's seconded. And
the member for New England?
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's
I call the Honourable Minister.
I move that the question be put.
The question is that the question be put. I put the question. All that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Oh yeah, no, we understand that. It's in the style guide.
They didn't even notice that two ends.
What happened to democracy?
Imagine if we can figure that out. You can do about 10 minutes about the two ends.
My people sent me to sit on my ass. And the more Michael spoke, the more I felt like I was. What to also in fact, you will reach the end of the regretting that one. I feel like I'm being addressed by a member from New England. I've been sent down here, sent away, sent down. Sharing on right. I mean, you got a count. What's that? We were sharing on. Lunchtime, I did the same. One job. Yeah, we'll look at the lunch. We will.
He's our best ally, one of the biggest supporters. Yeah, I think they referenced
The question is, the question be put. Lock the doors. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werrow and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is aye 74, noes 54. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. So we've now dealt with the issue of the second reading and that question being put. So I'll put the question before the House that the bill be now read a second time. Just let me advise the House, the difficulty is the question was never stated before the House. So it was moved, it was seconded. Yeah, I'm aware, the member for New England. The second Deputy Speaker didn't state the question before the House. So the resolution that we've just undertaken that was the question that had been stated before the House, which was the bill be read a second time. You can appreciate the position I'm in. So the House has just resolved to deal with the question to be put, which was before the House, was that the bill be read a second time. So that is what we're going to have to deal with. So I'll put the question before the House that the bill read a second time. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
So just for my education, what?
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. I understand some members moved during the division. They didn't. No one has moved during this division. The member for Wentworth. We shall reflect the tally to ensure that members who are not participating in the division are indicated as such. Order. The result of the division is ayes 78, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of the Registry's modernisation program, information and safety standards, Housing Australia, industry codes, taxation, corporations, financial services and foreign acquisitions and takeovers, and for other purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Give a call to... Is leave granted for the third reading?
Leave's granted.
Bill be now read a third time.
Order.
You did, you gave
Order. No, the Assistant Minister will just pause. We'll just pause. We're going to recommit this again to get it right. We're just that's okay. We're just going to go through the process one by one. Get it right. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
No, it's not.
Leave is not granted. Order. Order. Members on my right. It doesn't need a reaction. just going to deal with this in a professional way. The Leader of the House.
Speaker, from the contingency motion, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the motion for the third reading being moved without delay.
I'll explain to the House what the Leader has moved. On page 6 of today's notice paper, Standing Order 147, contingent on the second reading of a bill being agreed to and the Speaker announced any message from the Governor-General, just as I'd explained to the House under Standing Order 147, a minister may move so much of the standing orders to be suspended as would prevent the motion of the third reading being moved immediately. So the Leader of the House have done that. So I'll place that question before the House. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. If members are changing their vote, to advise the tellers accordingly. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the motion be agreed to, moved by the Leader of the House. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werra and Bean as tellers for the ayes, the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 77, noes 58. The call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Noes have a division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werrow and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 77, noes 53. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. And I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to the cessation of Registries Modernisation Program, Information and Safety Standards, Housing Australia, Industry Codes, Taxation, Corporations, Financial Services and Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers, and for other purposes.
And I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Future Made in Australia Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on second reading.
The question is the bill be now read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In March this year, I moved a private member's motion calling on the government to increase Australia's international competitiveness for new energy industries, specifically by introducing production tax incentives. This motion was part of a long list of speeches and representations I've made, urging the government for a bold response to the United States Inflation Reduction Act. I've been worried that Australia is not acting fast enough or decisively enough to take advantage of the global transition to green energy. And so today I'm pleased to rise in support of the government's introduction of production tax incentives for hydrogen and critical minerals, which will support Australian industry in an increasingly competitive international market. I want to talk about why we need incentives like these, why production tax incentives are the way to go, and what it means for the future of hydrogen and critical minerals for Australia, and specifically WA. With decarbonisation, the global economy is shifting. After a transitional period, different countries will emerge as winners and losers, depending on their natural advantages and how nimbly they've responded to new opportunities. There's much discussion about Australia's natural advantages in a net zero global economy, our abundance of sun, wind and critical minerals. For example, Australia is one of the few countries in the world with all the input minerals and materials required for lithium batteries. But we face a very real risk of remaining a country that digs and ships, rather than being a serious and competitive producer of new energy, unless we make sure downstream processing projects are established onshore. We also need to build a more resilient and diversified economy, one that will not only thrive in a decarbonised world, but will also withstand shocks and financial disruptions like we suffered through the COVID-19 pandemic, followed by the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. Right now, Australia has poor economic complexity. We rank 93 out of 133 countries, ranked between Uganda and Pakistan. Our economic complexity ranking has dropped 27 places since 2007. For comparison, some of the countries we normally see as our peers rank first for Japan, and 8th for the UK, and 14th for the US. According to Harvard's Atlas of Economic Complexity, Australia's low result is due to a lack of diversification of exports. If we want a strong, stable and prosperous economy, we need to diversify into decarbonised industries and production of more complex products that the world wants. The Inflation Reduction Act broke new ground with its $1 trillion Australian commitment to green and renewable energy. It was the most significant climate legislation in US history. Approximately 2/3 of this IRA budget is allocated to uncapped tax incentives for different stages of production within clean energy industries. These tax incentives deliver a deafeningly loud signal to investors that are considering doing new energy business in the US. Now, while we don't know exactly what the future is for the US Inflation Reduction Act post-Trump, it is clear that the race is on for countries to position themselves as leaders in the new energy economy. If President Trump does roll back some of the IRA incentives, it could actually be an opportunity that we need to catch up. Investors are looking for reasons to choose Australia over other countries. Companies are actively looking to develop and grow their renewables operations in Australia, but they need this government to give them tangible confirmation of Australia's energy transition vision and give them the confidence and certainty that Australia will welcome and incentivise the new energy opportunities currently knocking on our door. In the US, the manufacturing of batteries, solar panels and wind turbines, as well as the processing of critical minerals, attracts production tax incentives, as well as further bonus tax credits for components made in the US. The US package also has committed tax credits for any investments in zero-emissions electricity generation facilities or energy storage technology. The Smart Energy Council here in Australia has reported that due to the attractive US incentives, many of its member companies are moving their facilities to the US or proactively considering how to access IRA incentives. With Australian production costs already 10% higher than in the US, it's essential that the government provides a clear signal that Australia is ready and willing to invest in value-adding downstream projects. We have all the natural resources for this to make sense, but if other countries beat us to build the infrastructure, it will be too late. Production tax incentives are a proven mechanism that means you pay less tax when you actually produce something. The way production tax incentives usually work is to attach the credit to phases of manufacturing and production for a set period. Independent research from Mandala Partners found that the key driver for financial close for downstream projects is incentives that help mitigate total operating costs throughout production cycles. Not loans and not upfront grants, but long-term embedded incentives that encourage advantages in production. Instead of money paid up front for something that may or may not become tangible, production tax incentives are payable only when you deliver, so taxpayers are paying for results. The hydrogen production tax incentive in this bill is intended to bring forward project development, make renewable hydrogen available sooner, and build scale to reduce production costs over time. It will be delivered through Australia's tax system as a refundable tax offset, providing a $2 per kilogram incentive for renewable hydrogen to eligible producers for up to 10 years, finishing in 2040. The CSIRO recognises that green hydrogen is likely to play a significant role in a net zero global energy economy, with the potential to avoid approximately 1/3 of Australia's current fossil fuel emissions by 2050. Under the government's National Hydrogen Strategy, published earlier this year, green hydrogen manufactured in upcoming hydrogen hubs operating with reduced production costs will complement other renewable energy sources identified under the Climate Change Bill. But hydrogen still faces significant hurdles. Its current high production costs at $5 to $6 per kilogram must fall to about $2 a kilogram in order to become commercially viable. This should happen over time with technological innovation and renewables prices decreasing. For many hard-to-abate industries like steelmaking, shipping and aviation, hydrogen is the most promising prospect for decarbonisation, but it's not yet competitively priced. This production tax incentive for hydrogen is a step in the right direction. Ultimately, hydrogen will get there, but we need to make sure we are in the race by the time it does. Many other countries are competing to be leaders in hydrogen. Critical minerals such as lithium, nickel, cobalt, silicon and rare earth elements are essential components in many rapidly growing clean energy technologies. They're critical because they can't be easily or cost-effectively substituted. This bill targets critical minerals by introducing the CMPTI, with eligible entities able to claim up to 10% of their eligible expenditure for the processing and refining of critical minerals for a maximum 10-year period. This would be delivered in the form of a refundable offset similar to that proposed to hydrogen. Analysis by Mandala Partners estimates that the economic benefit of supported downstream processing of critical minerals could represent up to $2.4 billion in Australia's economy by 2035. Now, Western Australia, my home state, accounts for around half of global lithium production and is a major exporter of nickel, cobalt, manganese and rare earth elements. This government has already put nickel on the official critical minerals list and in February announced a 50% royalty discount for 18 months to address serious competition in that market, which was a positive step. It's essential that we accelerate opportunities in WA's critical minerals sector and capitalise now on the position that critical and battery minerals will play in decarbonising the global economy. And the final component of this legislation affords Indigenous Business Australia greater powers to borrow and raise money by reducing barriers on investment partners, both Commonwealth and private. This modernisation of IBA's borrowing powers provides flexibility so that IBA can play a bigger role in supporting and promoting First Nations economic self-determination. The Joint Standing Committee on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Affairs, of which I'm a member, recently concluded our inquiry into economic self-determination and opportunities for First Nations Australians. Recommendation 8 of that report, which was tabled yesterday, was that the Australian Government strengthen existing and develop new instruments to enhance and fast-track Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people's access to finance and capital. And I commend the Government's responsiveness to the Joint Standing Committee regarding this matter as a first step. Before I conclude, I would like to make a comment about the Leader of the Opposition's stance on this bill. When the production tax incentives were announced in the budget, the Leader of the Opposition went running to the media declaring that the incentives were tax cuts for billionaires and vowing to repeal the bill if elected. This statement put him at odds with the WA Liberal Party. The WA Liberals are in favour of this bill because it's good for WA. I'm baffled as to how the Leader of the Opposition, who purports to be a champion of business and good economic management, would oppose an incentive that's designed to increase investment and innovation in Australia. Funding production tax incentives for critical minerals and hydrogen will be good for WA as we encourage investment and add value and green energy to our natural resources. And by extension, that's also good for Australia. In conclusion, I'm pleased to see a production tax incentives approach taken here. It means incentives are only paid once something's produced, it gives certainty to emerging industries, and it ensures that we can make the most of our natural resources and positions us as a long-term leader in a net zero economy. I commend the bill to the House.
Question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this bill, like so many of the government's bills, follows the standard procedure. It's just like It Must Be Another Day that ends in Y. We've got a bill with a really impressive name. Of course, everyone backs a future made in Australia, but when you again look at the detail, it doesn't stack up. But this bill also highlights one of the fatal flaws of the Albanese Labor government. The Albanese Labor government are obsessed with picking winners, picking their favourites like PsiQuantum, Silicon Valley-based company, which they put under the Future Made in Australia banner, instead of focusing on raising all boats with a rising tide and making decisions to get the key economic indicators right. They're focused on tax credits in the 2030s, which probably won't even make a difference. Let's chat to Twiggy Forrester about that. He's pulling out of green hydrogen. But I want to share, when they focus on this issue of picking winners and they're distracted, there's real-world consequences, Deputy Speaker. And I want to share a letter from Kathy at the Discovery Community Care in my community. She wrote to me, so frustrated with this government. I want to read her words. They need to be heard. Towards the end of 2023, we noticed a significant shift in those reaching out for food support. It was no longer only those who were unemployed or experiencing homelessness or who were struggling with mental health challenges. The biggest demographic shift was now those working, but they cannot make ends meet. The working poor category has been the biggest growth demographic for us in 2024. We are now helping more families, whereas historically our households may have represented predominantly singles or smaller households. We now have on average 100 people walking through our doors each week, which equates to 586 people in households. We have grown by 400% since March 2024. The recent funding offered by the government for food relief has landed with OzHarvest, Second Bite and the larger organisations, which I'm sure they all need also. However, the organisations at the grassroots level who are at the coalface, interacting with the people, putting food on the tables for families and giving hundreds of thousands of unpaid hours to make this possible, also need funding that doesn't require us to jump through hoops and give copious hours to do so, only to often be overlooked for the bigger activities when we are already time poor. An example of the struggles of my community, which the Treasurer and the Prime Minister seem immune to. They're focused on tax credits and anything but helping the Australian people. And to make it worse for Kathy and our community, the program of government funding that she referred to, Deputy Speaker, was $14 million that the government put out into the community to help those in need. At the exact same time, when we look at the priorities of the government, that they committed that $14 million, they also committed $40 million to sell the Stage 3 tax cuts. $40 million to sell something that didn't need to be sold, $14 million to help food relief centres. I do wonder and I do worry about, as they rush this bill through today, Deputy Speaker, how much they are going to spend to sell this future made in Australia production tax credits, which are not going to help anyone in Casey make any difference to the challenges the Australian people face. But when we understand everything under the Future Made in Australia banner, we look at it holistically. It's an important point we need to understand. It's picking winners. And I mentioned Psi Quantum, Deputy Speaker. I want to again talk to Psi Quantum as an example and talk to the process that Psi Quantum went under, because the Australian people need to understand that if the flawed process undertaken by Psi Quantum, one of the first projects under this Future Made in Australia banner, every process that they look at has a cloud over it. So we know that Minister Hughes picked his favourite. He was sold on Psi Quantum in early 2023. He was so sold and he had so much confidence that he clearly gave agreements to the Psi Quantum company, that they were going to get the money that they required, because Psi Quantum were out in the investor community sending emails confirming their advanced negotiations with the Australian government. So they were talking to venture capitalists, talking to investors, trying to get more money for Psi Quantum off the back of the agreement that they had and the advanced negotiations they had with the Australian people. Now, there's a big problem with this in the timing, Deputy Speaker. They were telling people in July of 2023 about this advanced negotiations and agreement they had. Now, the problem for the minister that he's still not addressed is that the EOI process, the independent EOI process that he loves to talk about, actually started in August of 2023. So we've got taxpayer money all under the Future Made in Australia banner, which really should be rebranded Future Made in Silicon Valley, because that's the head office of Psi Quantum, telling people we've got money before a supposed independent EOI process is underway. So how can the Australian people trust anything this government says when it comes to the Future Made in Australia? They can't. And this is the problem. The outcome is predetermined. Lobbyists line up to the Minister for Industry, the Treasurer, to get their support, because if you get the support of the government, you get the red carpet. And if you're a business trying to go about your best life to create the economic opportunities for your community, you're abandoned. But it's even better than that. The Prime Minister, when asked about it, talked about, and I quote, "There is a first mover advantage in areas such as this, and Australia can't afford to sit back and watch other countries get ahead of us in an area where we have this enormous opportunity." Now, the problem with that for the Prime Minister is at the same time that we gave $1 billion of taxpayer money, the US state of Illinois gave Psi Quantum $760 million to build the same computer in the state of Illinois, in Chicago. So we're not even getting the first mover advantage. It feels, Deputy Speaker, very much like the Simpsons episode on the monorail. They sold the monorail to the community as a great opportunity. Minister Hughes got sold on the monorail of Psi Quantum. He disregarded process. He disregarded taxpayer money. He went all in on this one company, and it completely undermines the process of any bill under the Future Made in Australia. Because how do we not know that other organisations have not been able to lobby successfully? How do we not know that those industries that are going to get these tax credits, what work have they done?
It being 1:30 p.m, the debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. I call the Honourable Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As all members know, it can be difficult at times juggling our commitments here in Canberra with the various community events that we all like to try and attend as many as possible. And so last weekend, the stars really did align for me to go to 3 excellent events in the brief time that I was back home in my electorate between Friday and Sunday. And I'd like to thank, firstly, at my local Indian community, who had a lovely Diwali dinner at the Chennai Palace restaurant on North East Road in Holden Hill in my electorate. It was great to go and spend a lovely evening with them on Friday night. Within 24 hours, I was again at the Payneham RSL for their Christmas supper event with the very impressive Rat Pack tribute band, and I know a great night was had by all who attended, and there's such a strong RSL that do great work, working with obviously their members and veterans, but they put on great events that so many people from the community come to and attend. And then the Church of the Annunciation, Catholic Church in Hectorville, had a lovely Mass service on Sunday morning, which again it was an honour to attend and be with that very large community at that milestone service that they held. It just reminds us how lucky we are to be in this place representing communities with such great diversity. And for me, that was the excellent weekend I had with 3 of my great community groups between the last 2 sitting weeks.
Member for Bennelong.
Deputy Speaker, gendered violence is a national tragedy that affects every corner of our society. No matter your wealth, race, class, age or background, it does not discriminate, and its impact reverberates through all communities. It robs individuals of their safety, their dignity and, in too many cases, their lives. This morning, Australia Femicide Watch, run by Sherelle Moody, reported the deaths of Coral Senior and Thelma Clausen in Western Australia. They are the 87th and 88th women to be killed by gendered violence in Australia this year. They represent much more than statistics, Deputy Speaker. They are lives lost, futures stolen and families changed forever. Every woman has the right to live without fear, without a fear of violence, fear of being dismissed or fear of not being believed. Yet despite our progress as a nation, gendered violence persists. It's not enough to just say that this isn't okay. Every single one of us needs to step up. Today in Bennelong, my great friend and colleague, Councillor Penny Pedersen, led a march in Macquarie Park to campaign against gendered violence. She's been advancing this cause for years, fighting for all women, fighting for justice and dignity. Like her, we all want a society where everyone, no matter who they are, can live without fear. Gendered violence is not inevitable, but it's something our society has accepted for too long. We need to call it out, reject it and build one where women are safe from gendered violence.
Member for Herbert.
The Labor Defence Minister is failing the brave men and women of the Australian Defence Force. Shame. Just recently, soldiers from the 3rd Battalion Royal Australian Regiment travelled to South Korea with 10 other nations to participate in Exercise Tiger Dingo. You would think they would have all the equipment and all the gear that they need to represent us on the national stage. Well, you'd be wrong. They weren't issued cold weather gear. They got told there isn't enough for them. So we had people that had to go buy their own. Others got a portion of funding to be able to do it. But all in all, that's quite embarrassing that we can't even support our people on exercise. How are we supposed to do it in combat? And if you look at what's happening in the Special Forces world, we've got dog restraints that you can use in New South Wales, but you can't in Queensland or you can't in Western Australia. They're not nationalised. So we're not training our people in country on how we'd do it overseas. We need our people to be able to train how they will fight. We need to make sure there's a standard that is a national standard when it comes to supporting the Australian Defence Force, because whether you're an MP, whether you're an engineer with a dog, or whether you're a dog handler in the Special Forces world, we should all have the same rules. Instead, we have a Defence Minister more worried about the back nine and his handicap on the golf course. We need a minister that stands up for the ADF.
Member for Colwell.
Deputy Speaker, on November 26, Pakistani security forces launched a midnight operation against unarmed, peaceful PTI protesters in Islamabad, resulting in what has been described as a massacre. About 100,000 PTI supporters were peacefully protesting and calling for accountability for election rigging, the immediate release of political prisoners and the restoration of democracy and the rule of law, and the reversal of authoritarian amendments and military overreach in Pakistan. Using live ammunition and excessive force, security forces attacked violently, with unofficial sources suggesting over 400 deaths and countless injuries. The political situation in Pakistan continues to be critical since the ousting of former Prime Minister Imran Khan in April 2022 and following an assassination attempt in November 2022. Imran Khan remains incarcerated on what is described as politically motivated charges as the military-led regime continues to crush the people's dissent by launching a systemic crackdown on workers and leaders of the Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf Party. In the 2024 general election on February 4th, despite attempts by the Electoral Commission to hinder the PTI by stripping its election symbol, the bat, they went on to receive a landslide victory, a testament to its mass support. Cornwall, Deputy Speaker, is home to a large Pakistani-Australian community who have again raised their concerns regarding the deterioration of democracy in Pakistan. The PTI's Australian chapter calls on this parliament to condemn Pakistan's state-sanctioned repression, which has led to the Islamabad massacre, and to urge the restoration of democracy.
Call to member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Big corporations are making billions in profit while everyone else is struggling. Millions of people across this country are struggling to keep their heads above water, and no corporation should hoard billions in profits while 3 million people are in poverty. We need to stop big corporations ripping people off so we can fund real cost of living relief for all of us. Norway properly taxes the profits of oil and gas corporations to pay for universal education, healthcare and services that benefit everyone. There are examples around the world and even in Australia's own past of bold actions that have improved people's lives. Band-aid solutions just don't cut it. People know a better world is possible, and as we struggle through the cost of living crisis, they know the only barrier to help now is the political one. We can't keep voting for the same two parties who take millions in donations from the big corporations fueling these problems and expect different results. If we properly tax these fossil fuel giants and multinational corporations, we could afford to improve everyone's lives, bringing dental into Medicare, mental health care into Medicare, making union TAFE free again, building 100% publicly owned renewable power to bring down electricity bills. This is all possible if we have a government that's actually willing to be bold. The best way to keep out the LNP and to stop the rise of the far right in this country and across the world is to implement policies that tackle big corporate interests and make the economy work for everyone again, not just those at the top. The two-party system has to end.
Apologies. Member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, hundreds of families in my electorate of Bean and families right through the ACT rely on early education operators to provide professionally run centres. Early education is absolutely essential to the first steps for children. It's also a building block for many families, especially women, to participate fully in the workforce. That's why I find the representations I've received from local families about poor experiences with a new operator in the Bean electorate so alarming. Families have reported that in times gone by, their local centre in Gowrie had met their needs and upheld high standards of care. However, earlier this year, a new operator, Genius, has taken over and serious problems have followed. This includes reports of staff not being paid on time, a number of staff leaving, standards of gardening, cleaning and building maintenance declining, and poor communication with families. This has resulted in many families feeling the need to leave the Gowrie Centre. These reports are of concern to not only the families whose children still attend this centre, but for all others who are connected to centres run by the same operator throughout the ACT. I'm pleased to join with other ACT representatives and lend my voice to the call for the operator to get its act together. Deputy Speaker, I also believe and will continue to advocate that all bodies with regulatory responsibilities in this space must take all appropriate steps to ensure the rights of staff, children and families are upheld.
Member for Curtin.
As the parliamentary year draws to a close, my thoughts turn to home and the power of the Curtin community. Almost 3 years ago, my community asked me to run for a seat in Parliament, and in turn, I asked my community to get involved. And every week for almost 3 years, they have stepped up. I want to thank my community for their engagement, which has directly shaped how I speak and how I vote. We've held 19 policy events on topics like housing, aged care, cost of living and electrification. We've made 8 community submissions on topics like fuel efficiency, plastics, online safety, transport and housing. We have community catch-ups every month and Canberra debriefs after each sitting week. My youth advisory group is an awesome team of committed and passionate 16-year-olds who are ready to make their voices heard. They're not just talking about the future, they're helping me shape it. Curtin's involvement allows me to treat every vote as a conscience vote. It allows me to change my vote in response to community opinion. No servant of a major party can do that. My community wants a better democracy, and this year, again, they got involved. So thank you, Curtin. It might have been my name on the annoying campaign posters, but it's been your voice in Parliament.
Member for Hunter.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Right now, our country needs progress and fairness, but the opposition are standing in the way, threatening the good work we've done together. Take education and skills. They've called fee-free TAFE wasteful spending. That's an insult to the hard-working Australians learning new skills to build better lives and grow our economy. We're investing in TAFE to support workers and industries, and they are planning to make cuts and take these opportunities away. Then there's fairness at work. Our same job, same pay reforms make sure workers are getting paid properly, closing the labour hire loopholes that let big businesses take advantage of the hard-working Australians. But those opposite want to scrap these changes, make it easier for big companies to put profits before people. Then they have the nuclear power fantasy that will keep us living in the dark for a decade. The results are in. The experts have said that to have nuclear power in Australia, it will take 8 to 10 years just to build the regulatory framework, plus another 10+ years to build the power plants. That takes us to 2045, with the majority of coal-fired power stations closing in 2035. Australians deserve fairness, opportunity and affordable energy. But the opposition's ideas are to undo the progress we've made for hard-working Australians. We simply can't afford this to happen, Deputy Speaker. So if you want to keep fee-free TAFE, if you want to keep same job, same pay, make sure you vote for Labor at the next election, because the opposition's ready to rip this away, and that's disgusting for the people of the Hunter and disgusting for Australia. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Durack.
Privacy and identity protection are fundamental rights in the digital age, and any legislation addressing online safety must prioritise these principles. While protecting our children on social media is important, it must not be done at the expense of personal privacy. The Coalition has consistently stood firm on privacy concerns. Earlier this year, we opposed the Albanese government's digital ID laws due to significant risks, and these same principles must guide us as we craft laws governing social media use. The reality is clear. Social media exposes our children to harm. Grooming, bullying, body shaming and anxiety. This is the damaging side of social media that our children are facing, and it has created a youth mental health crisis. It is imperative, however, that we strike the right balance, which is why we on this side of the House have worked carefully to secure critical amendments to the legislation to ban under-16s from social media. We fought to guarantee that no Australian will be forced to provide a digital ID, driver's licence or passport when creating a social media account. Furthermore, we also ensured that platforms will be prohibited from using information collected for age assurances purposes for any other reason unless the individual explicitly agrees. The Coalition remains dedicated to the ongoing review and improvement of the bill to ban under-16s on social media. We commit to Australian families that we are watching the rollout very closely.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Last week, the Northern Territory lost a giant. Today, friends and family say goodbye to Shyam Bali, a local legend in Darwin. He was born in India and migrated to Australia via England, studied and worked in hospitality before arriving in the NT in 1982 and setting up Darwin's first Indian restaurant, the Maharaja. He has worked in schools and tertiary institutions across the NT, whilst also working several volunteer roles, including as President of the Indian Cultural Society of the NT. He was awarded the City of Darwin's Citizen of the Year Award in 2021 for being regarded as one of the most generous Darwinians that year. And after identifying a gap in the models of disability service delivery in the Territory, Shyam opened Territory Care and Support Services in 1999, which is now one of the leading providers of care in the Territory. Shyam was a passionate advocate for the NT, especially for the multicultural community. I had the pleasure of working with him a few years back, setting up India Ideas Fest. Shyam is remembered as a loving husband to Kumi, a wonderful father to Kashini and Shyam, and an adoring grandfather to Inika, Isla, Hamish, Rani and Luca, a beloved brother to Bobby, Kiran and Shana, and kind father-in-law to Cameron and Ursula. Shambali, rest in peace, mate.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. May I take this opportunity to thank the people of Moore, my constituents, who have sent me here as their representative. This year has been a particularly challenging one for many residents in our community, as we have faced both social and economic pressures and juggling cost of living issues. To all of our health care workers, emergency services personnel, community service workers and school educators, your contribution to our community is valued. This is also the time to thank the dedicated and skilled staff in my electorate office. Without them, I would not be able to serve my community and respond to the volume of correspondence received. Thank you. I look forward to returning home and spending the next few weeks attending school graduations, community events, and enjoying Christmas carols. Thank you to all the Parliament House staff, the clerks, the Sergeant-at-Arms office personnel, the cleaners, Comcar drivers, hospitality staff, and the attendants for your assistance on a daily basis. I wish you all a safe and restful holiday season with your family and friends. And with your continued support, I look forward to returning in 2025 to continue making the community of Moore an even better place in which to live and work. Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Second Deputy Speaker. I give the call to the member for Reid.
Last week, Ian Wong retired from the Chinese Australian Services Society. It's an extraordinary organisation that supports multicultural communities across all life stages, from childcare and disability to residential aged care, home support, settlement and vocational training. And Ivan has been the bedrock of that organisation for more than 30 years. He has contributed to CASA's evolution from a small organisation to a comprehensive service provider, offering a full range of community services. Ivan played a significant role in developing CASA's home, ageing and disability services and has worked closely with over 800 CAS staff and 350 active volunteers from diverse Asian backgrounds. He was instrumental in the construction of an award-winning residential aged care facility in Campsie in 2015. This facility delivers culturally sensitive care through bilingual staff, and I've been to visit the facility in Campsie. It's a wonderful community hub, aged care alongside early childhood education and community groups. I wanted to say thank you to Ivan for your decades of service. You've inspired a new generation of leaders to carry forward your vision of culturally sensitive care to the community.
Member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we're coming to the tail end of the 47th Parliament, and what a week of chaos we have seen. The government has failed to get any runs on the board this year, so what do? Try and cram as much in at the tail end of the sitting period as they can. The Australian public will look back on 2024 and ask, are my groceries cheaper? Is my electricity cheaper? Is my housing cheaper? The answer to all of these questions, Deputy Speaker, is a resounding no. Michael Gurney from Cedar Creek in my electorate reached out to me through the week, and Michael's household electricity bill has skyrocketed, and he wants explanations as to why. How does this government spin its way out of these ever-increasing costs for everybody right across the country? Iconic Aussie business Sealy International, which has an office in my electorate, told the Senate Select Committee into Labor's cost of living crisis that their electricity prices have increased by almost 60% this year. Managing Director John Sealy said, and I quote, "Government energy policy has driven huge price increases for consumers and businesses like ours. Australians are paying the price for Labor's reckless economic and energy policies, and as people sit around the Christmas table, they'll ask a simple question: are we better off now than we were 3 years ago? And the answer is no."
Member for Tangney.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Karen Whitland. Karen Whitland is exactly the person you want fighting for you. She fought for me when I was a candidate, and later she worked in my office and served hundreds and hundreds of people of Tangney. Now, Karen Whitland is a Labour candidate for Durack. Karen wants to stand up and advocate for the people of Durack. Karen was born and raised in Geraldton. She had summer in Kalbarri and school camp everywhere from Mount Magnet to Carnarvon. Her father owned a respected real estate agent in Geraldton. Even as a younger, she was always jumping in the car with her father and meeting people from all over the place in the community. Karen's life experiences would be a great value to our parliament. She has been a cook in the Aboros Islands. She has been fished out of Geraldton and worked in the pearling industry in Broome. She was in the merchant navy. In her long seafaring career, she has seen the entire coastline of Durack. Karen is a strong advocate for equity and for those whose voices are underrepresented. She is a passionate leader. She has many years of experience as a councillor and deputy mayor, and she loves her community and she wants to serve. And she will advocate and deliver for the people of Durack. Karen Winners, Karen Whelan, go for it.
And the member for Hume.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today, Deputy Speaker, Labor has done a dirty deal with the Greens to rush through legislation without scrutiny, which will make life harder for Australian households and Australian businesses. Deputy Speaker, that includes red tape additions on business, opposing bigger tax cuts for small business, legislation to sack and stack the Reserve Bank Board, confirming that Labor speaks as one with the radical Greens on economic policy, Deputy Speaker. Now, this follows a week where Labor has consistently voted with the Greens on economic legislation. And by voting with the Greens on the RBA, rather than accepting the Coalition's clearly articulated red-line issues, the Treasurer has confirmed he aligns with the Greens on calling for the Reserve Bank Governor to be sacked, on calling for the Reserve Bank to direct Australian businesses access to finance, Deputy Speaker. The Greens, in their dissenting report on the legislation, have called monetary policy a perversity and accused the Reserve Bank of practising neo-feudalism. And that's who the Treasurer aligns with, Deputy Speaker. He would rather align himself with these views than guarantee the independence of the existing Reserve Bank Board. But he will trash every institution in this country, including, of course, the Future Fund. The Prime Minister must step in again. He's been doing that this week, and show some leadership and kill this deal, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Tomorrow is Black Friday. It is important to recognise that those bargains, which millions of people enjoy, don't come from nothing. They come from the efforts of workers around the country and beyond. And those efforts result in the billions of dollars of revenue their employers receive every year, employers like Amazon. But despite the back-breaking shifts, the stupidly high quotas that these workers fulfil to generate that revenue, Amazon doesn't give back. Their employers are met with appalling conditions on the job instead. This includes actual surveillance of human beings in the workplace, punitively enforced through advanced digital technology to coercively control workers. Even worse, when these workers speak out about this, while they already spend every day fearing for their job security, Amazon make it as hard as possible for these workers to organise, which just entrenches that company's shocking behaviour even further. Amazon aren't only ripping off their workers with their idea of Black Friday deals, they're also actively dodging taxes in this country and elsewhere, rounding out a company doing everything it can to avoid corporate social responsibility, both on the warehouse floor and across the nation as a whole. That's why I'm proud to stand in solidarity with the TWU, the SDA and workers all over the world to make Amazon pay this Black Friday. People work to live, they don't live to work. And the sooner Amazon realise that, the sooner their employers will enjoy better lives.
Member for Wannon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And yesterday I got a briefing from the Emergency Services Commissioner, and I'd like to thank the government for that. And what the Emergency Service Commissioner has said, that particularly for Western Victoria, we are going to have a very early start to the fire season. And so the message was very clear. Make sure that you are prepared, and make sure that you are prepared early, because the onset of the fire season for us is coming a lot earlier than it otherwise would. Now, obviously, dependent on weather, in particular rainfall, what happens in January and February could see those extreme warnings also apply for those 2 months, but that of course will be weather dependent. But for the month of December, the message was clear. Make sure that you've done all the work that's necessary to protect your house. Make sure for all those volunteers that you do your minimum skills training so that you'll be able to continue to volunteer with the local CFA. And in particular, for those professionals, obviously we want to work with you to make sure we get the message out there that we're in for a very, very difficult fire season in Western Victoria.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With less than a month to go until Christmas, if you haven't got your gift wrapping sorted yet, our very talented students at Capitol Hill Early Childhood Centre have quite the deal for you. Stop by their store on the way to grab lunch or dinner today or tomorrow to pick up your one-of-a-kind and beautifully handcrafted wrapping paper and Christmas cards. I picked mine up yesterday from my little friend and budding entrepreneur, Imogen Green. And when you hear "next customer please" bellowing down the halls, make sure you stop and support a great cause. And Deputy Speaker, there's another bellowing voice that I know all kids would love to hear. Luckily, until Christmas Eve, kids can call the North Pole for free from any of Telstra's more than 14,000 payphones, simply by dialling "ho ho ho," which on the keypad is hashtag 464646. Whilst this is a simple, cost-free way for kids to chat one-on-one with Santa, it is also a great way to teach kids, big or small, how to use a payphone and how to memorise important phone numbers. Research shows that 54% of Australians can't remember a single mobile or landline number in a vulnerable situation. But with all standard national calls free from payphones all year round, this is an interactive, fun and exciting way to learn. You can find your closest payphone using the Finder on Telstra.com.
Member for Deakin.
Well, the housing crisis under this incompetent Labor government is just getting worse. We not only have fewer homes being built, fewer homes being completed, less first-home buyers and fewer approvals. Whilst all of that is happening, we still have the world record migration program being run by this government. 1.4 million new migrants with no idea of where they are going to live. On every single metric, the Australian people have seen housing go backwards under this shambolic Albanese government. But the sad news for Australians is the housing crisis will just get worse. If you look at the approval data over the next 12, 18, 24 months, even fewer homes are going to be built. And what's the big answer? What's the big answer from the government? The big answer is we want big corporates to own tens of thousands of homes in this country. Fewer mums and dads owning homes, fewer mums and dads and more big foreign corporates. And the other big idea is their so-called Help to Buy program. It should be called the Forced to Sell program, because that's exactly what will happen to people who participate in it. The Australian people have spoken. They know this Labor government has no idea about housing, and sadly that's why it's going to get worse under their watch.
Call to the element for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. The 12 Days of Christmas 2024 edition.
Order.
On the first day of Christmas, Parliament had scenes. We witnessed a new romance between the Liberals and the Greens. On the second day of Christmas, young people will be set. If we are re-elected, we'll keep wiping student debt. Yeah. On the third day of Christmas, we want women to achieve. It's why we're paying super on paid parental leave. Yeah. On the fourth day of Christmas, tax returns went hum. We delivered tax cuts for all, not just for some. Yeah. On the fifth day of Christmas, Peter tried to go retail, announcing nuclear energy but forgetting any detail. On the sixth day of Christmas, the Liberals want us to rescind, but we are pushing on with record solar and wind. On the seventh day of Christmas, to the Liberals' surprise, Labor helped workers actually get a much-needed pay rise. On the eighth day of Christmas, the Greens lost the plot, saying to the Liberals, we'll vote with you guys on the lot. On the 9th day of Christmas, the Liberals went into hibernation because the New South Wales division forgot to submit their nomination. On the 10th day of Christmas, digging their heels in deeper, the Liberals voted against our plan to make medicines cheaper. And on the 11th day of Christmas, your future is safe. More high school training and jobs thanks to fee-free TAFE. And on the 12th day of Christmas, the others make us queasy. In 2025, let's stick with Albanese.
Order. Order. On that note, in accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has thankfully concluded. Order. We shall move to, before we move to questions, I have an announcement to make. I have to report that the order of the day relating to the Prime Minister's motion of condolence in connection with the death of the Honourable John Charles Hodges has been debated in the Federation Chamber and is returned to the House. I present a certified copy of the motion, and I understand it is the wish of the House to consider the matter immediately. The question is that the motion moved by the Honourable Prime Minister be agreed to, and as a mark of respect, I ask all present to signify their approval by rising in their places. I thank the House. Questions without notice. Are there any questions without notice? I give the call to the Honourable the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Minister for the Environment. Does the government still intend to reform the EPBC Act in this term of Parliament? And is the Minister aware of any impediments to its passage?
Order. Order. Members on my left will cease interjecting. No. The members was given the courtesy of silence, and the Minister is going to be given that same courtesy. He has the call.
Thanks so much, Mr Speaker. And it's a very interesting question coming from a former Minister for the Environment.
Order. No, we've just discussed about showing courtesy, as the Deputy Leader was. So let's just get through the first question.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. It's a very interesting question coming from a former Minister for the Environment who actually commissioned Professor Graham Samuel to review the Environment Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, agreed with his recommendations, tried to get them through the Parliament and didn't manage to do it. So, having claimed that she would deliver environmental law reform, didn't. Mr Speaker, we have in the Senate right now stage 2 of our environmental law reform. Stage 1 passed through this Parliament around this time last year. We established the nature repair market and, of course, we expanded the water trigger. Stage 2 is in the Senate right now, and if those opposite had any sense, they would vote for it in the Senate, because what it does is provide faster, clearer decision-making for business, something that business has been calling for, since 2020, when the former Minister reviewed.
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition will cease objecting. So will the member for Moreton. Order.
Mr Speaker, I think the Leader of the Opposition continues to mistake aggro for strength.
That's right.
Order.
Stage 2 of our environmental law reform has something for everyone. It's got faster, clearer decisions for business. It's got much stronger environmental protections. What it does is establish Australia's first Environment Protection Agency. It also establishes Environment Information Australia, which would provide much clearer data about how we're going with the environment, and it would also provide information to business about where and how they can develop all of the projects that we know Australia needs, the infrastructure projects, the housing projects, and so on. And The real mystery here is how those opposite, having commissioned Professor Graham Samuel
Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Good look at our environmental laws, were not able to accept Professor Samuel's recommendations given to your government when you were the minister.
Order. Give the call to the member for Gilmore.
My question is to the Prime Minister. How has the Albanese Labor government used the last 2 weeks of Parliament to deliver for every Australian? And what has stood in the way?
Give the call to the Prime Minister.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, over the last fortnight of the Parliament, we have concentrated on major reforms that will make a real difference for people. Legislation to provide cost of living relief, including helping 40,000 Australians buy a home. Free TAFE, fixing HECS indexation, increased wages for early childhood workers. 15%, 10% starts next week as a direct result of what we have done. But we've also done major reforms to build and strengthen our future. Importantly, major aged care reform, the most significant reform in a generation. And we will have Future Made in Australia legislation passed in the Senate this afternoon. But we've also got important legislation on social media to protect our young people. We also have important migration legislation that will also pass the Senate later today. Indeed, the Senate is expected to pass more than 30 pieces of legislation just today, making a real difference, building more rental properties to take pressure off renters, protecting consumers purchasing buy now, pay later products, strengthening Australia's protections against money laundering, strengthening and modernising the Reserve Bank of Australia, legislating an objective for superannuation, making it clear that it is about a dignified retirement for more Australians. This is what it looks like to have a government that's prepared to work across the Parliament to turn promises into progress. What those opposite have done consistently is just seek to oppose. We're getting things done, they're just getting angry, as we just saw during the last questions. We're acting responsibly, they're acting recklessly. We're cutting the cost of living, they're cutting Medicare pensions and housing. That's what they want to do. We're fighting for Australians to earn more and keep more of what they earn. They want people to work longer for less. We're fighting inflation, they're fighting amongst themselves. They talk a lot about industrial relations, but they have spent the last 2.5 years on strike. The last 2.5 years just saying no to absolutely everything whenever they could. Not putting up an alternative. Almost 3 years of the Parliament sitting, this Leader of the Opposition is yet to come up with a single costed alternative policy.
Order. Give a call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Australian people cannot believe how incompetent and weak your government has been over the last 2.5 years. Your government has wasted $450 million on the Voice referendum, which divided the country, and your economic and energy policies have driven up the prices of everything.
The Leader of the Opposition will pause. The member for Moreton to be yelling when someone is asking a question is now going to be made an example of. You'll leave the chamber under 94A. Order. No. Maybe the last day for the year, but we're not going to be having this sort of behaviour. So it goes for everyone. The Leader of the Opposition will begin his question again.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the Australian people cannot believe how incompetent and weak your government has been over the last 2.5 years. Your government wasted $450 million on the Voice and divided our country. And on economic and energy policies, you've done nothing but drive up the prices of everything. Prime Minister, why not call an election now to put Australians out of their misery and allow a competent coalition government to get our country back on track.
Prime Minister has the call. Order. No. Order. The Minister for Social Services.
You'll never get to go, mate.
Order. When the House comes to order, the Prime Minister now has the call.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, that's not the first time that the Leader of the Opposition has called for an election, because he said we should have an election because we wanted to give a tax cut to every taxpayer. That was before he rolled over and had his tummy tickled and voted for it. Mr Speaker. And now he's suggesting that we should have an election, I don't know, New Year's Day. New Year's Day. Talk about in touch. But he's got form when it comes to recklessly mouthing off, Mr Speaker. Remember, in the lead-up last year to Australia Day, he demanded a boycott of Australia's largest employer, Woolworths, because they didn't stock the right thongs. He dumped his own 2030 targets without warning his party.
Order. The member for Hughes.
He talks about a referendum. He's promised another one. Mr Speaker. He hasn't mentioned it since, but he made that commitment before the election. He said that one of his nuclear reactors would produce a Coke can's worth of radioactive waste. Well, he was wrong by a factor of, wait for it, 12,500. 12,500. He called for a national ban on TikTok before he set up his own account, Mr Speaker. If you can't ban them, join them. That's his approach, Mr Speaker. His schemes are half-baked. He has nothing but anger and recklessness. He has no costings, no detail for any policy that he is putting forward. Policy positions that barely survive around a breakfast TV. I don't know what he'll do next week when Ray retires, Mr Speaker. His Thursday mornings, those tough interviews, I don't know what he'll do. Because there's no accountability from this bloke, no accountability, no hope from him, just note to everything. No hope, just note. And him, of all people, has the hide to speak about division with his record. Of seeking to divide people, whether it was the African community in Melbourne, whether it was all the other comments that he has made, his whole history of seeking to divide Australians, everything he has done points towards that. He's made a career on being angry and pointing at other people and saying you should be angry about them. That is who this bloke's character is, and the Australian people know it.
Order. Prime Minister's time has concluded. There's far too much noise during that answer. We're going to see if everyone can improve their behaviour for the remainder of question time. If not, there'll have to be actions taken. The member for Robertson now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government working to make medicines cheaper for all Australians and strengthening Medicare? Why is the government so committed to restoring bulk billing after a decade of cuts and neglect? And are there any threats to Medicare?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Robertson, because there is no one in this chamber who has a deeper understanding of what is happening on the front line in healthcare right now than the member for Robertson, because when he's not in this building or he's not working hard as a local MP, he's pulling shifts as an emergency doctor at the Wyong Hospital, seeing every day the impacts of a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare. And that's why the member for Robertson and everyone on this side of the House campaigned so hard on our promise to strengthen Medicare and make medicines cheaper. Mr Speaker, those cuts to Medicare were felt deepest by general practice, the backbone of our healthcare system. Bulk billing was in free fall. General practice said that they were at a tipping point without further investment, and that is why we tripled the bulk billing incentive, Mr Speaker, the biggest investment in the history.
I don't like interrupting ministers because I want to hear their answers, but the Deputy Leader of the Opposition is just going to continually give commentary or just roll through with non-stop communication. It's very, very difficult for question time to operate in that way, and I don't think anyone wants that. So, to help me hear the answer, I'm going to ask you to cease interjecting so that other members, perhaps who've asked the question, can listen to the answer as well. Minister, in continuation.
Even though we've become accustomed to the white noise, we stopped the slide in bulk billing, and I'm really pleased to report that there's been a rebound. An additional 5.4 million additional free visits to the doctor in just 12 months, Mr Speaker. But beyond that, we also topped up the annual overall increase to the Medicare rebate. So in just 2 years, this Prime Minister and Treasurer have delivered bigger increases to the Medicare rebate than happened in 9 long years under those opposite. And along with higher payments to support practice nurses and a range of other things, this has really boosted general practice, their confidence, their financial integrity, so that what the college tells us now is that more GPs are bulk billing more of the time, and really excitingly, more junior doctors are choosing general practice as their career, Mr Speaker. But we also promised 50 Medicare urgent care clinics, and as of today, we've delivered 82, and more will be delivered in coming weeks. 7 days a week, fully bulk billed. They've already treated more than 900,000 patients with high-quality, free urgent care, Mr Speaker. And of course, we promised cheaper medicines, and we've certainly delivered on that. Last year alone, Mr Speaker, 22 million additional scripts to pensioners completely free of charge. We delivered the biggest cut to the price of medicines for general patients ever, and we finally allowed up to 6 million patients to get their scripts for ongoing chronic conditions for 60 days, not just 30. So, Mr Speaker, more doctors, more bulk billing, more free urgent care and cheaper medicines. This is making a real difference every day to millions of Australians. Now, we know there is more to do, Mr Speaker, and we are committed to doing more, because only the Labor Party will strengthen Medicare. Only the Labor Party, because we know you simply can't trust the Liberals on health.
Give the call to the member for Fowler.
Speaker, as we're coming to the end of the parliamentary term, I'd like to wish everybody a very Merry Christmas and a safe New Year, and looking forward to seeing you all again in 2025. But my question is to the Prime Minister. At my manufacturing roundtable in Fowler, people shared with me that they're grappling with the rising cost of energy, supply, labour, freight and insurance, to name a few. What steps have your government taken to tackle insurance costs, as it's adding to the cost of living for middle Australians?
Call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Thank the member for Fowler for a question and for the good wishes that she extends to all members of this House, and if I can return that to the member for Fowler as well. We know that Australian households and businesses are doing it tough, and insurance affordability is a key driver of one of those pressures. Since coming to government, the government has put in place a comprehensive plan to help address some of the drivers of insurance costs. And when you're looking at the key driver of insurance costs, it's the underlying risk. Whether that's severe weather events, included severe weather events exaggerated by climate change, whether it's a century of poor planning decisions, inefficient or improper building standards, which means we're building the wrong houses and the wrong buildings in the wrong places, or indeed whether it's decisions of local government or state governments, which are adding to the accumulated costs in insurance to businesses and households around the country. In fact, some of the immediate things that other tiers of government could do to address insurance affordability would be to address the stamp duty impost on insurance contracts, which is adding a tax on a tax for insurers, households and small businesses, or local governments, indeed, who continue to do dumb things by building the wrong buildings in the wrong places. And if there's anyone in this place who has the capacity to influence local governments in the decisions that they're making around approvals and planning processes, then that would add to improving assurance affordability across the country.
Order.
Now, Deputy Speaker, there are some things that the Commonwealth Government is looking at, and I want to, in particular, pay tribute to the fantastic work that the member for Fraser has done as chair of the House Economics Committee. Ably assisted, I see the member for Macquarie, I see the member for Clare, who was instrumental in establishing this committee. A tremendous body of work has been put in place by this committee, 89 recommendations, some of them to government, some of them to industry and some of them to regulators. Over the coming months, we're working through those recommendations, and we'll have a response to Parliament and the community in the early stages of next year. But there is work underway at the moment, and that includes the establishment of the Disaster Ready Fund, $1 billion that we've established to spend over the next 5 years to put in place mitigation efforts, particularly in those disaster-prone regions, to ensure that we can firm up infrastructure and fund community and household-level improvements. We've established a housing insurance partnership so that we can have the data and information that insurers have available to communities to put downward pressure on insurance premiums. A lot of work happening, a lot more to come.
Call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What progress has the Albanese Labor government made in the fight against inflation and helping with the cost of living? What obstacles stand in the way?
Give a call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the member for Boothby, focused as always on the cost of living pressures being faced in her community and indeed right around Australia. We know that when we came to office, inflation was much higher and rising. Real wages were falling substantially and living standards were falling as well. And so even with all of the progress that we've been making across so many different policy areas run through a moment ago by the Prime Minister and in the Senate earlier today, our major focus throughout has been the fight against inflation and helping Australians with the cost of living. Now, we know that we've made really quite substantial progress when it comes to inflation, but as I've said on a number of occasions, we know that doesn't always translate to how people are feeling or faring in the economy. We know we've got more work to do, and that's why our cost of living help is so important. But any objective observer of what's happening with inflation in our country over the past 2.5 years would recognise and acknowledge that every aggregate measure of inflation is now much lower than when we took office. It's true of headline, quarterly and monthly. It's true of trim mean. It's true of non-tradable. It's true of trimmed mean. It's true of excluding volatiles. All of the measures of inflation, all of the aggregate measures, much lower now on our watch than they were under those opposite. And that's partly because of our surpluses. It's partly because of our cost of living help. It's about our responsible economic management, Mr Speaker. It's also because we are taking a very tough approach to the supermarkets in this country. And it beggars belief earlier today, Mr Speaker, when this side of the House voted for farmers and families, when this side of the House voted for a mandatory code for groceries with tough penalties, those opposite voted for a protection racket for the big supermarkets. Mr Speaker, they talked a big game, but when it came time to put your hand up for farmers and families, they abandoned them once again, just like they have vacated the field more broadly when it comes to the cost of living, Mr Speaker. Now, Australians are doing it tough. They would be doing it tougher were it not for our cost of living help, and they would be doing it much tougher under those opposite, Mr Speaker. We know that they are a risk to household budgets because we know their record. We know that at every turn they voted against cost of living help. And we know that last time they were in office they went after wages, they went after Medicare, they went after housing, and all of that meant that when we came to office inflation was much higher, wages were much lower, living standards were going backwards, and there was debt and deficits as far as the eye can see. Now, in the last 2.5 years, we've made substantial progress, but we know that there's more work to do. Our priority on this side of the House is getting inflation down, getting wages up, strengthening Medicare and building more homes, and we'll continue to do that despite the opportunistic opposition of those opposite.
Before I call the next questioner, the member for Casey has interjected 17 times since question time has begun. I may not mention the person's name, but I keep a tally on how many times people are interjecting. And if that behaviour is completely unacceptable, so you'll leave the chamber under 94A. Before I call the next questioner, I have a special announcement to make. I'm pleased to announce that present in the gallery today is Tony Calabria, the father of the Calabria family that has owned and operated the Parliament House institution that we all love, Aussie's Cafe, for over 20 years. He's here today with his family, and we recognise his years of service to the members, senators, staff and all of the thousands of people who have visited Parliament House. Tony, on behalf of all the members, we thank you for the many years of sharing with us your rich stories of life, work and your greatest love, your family. And on indulgence, I call the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Well, it is indeed a great pleasure to have Tony Calabria join us today. It's unusual to see him up there in the gallery rather than behind the counter at Aussie's. Tony is the man who did so much to enhance this seat of democracy here. You are so welcome. Parliament House is, of course, one of the largest buildings in the Southern Hemisphere and the most visited building in Australia. And your presence there is just absolutely extraordinary. It is, of course, such an institution that you and your family have made a part of, those of us who've been coming here for quite some time, whether as members or staff of the Parliament. It's a part of our being home there. And it's a cafeteria where everyone is welcome, where lots of chats take place between people, and it is very much at the heart of this building in terms of its spirit. So you have been such an important part of this building. Can I thank you as well, make this point that the discussions that you have, whether about football, different sorts of football, whether at the round ball game or rugby league for your beloved Canberra Raiders, or whether it be as a fellow Italo-Australian, we talk about the connections that are there between the Italian community in Australia, who of course have made such an enormous contribution, particularly to small business. Your commitment, your friendliness, my son, who's now 23, of course, has been coming there since he was in a pram. And now this week he was there having a cappuccino as a 23-year-old. We will miss seeing you every day in the Parliament, but I'm sure we will run into you. And so to you and your family, you are much loved by everyone in this building, and we thank you.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I join with the Prime Minister in supporting his very lovely words in relation to Tony, who's been a feature of this place and a dear friend to many of us for a long period of time. In 23 years that I've been going to Aussies, I've never been to Aussies where Tony or Dom or Anna haven't been there, so I don't know what's happening at Aussies right now, but there may be staffers going for free coffees or something is happening, but it's wonderful to see your beautiful family up in the gallery today, Tony. Tony came here as a 14-year-old migrant to our country. He has worked every day since then. He's educated his children, he's provided a role model and has given that love to his family that has created a remarkable legacy. And Tony, to you, I wish you every success, mate, in your health and into the future. I know it's a wonderful joy to you to see Dom take over the business and now for your grandson to be involved in the business as well. And to all of you, I just say thank you very much for providing us with the warmth, the reception that we are greeted with, and the way in which you provide support to us, to our families and to everyone in the building has meant a lot to us, and it's a very significant part of our lives to celebrate 2 decades of your service to this parliament, and we celebrate your great migrant story, but most importantly today, the Calabria family, and I wish you every success into the future.
Give the call to the member for Hume.
Prime Minister, the Prime Minister promised all families will be better off under Labor. But instead, under Labor, interest rates have increased 12 times, core inflation is higher than every major advanced economy and is rising, living standards have fallen off a cliff more than any country in the OECD, and worst on record, we're in a household recession which is the longest on record. Prime Minister, how can Australians possibly afford another 3 years of Labor?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hume for his question. And the truth is that if he had his way, Australians would be worse off because they wouldn't have got the support that we have been prepared to support and sought support through this parliament. And those opposite, every Australian would have been worse off. Without our tax cuts, 84% of taxpayers would be worse off. 2.9 million taxpayers wouldn't have got a dollar. Without our cheaper medicines, Australians would be $1 billion worse off. Without the Medicare urgent care clinics, families would have missed out on 900,000 free doctors' appointments. Without our wage increases, 2.6 million award wage workers would be worse off. Without our energy rebates, millions of households would be $800 worse off, and almost 1 million small businesses would be $650 worse off. Without our cheaper childcare, 1.2 million families would be worse off. Without our HECS relief, 3 million Australians would have worse debts, legislation that they voted against, of course, just this week. And we know what they think of free TAFE, because the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said it's a key principle and tenet of the Liberal Party: if you don't pay for something, you don't value it. So here we have
Order.
Free TAFE, Medicare. We want, when people go to the doctor, bulk billing. The whole idea is, we know it was the Leader of the Opposition tried to get rid of it, but we want people to be able to see a doctor. We want people to be able to get the course in free TAFE to make a difference as well. And those opposite have opposed all of those measures, and they've opposed, of course, our industrial relations changes that have seen thousands of workers be paid equal to the people that they're working with if they have the same qualifications, the same experience. And of course they opposed the increases in the minimum wage that we have done 3 times. Now, we want people to earn more and keep more of what they earn. What they want is for people to work longer for less. So whether it's strengthening Medicare, building more homes, cutting inflation from having a 6 in front of it to a 2 in front of it, making a difference there, or lifting real wages, all of those measures that we have put in place have been opposed by those opposite, and then they have the hide to speak about living standards. How about they just for once vote for an improvement in living standards and cost of living, because they've failed to do it for 3 years.
The call to the member for Blair.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Industry and Science. How is the Albanese Labor government backing manufacturing to deliver for Australians today and in future generations? Minister, what are the risks?
Call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks to the member for Blair for his question and also his continued support for manufacturing, especially across regional Queensland. And I know the member for Blair is a bit of a history buff, and he would know that tomorrow is 76 years to the day the first Australian-made Holden rolled off the production line at Fisherman's Bend in Victoria, captured in an iconic photo of a beaming Ben Chifley, a Prime Minister who actually called for car manufacturers to come into Australia instead of driving them out.
and a government that was determined to reconstruct manufacturing in the aftermath of the turmoil of an awful global event, World War II. Similarly, the Albanese government committed to reconstructing manufacturing in the aftermath of a pandemic, where we saw that the things we needed most weren't there when we needed most, too reliant on broken, concentrated supply chains, need to stand on our own 2 feet, make more things here, a country that makes things, makes great, secure jobs. And so, from our point of view, we wanted to make a contrast from those opposite in the last decade, where they sent Holden and the rest of the car industry packing. They put manufacturing into a deep freeze. We're bringing it back out of the cold. 100,000 manufacturing jobs went under them, 70,000 have grown under us. And we have provided through the National Reconstruction Fund a platform to reinvigorate manufacturing. The first investments have started under the NRF, delivering, for example, security for our workers in our industrial heartlands. For instance, the 350 skilled jobs at RME in Toowoomba, that's being supported by the NRF. Now, I note the interjection from the member for Groom. Again, I said these people boo Santa. We are investing in his electorate. He's opposed to it. I remember when there used to be a member for Groom that backed Aussie manufacturing. Remember Ian McFarlane? And Ian McFarlane actually championed manufacturing. And the only other industry minister on their side who got it was the one sitting next to the member for Groom, the member for McPherson. But apart from that, they just sneer at manufacturing, oppose the NRF, oppose energy price relief for our manufacturers, oppose tax cuts for manufacturing workers, opposed fee-free TAFE to bring in more skilled workers into manufacturing, and also oppose the NRF. We are about a country that can stand on its own 2 feet, giving great jobs to blue-collar workers. All they are about are photo ops and denying the chance for manufacturing to grow.
Has concluded. Call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Responding to New South Wales electricity blackouts yesterday, Premier Chris Minns was forced to concede, and I quote, "Solar production in the energy market starts to come off at 3 p.m, exactly when people start to return home. So if you could not use your pool filter, dishwasher, washing machine between 3 p.m. and 8 p.m, you'd be helping the grid." Minister, this was just one moderately hot day before summer. Is this what Australian families can expect under Labor's reckless race to 82% renewable energy by 2030?
Call to order. Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for the question. And yesterday I outlined to the House, Mr Speaker, the situation in New South Wales, which was that 5 power plant units were down, 4 coal, 1 gas, 3 to be expected, 2 breakdowns, Mr Speaker, and that did put pressure on the system. Now, it takes a particular level of prejudice against renewable energy to say that coal-fired power station breakdowns are caused by renewable energy, Mr Speaker. I'm not quite sure the logic there, but those opposite, I'm sure, have an explanation as to how that occurred. It's all the fault of renewable energy again, Mr Speaker. Now, I know those opposite are disappointed that actually yesterday there were enough energy reserves in New South Wales and there were no blackouts caused by a lack of energy, Mr Speaker. That comes as a considerable disappointment to the member for Fairfax in particular, who wakes up every morning, turns the light switch on and is disappointed when the lights come on, because he's more interested in political power than reliable power, as the member for Fairfax, Mr Speaker. Now, the member for Hume interjects. The member for Hume interjects. He's been very voluble. He's been very voluble. He asked me this morning, have I kept the lights on, and I did manage to give him an affirmative answer. But the member for Hume, to be fair, is an expert in these matters because he used to hold my portfolio. And they say it's responsibility of the Energy Minister to ensure no blackouts, and they have a point, Mr Speaker. The member for Hume knows a lot about it. In 2019, when he held my job, he gave a speech and he said, "There are real risks, particularly in Victoria, as we approach summer. It's important that we apply pressure to ensure there is balance in our electricity system because we have real risk of blackouts in Victoria this summer," the member for Hume said when he was Minister for Energy. And he says there were no blackouts. He says there were no blackouts when he was Minister for Energy, Mr Speaker. He says there were no blackouts, Mr Speaker. On the 25th of January 2019, 200,000 customers did not get power because of a lack of reserve when he was the Minister for Energy, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Now, Mr Speaker.
Members on my right.
Mr Speaker, there have been no blackouts while we've been in office caused by a lack of energy. So it's Taylor 200,000, Bowen nil so far, Mr Speaker. That's the track record that we have. The member, in the same speech, Mr Speaker, the member for Hume said that we need to ensure ongoing coal-fired power, and he said one of the Morrison government's top energy priorities is to avoid premature closure of coal-fired and gas-fired power stations, Mr Speaker. Following giving that speech, it was announced in October 2019 that Callide B would close, October 2019 that Loy Yang would close, March 21 Yallourn would close, September 21 Mount Piper would close, then February 22 Loy Yang, and February 2022 Araring, which you heard about on the radio. The New South Wales government didn't tell him, the company didn't tell him because no one trusted him.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on key capabilities with a focus on the defence industry workforce, and what stands in the way?
Call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for her question. Yesterday I met with Patrice Kane, the world head of Thales, a global defence industry prime, which in Australia builds our iconic Bushmasters, and we've just selected them to produce 155 ammunition. And on Tuesday I met with Charles Woodburn, the global head of BAE, who of course build Australia's Hunter-class frigates. And together these two companies employ more than 10,000 Australians in high-skilled, high-wage jobs. And be it Thales or BAE, Australia's defence industry is growing. Indeed, in the last financial year, we spent $22 billion on Australia's defence industry, and that is a record. But the real challenge is finding people with the skills, and that's particularly the case for BAE, who in partnership with ASC will build our future submarines. And that is why we are establishing a skills and training academy at the Osborne Naval Shipyard in Adelaide. But what underpins all of that is a robust public TAFE system with free TAFE at its heart. And that's why this government has committed to that, 100,000 free TAFE places each and every year from 2027, building on the 500,000 places which have already been taken up since we came to power. Now, we know that those opposite think all of that is a complete waste of money. Indeed, it would appear that the alternative skills minister of this country thinks that TAFE is just a waste of time, and when it comes to the leader of the opposition, he barely uses the word TAFE. But AUKUS, quite apart from capability, will be one of the great industrial endeavours in our country's history. And just as the snowy hydro transformed our economy in the 50s and 60s, building submarines in the decades to come will take Australia's industry into the future. Now, the Coalition think that this can be conjured up if they just dance around the fire a bit more, chanting their slogans, yelling into the echo chamber, issuing press releases. But we understand that this future will be built on people. People with skills, skills acquired at TAFE. And so TAFE is now becoming a critical enabling capability of our national security, which is being completely supported by the Albanese Labor government.
Call to the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Can the minister confirm that the work of Frontier Economics that shows the real cost of the government's energy policy to be $642 billion instead of $122 billion is accurate?
The Assistant Minister, the member for Perth, is now warned. Haven't called you yet. Order. When the House comes to order, the Minister will get the call. The Minister for Climate Change and Energy has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm particularly grateful to the member for Fairfax for the question. And this is a report that he released to News Limited while the Prime Minister and I were overseas. He gets a Profile of Courage Award, the member for Fairfax, for that, Mr Speaker, but good on him. And he released the report to News Limited. He said the government's costings are the biggest con job ever attempted based on the Frontier Economics Report, Mr Speaker, and he backs himself in today, and now he asks me to confirm whether the Frontier Economics Report is accurate, if I recall his question correctly. And I'm happy to give the member for Fairfax some good news, because actually I was quite impressed with the Frontier Economics Report, particularly page 6, which says, "We found the report modelling matched AEMO's ISP modelling results very closely," Mr Speaker. It went on to say, "Similarly, when we compare the sum of the real costs over the modelling period to 2050, we find the report modelling is about 91% the same as AEMO's ISP results," Mr Speaker. Yes, I do think that's accurate.
No, the member for Fairfax and the Minister. The Minister's completed his answer, and the member for Fairfax definitely has completed his question. So we will now hear from the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How will the passage of the Albanese Labor government's minimum age for social media progress the government's broader online safety agenda?
Call to the Minister for Communications.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and his ongoing advocacy and support on this issue of national significance. Mr Speaker, subject to passage in the Senate, we are on track this week to deliver world-leading reform in a novel and challenging space. The social media minimum age legislation will set in law the minimum age of 16 for young people to access social media. The Prime Minister stated his support for a minimum age earlier this year, and this sent a strong signal. The Albanese government is on the side of supporting parents and protecting young people. Our decision as a government to legislate and the fulfilment of our promise to introduce legislation this year was another important step forward. The national debate about this issue is ripe for our democracy, and it is clear that legislating a minimum age for social media widely reflects the views of our community. We are making significant progress against the markers set by Australians, and the latest YouGov data shows that we're on the right path. Mr Speaker, 77% of Australians surveyed support our legislation setting a minimum age of 16 for social media. The Parliament is making progress. Furthermore, 75% of Australians surveyed support our digital duty of care, and 87% of Australians surveyed want stronger penalties for social media companies who breach our tougher laws. Now, the bill before Parliament reflects this community expectation. It will strengthen penalties for systemic breaches of codes to bring them into line with penalties for privacy and consumer breaches, which are set at $50 million. And once passed, this legislation will sit within the broader suite of deliverables in the Albanese government's online safety agenda. We brought forward the review of the Online Safety Act by 12 months to ensure it was fit for purpose to respond to new and emerging harms. The digital duty of care is a significant step in response to the excellent work by Delia Rickard. We quadrupled ongoing base funding for e-safety to ensure they're equipped to do their important work. We established the inquiry into social media and its impacts on Australian society, and that's made a number of important recommendations that goes to the government's principle that online safety is not a set-and-forget space. We're undertaking the Age Assurance Trial, which will inform the types of technology that platforms can consider applying to assure a social media account creator is at least 16 years old. Mr Speaker, these online safety reforms are a matter of national priority, and I thank everyone who's contributed to the debate. I acknowledge our state and territory leaders who have engaged constructively through the National Cabinet to deliver this outcome. The Premiers of New South Wales and South Australia have been instrumental in this regard. Mr Speaker, I urge, and I hope that all members here, our Senate colleagues to seek prompt passage of this reform to allow the Albanese government's important work to continue.
Call to the honourable member for Calais.
To the Infrastructure Minister. The City of Bathurst's beautiful heritage CBD is becoming increasingly congested with a lack of parking to access local businesses and community events. The Bathurst CBD Community Car Park is a catalyst project between Bathurst Regional Council and Bathurst RSL Club which would address this issue and has the potential to spark a new medical precinct. Will your government support this very important regional project for Bathurst?
Call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, and can I thank the member for Calais for his question. He is doing what all members do, being a strong and clear advocate for the interests of his community. The Bathurst car park upgrade project, as I understand the member has indicated when he met with my office yesterday, is a project that is subject to application of round 2 of the Growing Regions program, which is making $393 million available for regional community projects. And as I said, he met with my staff about that yesterday. These projects, the applications, are currently under assessment. As the process is still underway, it would be inappropriate for me to comment on applications that are under assessment, and we need to allow the process to be completed in a fair way in accordance with the published program guidelines. Of course, round 2 of the Growing Regions program has been open for applications since the 5th of September and closed on the 10th of October. In accordance with best practice, we will allow the assessment process and then departmental recommendations to be made before final decisions are taken, and will announce those outcomes when that is done. This is because we have done what we said we were going to do, and that is to deliver grants programs that are transparent and provide value for money. We have frankly cleaned up the appalling mess left by those opposite, whose legacy was of scathing Auditor-General reports, sports rorts, colour-coded spreadsheets, ignoring the grant guidelines of their own electoral benefit. We have improved the processes for grants and ensuring that they are merit-based with clear assessment processes. We have significantly improved the processes for grants, so much so that the Auditor-General has recently found, in 2 reports on the Growing Regions program, that the design and implementation of the program has been effective. It found that applications were assessed in accordance to the guidelines, something those opposite should pay attention to, and in accordance with the funding recommendations that were made.
Has the Minister concluded her answer? Well, I was also checking with the Minister whether she's concluded her answer. Thank you, Minister. Order. Order. The member for Rena is entitled to raise a point of order, and he is entitled to be heard. And he has the call.
My point of order is on relevance. The member asked a very specific question about a very specific project, and the minister should not delve into past programs, past governments, which were very good governments, I might add.
Order. The Minister for Industry and Science is warned. The Minister was asked about a specific project. In her answer, she's entitled to do some comparing and contrast. She just needs to make sure her answer is being directly relevant to the project and in line with her portfolio duties. She has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as I said at the start, this is a project that is a current application before the Growing Regions program, which I am talking about in relation to the audit report. It, of course, found that funding recommendations and decisions were made in accordance with the Commonwealth grant rules and guidelines. We have spent a lot of time returning integrity to grant programs, following, frankly, what was a shameful record of those opposite. We have, of course, had to deal with, which the member who's putting his hands up, which the member might like to inform himself, we have also had to deal with the legacy of robo-debt and the contracting arrangements that have resulted as a result of robo-debt from those opposite in all of our grants programs. A legacy they should be ashamed of.
The call to the honourable member for Tangney.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. what is the Albanese Labor government doing to build a better and fairer education system after almost a decade of neglect?
Call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend, the legend that is the member for Tangney. Mr Speaker, 2.5 years ago we were confronted with a mess in education. Childcare costs had skyrocketed by a massive 49% under the Liberals, and parents felt it. Public schools had billions of dollars ripped out of them by the Liberals. We saw the impact of that over the last decade with the drop in the number of kids finishing high school. And the Liberals also jacked up the cost of university degrees, ripped billions out of TAFE and university, and you see the impact of that today in the drop in the number of young people from poor families at university. Over the last 2.5 years, we've started the work of turning this around. We've cut the cost of childcare for more than 1 million Australian families, and now we're capping fees to keep prices down for parents. We're also making sure that finally we pay the people who care for and educate our youngest children properly. That 15% pay rise starts to roll out from next week. We're also fixing the funding of our public schools. We're putting billions back in after the Liberals ripped billions of dollars out, and we're tying that funding to real and practical reforms, like phonics checks and numeracy checks to identify kids who are falling behind, and evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring to help kids catch up. And, Mr Speaker, we're also making free TAFE permanent, and we're opening the doors of our universities wider to help more young people from poor families, from our outer suburbs and from the bush to get a crack. And to do that, we're doubling the number of university study hubs in the regions and in the outer suburbs. We've passed laws this week to massively expand those free bridging courses that help people to get ready for university. We've also passed laws this week that provide for the first time financial help for teaching students, nursing students and social work students while they do their practical training. And, Mr Speaker, we're cutting the HECS debt of 3 million Australians. This week we cut $3 billion of that debt, and if we win the next election, we'll cut it even more. The truth is, this is what only Labor governments do and what Liberal governments undo. And it's just the start. There's more to do to build a better education system and a fairer education system, to build the sort of skills and the workforce that we're going to need in the years and the decades ahead, to build the sort of country where your chances in life don't depend on who your mum and dad are or where you live or the colour of your skin, to build Australia's future.
Give the call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Next week marks 3 years since the now Minister first promised Australians their electricity bills will be reduced by $275 if they voted Labor. Earlier today, in a train wreck interview with Sky's Laura Jays, the Minister refused to admit Labor has broken this promise, saying he was, quote, not walking away from that policy. When will the Minister finally be straight with the Australian people and admit Labor's $275 bill cut promise has been broken?
Give the call to the Minister for Industry and Science. That's the call.
Yes, thank you. I don't think I'm the Minister
for Climate Change and Energy.
Yes. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you. Just got a bit confused for a second, Mr Speaker. Thank you. I appreciate the question from the member for Lindsay, and I'm delighted she was watching my interview with Laura Jays earlier today, where I pointed out, for example, that the inflation figures released by the ABS this week showed a 35% reduction in energy prices, the biggest fall in energy prices ever recorded in Australian history, Mr Speaker, as a result, direct result of government policy, where I talked about the Australian Energy Market Commission report out today, which showed that the increased emphasis on renewable energy over the next decade will reduce energy prices by 13%. where I talked about the impact of government rebates, which this government has introduced, and the member for Lindsay and all her colleagues voted against. Where I talked about the impact of coal and gas price caps, which we introduced, and all the members opposite voted against.
The member for Mallee has.
So these are things that we are happy to talk about with the Australian people and with the opposition, because the opposition's track record when it comes to delivering real cost of living relief to the Australian people is appalling. And this government's track record is to take short-term measures to provide immediate relief and to take longer-term measures to put downward pressure on prices by introducing the cheapest form of energy, whilst those opposite want to introduce the most expensive form of energy, which is why modelling and analysis of their policies shows it would put up energy bills by $1,200 a year, which is a great result. The opposition might think, but the Australian people would beg to differ.
Well, the minister's concluded his answer. Order. The member for Fairfax. Okay. Trust me, I can hear you. We will now hear from the member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing and Homelessness. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its promise to help more Australians into a stable home? And Minister, are there any obstacles that have stood in the way?
Give a call to the Minister for Housing and the Minister for Homelessness.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Lingiari for her question. She is a hugely respected member of our caucus and a great advocate for Territorians. Speaker, we came to government in the middle of a housing crisis that's been a generation in the making, to find a Commonwealth which had completely vacated housing throughout the wasted decade. Remember, Speaker, that for most of the time the Coalition were in office, they were so tapped out of housing they didn't even have a housing minister. From those ashes, the Albanese government has constructed the boldest and most ambitious housing agenda that an Australian government has had for a generation. And it's not surprising that we've done that, Speaker, because the Prime Minister, the Treasurer and former Housing Minister, Minister Collins, have an acute understanding of the absolutely transformative impact that safe and affordable housing has for all of our citizens. Now, Speaker, it's been a really big week for housing. Measures that will pass this parliament this week will build more houses, better protect Australia's renters and give more Australians the opportunity to own their own home. Now, Speaker, these initiatives have passed the parliament because they have received widespread support across the chamber. And there is some serious housing expertise around this chamber, and I want to acknowledge some of the crossbench in particular who have worked closely with us. We've got, of course, massive housing expertise amongst the people behind me, Speaker, but I want to also acknowledge Senators Pocock and Lambie in the other place, and the member for Wentworth, Kooyong, Curtin, Indi and North Sydney, amongst others. I want the public to understand that we have been elected at a time when crossbenchers have also come into this parliament and they have done the hard yakka, Speaker. They've worked with experts, they've worked with stakeholders and they've engaged with our government, and as a consequence we are making better laws because of their contribution. Now, Speaker, earlier today I announced some really important amendments that our government will make to the Build to Rent scheme, which will make sure that that law provides better protection for Australian renters. It will build 80,000 much-needed rental homes for our country, Speaker, and it will bring more affordable housing online more quickly. These reforms are really broadly backed. It was a great bill coming into the parliament, Speaker. It's going to be an even better bill coming out because of the hard work and diligence done by people across this chamber. Now, Speaker, I want to compare that attitude to the reckless negativity that we see from those opposite. I mean, I spend a lot of time with crossbenchers, engaging with them deeply on housing policy. The Shadow Minister over here won't even attend a briefing about the housing bills that we have before this parliament. Now, we know that those opposite want to cut $19 billion from our housing program. They want to abolish Help to Buy, Speaker. They want to stand in the path of childcare workers and disability workers getting home ownership. Speaker, there's a really clear choice at this election on housing between those opposite and their endless no, 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 or a government of progress that will build, build, build. Thank you, Speaker.
The House comes to order. We'll hear from the member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Attorney-General. Attorney-General, this government has undeniably declared war on whistleblowers. Despite promises before the last election to fix Public Interest Disclosure Act and Corporations Act whistleblower protections, we've only seen minor tweaks, and it's obvious you're kicking any meaningful reform into the long grass. So will you now, finally, actually do something to protect whistleblowers in this parliament or the next, including by supporting my bill to establish a Whistleblower Protection Authority?
The call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, for the question, and I thank the member for Clark for his question. Our government is committed to delivering strong and effective and accessible protections for whistleblowers. In June last year, he seems to have forgotten, the Parliament passed priority amendments to the Public Interest Disclosure Act, which ensured immediate improvements to the public sector whistleblower scheme that were in place to ensure that they would be in place in time for the commencement of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. The reforms implemented 21 of the 33 recommendations from the 2016 review of the Public Interest Disclosure Act that was conducted by Mr Philip Moss. It was, of course, as he again appears to have forgotten, a statutory review that we put in place when I brought the Public Interest Disclosure Act to this Parliament in 2013. Regrettably, the former government failed to act on that 2016 review by Mr Philip Moss. We did act. This was the first significant public sector whistleblower reform since the Public Interest Disclosure Act was first enacted a decade ago. The government is now progressing a second broader stage of reforms, which includes the release of a consultation paper and public consultation on additional supports for public sector whistleblowers, including whether a Whistleblower Protection Authority should be established. Submissions received as part of the consultation process are being used to inform the government's next steps for reform. And if I could just say something generally about the way in which the member for Clark and a number of other people approach the question of the operation of the Public Interest Disclosure Act. Before 2013, the Commonwealth had no protection for whistleblowers at all. Every state and both territories had legislated schemes of whistleblower protection. A Labor government legislated a scheme of whistleblower protection in 2013, and just to take the last year alone, there were 684 public interest disclosures. So far from the situation being, as the member for Clark and a number of other people would apparently wish to suggest, that there isn't protection for whistleblowers in the Commonwealth public sector. There is protection for whistleblowers in the public sector, and he should be doing more to create the culture in which there is an understanding of that.
Order. The Attorney-General has completed his answer. Order. The member for Clark's been here long enough. That is not acceptable under the standing orders. He's now warned. Call to the member for Hunter. The member for Hunter shall resume his seat. So I can hear the point. I don't have the call yet. You'll get the call. So I can hear the member for Clark on a point of order.
A point of order, Speaker. I'd ask the Attorney-General to withdraw that reflection on my character.
I thank the Attorney-General. The member for Hunter has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. As the final sitting week of the year comes to a close, what progress has the Australian government made to build Australia's future, and what alternatives are there?
The call to the Prime Minister. Order. Order. Members on my left, when the House comes to order, the member for Sturt. Prime Minister has the floor.
Thank you, and I thank the superb member for Hunter, a giant of a man, who's made a great difference, but I've got disappointing news for the member for Hunter because our candidate for Leichhardt is even taller than the member for Hunter, and he'll be here next year, Mr Speaker. I look forward to them sitting next to each other. Mr Speaker, Over the last fortnight, we have been delivering major reforms to make a difference, allowing people to buy a first home, increasing the wages of childcare workers, making things here in Australia through the Future Made in Australia, protecting children through our legislation for age stopping under 16s accessing social media. We are making a difference each and every day. Those opposite, of course, just say no to absolutely everything. I mean, talking to the Leader of the Opposition is like talking to an NPC, Mr Speaker, a non-playing character. Because it's just like a bot, Mr Speaker, that does exactly the same thing. The Opposition, in just the last 2 weeks, have committed to increase migration by opposing our student caps, stopping free TAFE, protecting dodgy private education providers, preventing Australians buying homes, blocking more rentals, keeping student debt high, stopping Australia make more things here, and privatising the NBN. It's not a bad record. In just a fortnight, that is what they have done. And today they've come in here and called for an election to be held with the New Year's week. The New Year's week. He has spent all year saying the costings on his nuclear policy are coming next week or next fortnight. The clock's ticking and it never happens. Tomorrow never comes. Tomorrow never comes.
The member for Fairfax.
And they're not just standing in the way, they want to take things away. These are things they've said they'll take away. Our tax cuts, debt relief, Medicare urgent care clinics, cheaper medicines, investment in renewables, help for people to buy, new rental housing, same job, same pay. All of those things they have said they will take away. The reckless arrogance of those opposite who haven't got the confidence to put forward a single-costed policy render them not an alternative government at all. Render them just a reckless bunch who will not put anything forward, Mr Speaker.
Order. The members on my left, the member for Hume. Order. The member for Hinkler can resume his seat.
And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Order. Order. Members can just take their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. Give a call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, as we look back on this year, it is worth reflecting on the great central truth that all of us have an incredible honour in representing our electorates in this place. And each and every day we should value the privilege that we have of being sent here to make a difference for our fellow Australians. It is a gift and a responsibility given to us by voters, but it's also an extraordinary opportunity to make a difference. And I think that as people leave here for this year, we know that my government has been focused on making a difference, understanding the pressure that so many Australians are under, like people throughout the industrialised world, from global inflation that has made a difference to people's standard of living. The pressure that people are under is something that was a real focus of all of the leaders at the G20 just last week. The head of the IMF, Citalina Georgieva, gave a quite extraordinary speech about what had happened with COVID and the long tail that had occurred, the fact that inflation, which peaked higher and earlier in most of the other advanced economies around the world, had made a real impact on people. So our focus this year has been very much on making a difference, helping people with cost of living. Whilst we've been doing that, it's an opportunity as well through these valedictories to thank those people who've helped us and helped myself. So on behalf of the caucus, in the words of a great Marek Villian, my friend Jeff Fennick, I love yous all, as he was inclined to say. And to my partner, it was a big year for me. Got engaged in February to Jodie Hayden. Jodie has brought a great deal of light and joy into my life. And when you're doing a job like this with the hours that we work, and that is really important. But can I say also that she has a wonderful relationship with a range of people, including across this chamber and around the world. You know, she represents Australia informally, of course, as partners do at events like the G20, and she works in such a dignified way and brings a down-to-earth Australianness. She's a proud coastie, and that shows very much in her attitude and the way that she deals with people. To Nathan, my son, who's going into a fine young man, thank you for the support and love that you give me, and it'll be his birthday next week, and I look forward to celebrating that. To the Deputy PM, my deputy, no one could hope for a better, more loyal, a greater friend as deputy. And tomorrow morning I'll be spending time, of course, with the Deputy Prime Minister, farewelling his mum. So it's been a difficult time for Richard, and it will be an honour to be with him, not just as Prime Minister, but as his friend tomorrow. To the Leader of the House, it's a fun job, being Leader of the House. It's much better than being Manager of Opposition Business. I've done both. And he did have an enjoyable time today as well. And thank you for everything that you do, the counsel that you bring. To the Senate leadership team, Senators Wong and Farrell, they do an extraordinary job in their portfolios of foreign affairs and trade, have made a real difference as well. The Treasurer and Finance Minister, Jim and Katie, make such an amazing economic team. We spend a lot of time together in a small room, more than we do with our respective families, it must be said, so apologies to Laura and the kids for that. And but Jim and Katie are just a crack team together. They are such great mates as well, and we spend a lot of time, the three of us, together as well, making sure that we're delivering positive outcomes, but also doing it in a way that has delivered 2 budget surpluses. And the Treasurer can be so proud of that. To all my front bench colleagues, thank you for all the incredible work that you do. I'm really proud of the ministerial team, but I'm also proud of the extraordinary capacity that we have outside the ministry as well. People work so incredibly hard in this chamber, and I think that I'm sure that is the case as well right across the Parliament. Can I thank the Leader of the Opposition and I? Someone said to me the other day, it doesn't seem like you hate each other, and that's absolutely right. In spite of significant ideological differences that we have, that no point papering over those, we are able to have civil discourse and discussion. I went into the Prime Minister's office once as Leader of the Opposition. Peter Dutton has been into my office, I don't know how many times, too many for my liking probably, and I'm sure much too many for his liking. But you know, this week again we had a meeting over an issue. The thing is, when we talk about issues too, we don't go out and report it. There are some things you just got to get done in the national interest over national security and other issues. And I wish you and Kirralie and the family all the very best over Christmas. To Dave, we also get on extremely well. I can confirm that we have actually had a beer in my office. We haven't done that with Peter Dutton, I've got to say. But you would be welcome sometimes. David, as leader of the National Party, is also someone who you can have a confidential discussion with in order to get things done in the national interest, and he's someone as well, I think, someone of real integrity. And there are times where he's had an opportunity to have a swing and hasn't, to his great credit. To all of the crossbench up there, there's a lot of you up there, I've got to say. One of the things that I found during the 17 days before Rob Oakeshott delayed for 17 minutes the simple announcement that needed to be made was that during the period 2007 to 2010 I engaged with all the crossbench and treated them with respect when we didn't need their vote. We then did need their vote after the 2010 election. I just believe in treating people who are elected in the Parliament with respect. And can I make this point as well, that there is no member of the Liberal or National Party either that has asked to see me that hasn't had a meeting in my office. And a range of you have, and I won't give you up and damage your careers by naming you. But over issues, I'm always open. And yesterday morning I had my regular meeting with all the crossbenchers about no issues in particular. We have regular meetings just so that they can raise issues with us. So all of the crossbenchers, whether they be members of the Greens political party or the Katter Australia Party or independents, I engage with respect in order to get outcomes. And certainly the outcomes that have been achieved today in the Senate are a direct result of having respectful dialogue and making a difference. To all of the people who make this chamber work, the clerks, Hansard, the ushers, everyone who makes this place hum, thank you for what you do. The parliamentary staff, my AFP detail. It's a bit difficult sometimes when I say to my AFP detail some of the things that we're going to do, going to Bullies to get dog food for Toto or various things that we do, because I like being able to do some normal things. Life is more difficult. We are in a much more insecure position compared with when I first came into this place. And that is unfortunate, but it's a reality that we have to deal with. And I know that that's felt by a number of members around here. To the RAF, who are exceptional, I'll be hosting both the AFP and the RAF in separate functions at the Lodge in the coming couple of weeks. And they just provide incredible service and are always cheery and always helpful to my department, led by Glyn Davis and all the public servants. Thank you for what you do. To you, Mr Speaker, I had something to say about this last night with our friend Michael McCormick, but you do an extraordinary job. I think you're a great speaker, and I think you have the respect of the entire chamber in the work that you do. To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell, but Marika and Belle and Dan and Anna, who look after the more personal aspects of diary and all of that, making sure I get to the right spot. To Fiona and the media team, thank you for what you do. Lockie and the social media team. To Tim Murray and my electorate office staff. I don't want to start a debate here, but they've had a really tough time. You know, they've been abused, harassed, their physical safety threatened for months. For months that went on. And it is an outrage that that occurred. They continued to provide service for my electorate from the Prime Ministerial Office at the CPO when they had to, when simply it wasn't safe for them to turn up at work. You know, no one should seek to blame innocent people who are just going about their job to help constituents for a conflict on the other side of the world that they have nothing to do with. But that is what occurred. That's the truth. And they do an incredible job. As Prime Minister, I'm obviously busier than a backbench MP is. It's difficult to see as many constituents as I used to. They have been absolutely amazing. To the press gallery, I'll host them tomorrow night at the Lodge. I was worried that people would be bringing. I had an exchange there with Dennis Shanahan from the Oz, who can't come tomorrow night, he's informed me, and he's glad because people apparently are going to have a swim tomorrow, and no one wants to see Dennis in budgie smugglers, least of all Dennis, he indicated. But to all of the press gallery, you have a really important job to do in holding all of us to account, and I thank you for the work that you do, and I'll have a chance to do that later on. So can I conclude by saying that I do hope everyone gets a break over Christmas. I said that in the caucus earlier on. These jobs are pressure-filled, and it is an opportunity to refresh, to engage with family and friends and loved ones, and to watch a bit of the cricket and sit in front of the TV and enjoy that. And I hope that everyone has a Merry Christmas and a great New Year. And at this time of the year, though, just a final thing, as a former Transport Minister, it's always really tragic at this time of the year that there is a spike in road accidents. So slow down, make sure you get there, not get there quicker. That's the important thing, because it just, for people who lose a loved one, of course, it impacts what should be a joyous time for them. For people of faith, of the Christian faith, Christmas is a really important time as well. So for those people of faith, I wish you very much a holy Christmas as well. It is a time where many people choose to renew their faith and think about those issues of what the birth of Jesus Christ means to them as well. So have a great Christmas and see you in 2025.
Johnson's the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his warm remarks, and firstly start by wishing he and Jodie and Nathan, their family, a wonderful Christmas, a nice relaxing time and an opportunity to recharge the batteries. Mr Speaker, this Christmas, and we've already seen some evidence of this, our firefighters will be busy. There will be AMBOs attending accidents, as the Prime Minister pointed out, tragically on our roads, backyard swimming pools, terrible events that will take place and will be kept safe by those first responders, and they will save lives and they will keep our country safe over the Christmas period. And we really start by acknowledging their work and their sacrifice, the amazing men and women of the Australian Defence Force who, here in Australia but around the world, will work day and night to keep our country and our people safe. Young Australians, older Australians who will be travelling overseas this Christmas will be kept safe because of the work that people in our embassies and in the Australian Defence Force and in our intelligence and policing agencies do. So I do want to say thank you very much for their sacrifice to them and their families. I hope that they have some downtime and a period to spend together over the course of this Christmas period, Mr Speaker. I also want to acknowledge all of those veterans who have been acknowledged in different ways during the year, but it is a time to say thank you to our veterans who have served over many successive generations to keep us safe and to allow us to live in the best country in the world. I want to say in particular this Christmas and in relation to our veterans to acknowledge Richard Norden, the late Private Richard Norden, who was awarded the Victoria Cross this Remembrance Day, and finally acknowledged for his battlefield bravery in Vietnam in 1968. We are, as I say, the beneficiaries of their service and their sacrifice, and we are the custodians of their legacy. I want to make a special mention of Australians of Jewish faith this year. They have faced a shocking and unprecedented level of racism and anti-Semitism in our country, and many kids in Jewish schools have done so, have attended those schools over the course of this year with armed guards, again, out the front, something completely unacceptable in our society. Mr Speaker, I commend the Australian people for their resilience over the course of the last 12 months. There are many sites that we've visited across the country, food banks and Salvation Army, those people who are providing support to people who are less fortunate than ourselves, people who are working hard and yet they're still unable to find accommodation, living rough, living in their car and turning up for food packages on a weekly basis. And our thoughts and prayers are with those who are less fortunate and will be separated from their families because of marital breakdown or because of estrangement of grandparents or others in their family circle. And family celebrations won't be a part of their Christmas, and we acknowledge those Australians this year as well. There are many things that we dedicate ourselves to this Christmas, but the betterment of our country in 2025 for the benefit of all Australians is the top of the Christmas wish list this year, Mr Speaker. I acknowledge all of my colleagues and thank them very much for the hard work and the sacrifice, but all members of Parliament, including the crossbench and their families. All of our families make an enormous sacrifice for us to be here. We spend time away from our children, and I know that every parent in this place feels that, as many parents in workplaces do across the country. So I acknowledge the families, and including my own of Kira-Lee and our kids who provide us with so much joy, and I'm sure they will this Christmas as well, although they're drinking more at Christmas time, I might note, on their dad's beer tab, but that is the case for many families here. Can I say thank you very much to Simon Birmingham, who has just announced his retirement as our Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. Again, Burma has a young family, and I know he's going to look forward to spending more time with them, and he's given an enormous amount to our country. To the Deputy Leader in the Senate, Michaelia Cash, to my partners in crime, the Deputy of the Liberal Party, Susan Lee, has been on this journey with me since 2001, and as the Prime Minister referred to his deputy, the loyalty and the support that I received from Susan is something that I really do deeply cherish. Thank you very much to DLP and to all of the Nats for close collaboration. The work of the Coalition has served our country well for decades, and I hope that it will, I'm sure that it will into the future. Thank you to Perrin Davey, thank you to Paul Fletcher, the Leader of Opposition Business in the House, and to our entire team. Congratulate Simon Kennedy, the member for Cook, for his by-election victory in April. Also acknowledge our state colleagues of Jeremy Rockcliffe, Leah Finocchiaro and David Crisafulli, who have taken over the reins in their respective jurisdictions and are doing great jobs in Tasmania, the Northern Territory and in Queensland respectively. Can I thank Alex Dalgleish, my Chief of Staff, and Jackie Cooper, who leads my office in Brisbane, in Strathpine. Thank all of my staff for the wonderful work and the sacrifice that they make and the time they spend away from their families, helping constituents and people who have queries, and we deal with those cases on a daily basis. Thank you so much to the people of Dixon who give me the great honour of serving in this Parliament, and thank you to the Australian Federal Police who provide support to me and to my family, and for keeping us safe and for the respectful way that they treat my wife and my children given that we have so much contact with them. Can I say to the Deputy Prime Minister and to all the ministers on the front bench, thank you for your service to our country, and thank you for the sacrifice that you make. We live in a great country, as I say, and we're very lucky to be here to serve the Australian people. We should never ever forget that that's our priority. Finally, Mr Speaker, to you, thank you again, and I echo the words of the Prime Minister for your dedicated service, and the way in which you conduct yourself as Speaker of the House is a great credit to you. So to you and to your family, to the clerks, to all of those who make Parliament work, thank you, and hope that you're able to spend a joyous Christmas with your family. The most important element of Christmas, of course, is that it's a celebration of the birth of Jesus Christ, and to those of Christian faith, I wish them a wonderful Christmas, a happy, Merry Christmas with their families and with their communities, and may it be a safe Christmas for all Australians, and can we hope that people travel safely over that period and go into 2025 realising their dreams and aspirations in the greatest country on earth. Thank you very much.
And before we leave Parliament for this year, I wish to place on record my thanks on behalf of all of us for the people who have been critical to the workings of the Parliament this year. In particular, the Clerk of the House, Clarissa Surtees, for her continued and dedicated expert advice she provides me and all members, along with the department she leads. A special shout out to all the supporting staff, to our chamber attendants, Hansard, broadcasting, staff supporting committees, and the Sergeant-at-Arms for keeping us safe. Thank you. And to the Department of Parliamentary Services, the people responsible for upholding the integrity of this building, our security, building support, cleaners, and the catering team and visitors service, thank you. To those in the press gallery, as the Prime Minister said, we are lucky to live in a country with a robust press gallery that ensures our words and actions are accurately reported on, whether we like it or not. To my colleagues and fellow MPs, thank you for another year of hard work and contributions to this place. Most importantly, thank you for the respect and kindness that you've shown me. Visiting 141 schools across every corner of this country has been a joy to see you all working hard in your communities that you love. We all have an important role to play in creating good legislation and maintaining Australia's great democracy, but also creating a safe and respectful workplace for our nation to see. To the fellow members of the Speakers panel, and particularly the Deputy Speaker, the member for Newcastle, a big thank you for helping me keep this House in order. Whether it's a cup of tea early in the morning or the sage counsel you provide me, Sharon, I truly value your professionalism and approach. I also want to thank the Chief Government Whip and the Chief Opposition Whip. Joe and Bert have the hardest jobs, I think, of anyone in the building, and they do a remarkable job. My final thank you is to the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Nationals, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Australian Greens, and the Manager of Opposition Business and the Leader of the House. Two remarkable people with great integrity who I work so closely with. I really want to thank Paul and Tony for their leadership and the work that I do. And to the members of the crossbench, all of you work collaboratively, but you all seem to know exactly when I'm having a tough day in the office. So I thank you for your support. It's been a very busy year for all of us. I hope you all get to have a short break, and I look forward to your interjections back in February when we return, I think. It's a privilege being your Speaker, and I wish you all and your families a very happy and safe Christmas. And the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Firstly, can I pay a short tribute, there'll be a time to do it, to Simon Birmingham upon his announcement as retirement. He's someone who's been here since 2007, has served as Finance Minister, Trade Minister, but I've dealt with him as the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate. He's someone who has very broad respect right across the Parliament, and he certainly has my personal respect, and he also has been into my office on a few occasions, and he's someone who is someone of integrity, who is easy to deal with and to get things done. So to Simon and Courtney and their family, it is understandable that he's made this decision, but I wish him all the very best. Mr. Speaker,
the Prime Minister.
Separately, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Government and the Parliament of Australia, I do rise to honour the life of Thomas Eyre Forrest Hughes. Lucy Turnbull contacted me today to tell me that today Tom has passed away at the ripe old age of 101 years. So I certainly offer our nation's condolences to Tom's family, friends and loved ones, including, of course, Lucy and Malcolm Turnbull. Tom Hughes was a brilliant man who lived a life of quite remarkable achievement. He dedicated his talent, intellect and life to the service of our nation. Tom joined the Royal Australian Air Force at the age of 18. He flew a short Sunderland flying boat patrol bomber and was part of the air support for Allied forces in the invasion of Normandy during D-Day. Tom was awarded the French Legion of Honour for this service, the highest decoration France can bestow. And like so many members of that greatest of Australian generations, Tom continued to serve his community and his country in peacetime. Just as he fought for freedom from tyranny and war, he championed justice and the rule of law in peace. He built an outstanding and high-profile practice as a member of the New South Wales Bar. And then he entered Parliament, winning the seat of Parkes in 1963 and then moving to Berowra in 1969. He went on to serve as a widely respected Attorney-General in the Gorton government. Tom was someone with a sharp wit, a gift for language and persuasion. More importantly, he held a determination to use his talents for the service of others, for causes bigger than himself. Tom was a giant of the Liberal Party, an icon of the Liberal Party, and was close to people like John Howard and others who came after him. He was a great Australian who was widely respected and who will be mourned in his passing. May he rest in eternal peace.
And on indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, I thank the Prime Minister for his very gracious words in relation to a great Australian. Tom Hughes, the former member for Berowra, has sadly passed away, but at the remarkable age of 101 years. He served at a federal level between 1964 and 1973, and he was many, many things in life. He was a pilot in the Second World War who received the Legion of Honour for his role in the Normandy landings. He was a venerable lion of the Sydney Bar who accepted briefs in a principled cab on the rank manner. He was a pragmatic and non-partisan Attorney-General whose legal opinions were a hallmark of brevity, clarity and readability. He was an unfailingly loyal Gortonite who admired his Prime Minister and his great friend as an agent of change. He was a grazier who enjoyed winning a stock auction almost as much as a case in court. And he was a man known for his profound care for his family, friends, colleagues and clients. Ian Hancock's masterful biography of Tom Hughes finishes by quoting a letter Tom received from a fellow Silk, Tom Bathurst, who had just been appointed as Chief Justice of New South Wales. Bathurst wrote to Tom, and I quote, "I sought to model myself on you, not only in relation to your outstanding forensic and legal abilities, but also the dignity, honesty and integrity you brought to any matter in which you appeared." Tom was appointed an Officer of the Order of Australia in 1988. In April, I had the distinct honour of delivering the Tom Hughes oration at the Sydney Opera House. I saw Tom there, who was frail, and I saw Chrissy, and I extend to her my heartfelt and sincere condolences, as I do to members of the family, to Lucy, to Tom and to Michael, to the broader family for whom they had so much respect and admiration for Tom. He was an inspiration not just to his family but to generations of our Liberal family. There will be an opportunity in due course, I'm sure, to make more fulsome remarks in relation to Tom, but I was speaking with John Howard earlier today, and I know that John had the utmost respect for Tom. They had a close working relationship, and it was a mutual respect for two great men who have contributed so much to our country. I also, Mr Speaker, acknowledge the hurt and grief of the current member for Berowra, who was particularly close to Tom. There was a significant mutual admiration in that friendship as well, and I was texting with Julian earlier to acknowledge the grief and pain that he's experiencing at the moment. But to the Hughes family, to the extended family and friends who are grieving now, we offer our sincere and heartfelt condolences He was a wonderful Australian from our greatest generation, and may he rest in peace.
As a mark of respect to the memory of the late Tom Hughes, I ask all present to rise in their places. I thank the House. Just for the information of honourable members, I present a schedule of the status of government responses to committee reports as of 26 November 2024. The schedule will be incorporated in Hansard. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
And I give a call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I've received a letter from the Honourable the Leader of the Nationals proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the Prime Minister taking Australia in the wrong direction. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their place and give the call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And I ask you to cast your mind back to election night when the Prime Minister said no one will be held back, no one will be left behind. Well, bring yourself forward 2.5 years and Australians are now asking themselves, do they really feel better off after 2.5 years of Anthony Albanese? No. The direction of this country after those 2.5 years has clearly gone in one direction, one where he's divided a country and sent us broke. And we got a real insight into that in just under 12 months when he decided to take the country down a path of a voice referendum, dividing this nation, telling us that he was going to spend over $450 million on a referendum without even going through a proper process of calling a constitutional convention, bringing all Australians together, because the Constitution's owned by every Australian. Instead, telling us that we're going to repeat the mistakes of the past, bringing back ATSIC Mark II, not changing the livelihoods of regional Australians, Indigenous Australians, but repeating those mistakes. And Australians saw through it. But instead of listening to the Australian people after that referendum, he did nothing. In fact, the only action to take place, in fact, the very week after that referendum, was from the Leader of the Opposition and myself. We came to this place and we heard the result of that referendum, that they didn't want more bureaucracy, they wanted a better bureaucracy and they wanted action. And so we moved in this place 2 pieces of legislation. One around a Royal Commission into child sexual abuse in Central Australia. And the second was about an audit to ensure that the over $4 billion that's being spent by Australian taxpayers in expecting that we close the gap for the most marginalised in this country is being spent wisely. That's common sense. But this government could not even bring themselves to respect the result of the referendum and listen to the voices of the Australian people about the action that they wanted. Instead, turned their back on it and since then have barely uttered one word about Indigenous Australians. Right. They wasted $450 million that could have helped close the gap with practical solutions, wasting Australian taxpayers' money on all that ended up being a vibe. But their economic management continues to put pressure on Australian families. Australian families tonight, some, will not be able to afford dinner. In a country as rich as Australia, in a country of 27 million people that produces enough food and fibre for 80 million, that is a national shame. It's a shame because what this government has done has continued to spend Australian taxpayers' money because their belief and their ideology hasn't met the practical reality of addressing the fundamentals of what's keeping your interest rates higher, because inflation is staying higher. Discretionary spend stopped. We've stopped going to Jerry Harvey and buying TVs and fridges because we can't afford it. But your fixed spending continues to go up because those opposite, this government, after 2.5 years, has failed to acknowledge they have to address the fundamentals. And if you look at where the fixed spending continues to remain high, continues to increase, is in your energy and in your food and in your rents. And that has kept inflation higher, which means your interest rates have remained higher. In fact, the average mortgage in this country has gone up an extra $35,000. $35,000 has been ripped out of Australian families' wallets because of the mismanagement of this government, because they haven't been prepared to face up to the fact that the ideology around shifting to an all-renewables approach of an energy grid cannot work. There's no country of the industrial scale and size of Australia that has gone an all-renewables approach. Instead, they have sent the investment signals that has reduced our baseload supply, that's driven up prices and taken away confidence. Confidence not just in households, but also in the industry. Manufacturing cannot continue to be subsidised to keep it going. To have manufacturing in this country, you have to fix the fundamentals. You have to have baseload, affordable, reliable power, and you have to have proper industrial relations policy. That's right. And this government failed on both. But then, because they understand that households were copying it in the neck because their $275 promise of a reduction in electricity bills for households was never going to be seen. In fact, we've seen them increase by over $800, that they had to do something about it. So what they did is they spent $6.5 billion of Australian taxpayers' dollars in papering over the cracks to say, we're not going to fix the fundamentals, we're just going to buy ourselves politically out of trouble. You know, there was a politician up in my home state of Queensland that did that about 3 months ago, Stephen Miles. He had a closing down sale in Queensland. He gave the show away and gave everything away in a crude attempt to try and hold power. And that is what this government is doing. They are giving it all away and now are dipping into your future fund because of the economic mismanagement. And in fact, they still can't face up to those fundamentals of inflation that we're seeing, core inflation. That real number that the RBA governor determines where rates will go, in fact, went up last month from 3.2 to 3.5%. So the RBA governor only acts in reaction to the actions of this government. And the reckless spending of this government continues to put pressure on the RBA governor. And that is putting pressure on households and putting pressure on businesses. In fact, so bad are things out there at the moment. Not only are we seeing over 20,000 insolvency of small businesses, and they employ mums and dads that are trying to pay their mortgages. Not only have they lost their livelihoods, their businesses, they've had the sweat and courage of their own conviction, their own wallet to go and start a business and employ people, and then to have lost it, but then to have to let their employees go. And you see what is happening out there in this economy, is that this government is ramming this economy into a wall. And that hard is that the RBA governor now is in a state of flux of what to do, because they cannot control inflation, but they are sending the economy dead broke. And this is the challenge that Australians are feeling today. And when you think about the sensible policies that will address this, is addressing the fundamentals of having an all-energy mix, not putting all your energy eggs in one basket. We have sovereignty of all our resources. That will address the energy prices that you're receiving now. And if you want to bring them down quicker, get some more gas into the supply quick. You can get gas into the grid quickly, and that'll bring your prices down, and that'll bring food prices down, because food processors are paying 3, sometimes 4 times what they were 2 to 3 years ago. And the bill that they brought in today around the big, tough penalties that they're bringing on supermarkets, it's business as usual. They're bringing in infringement notices to tell the supermarkets that they've treated farmers but also treated consumers poorly, to a maximum of $187,800. Now, they'll whip down to Civic down here, to one of their stores, and pull that out of the till. That's just the cost of doing business. Supermarkets do not fear these people. And when you see Australians tonight that will struggle to put food on the table, why wouldn't you do something about it? That's the real policy levers that you can pull that don't cost a cent, that'll put pressure, downward pressure on prices. But you've also got to give Australians hope to have that dream of one day owning a home. And this crowd are bringing in 1.67 million people into this country. That's a city bigger than the size of Adelaide. And they're bringing in dog groomers and martial arts instructors, instead of maybe thinking about bringing in some builders, some sparkies, some roofers, some tilers. If you're going to bring that sort of number in, you're going to have to build some homes. And what's happened is young people have lost hope. They've lost hope of ever owning a home because it's all about supply. And while building that supply sits with state and local government, the levers that we pull in this place help them. And if you're not going to have the common sense solution around migration of bringing in, because we should determine who comes to this country, the skills they have and where we want them to live. We're giving those people around the planet the greatest gift we can give to anybody, a ticket to Australia. And we should be banning, and this government, if we're our coalition, if we become government after the next election, will ban foreigners from competing with Australians at residential auctions for 2 years. And we're going to put a pause on this increase in building standards, taking it to 7 stars, lifting the cost of building a home by over $60,000. No wonder no one can afford it. We've got to get back to some basics. Get back to understanding we've been given the privilege to spend Australian taxpayers' money, to do it properly and to pull the policy levers that will actually do the lifting rather than having to spend Australian taxpayers' money, because ultimately Australians can't afford another 3 more years of Anthony Albanese.
And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to respond to this MPI, because what we've heard is that basically those opposite gave up. After 9 years, they said we're out of ideas, we can't do any more rorts, we've gone through every colour-coded spreadsheet we can find and we still can't make a difference in Australians' lives, which is why in 2022 the population voted for change and they voted for an Albanese Labor government. And we are, as a government, building Australia's future because we understand the importance of having a strong direction for our country, something that those opposites still don't have in opposition, because they still don't have a single costed policy, no detail about their nuclear thought bubble, and a determination to hold people back. Since we came to government, we've got wages moving again after a decade of deliberately holding wages low. We've tackled inflation and we've delivered 2 budget surpluses without wasting money on back-in-black mugs for a surplus that didn't happen under those opposite. We've made medicines cheaper, we've boosted bulk billing, we've strengthened Medicare and we've increased regional health services. If it was up to those opposite, cost of living relief wouldn't actually be a thing, because they're determined to block every measure that we've put forward without a single alternative solution. We have delivered a tax cut for every Australian, something that, you guessed it, those opposite voted against. We have expanded paid parental leave and will also pay superannuation on it, because taking time out to care for your children shouldn't leave you worse off. Our energy bill relief is rolling out, which, let's not forget, we implemented because the shadow treasurer deliberately changed the law to hide electricity bill increases until after the 2022 election. And from 1 July, 2.6 million minimum and award wage workers received a pay rise, the 3rd consecutive pay rise increase under our government, because Labor will always stand up for workers and their rights, aged care workers, childcare workers and low-paid industries. And that's on top of our record aged care and childcare worker pay rises, reducing pressure on some of our most valued workers, professions that have been overlooked for too long under those opposite. Every regional community that I visit tell me the same thing. We need more housing to attract and retain the workers that we need. And let me be clear, housing was not an issue that didn't exist before 2022. It was just that on this side of the House we actually recognised that as a federal government we had a role to play in it. That's why our government has invested $32 billion in housing initiatives, the biggest investment in a decade. It will ensure we get more homes off the ground in our regions. We've already seen more than 13,000 people now have home ownership under our housing regional first home buyers grant because we expanded the eligibility criteria. We've announced under round 1 of the Housing Australian Future Fund more than 13,000 homes, and that's more than we saw in an entire decade because you actually have to put money where your mouth is and get on with delivering. Our $1.5 billion housing support program is supporting local governments and state and territory governments to build enabling infrastructure because councils told us that they needed more help getting the groundwork done. $50 million is already flowing to 80 projects across Australia under Stream 1, including 73 local council projects aimed at boosting planning capabilities. And just this week, our Help to Buy legislation passed Parliament, something those opposite, in bed with the Greens, voted against time and time again. This will now help 40,000 low and middle income earners turn the keys on their own property. That's nurses, that's cleaners, that's carers, that's childcare workers. Something else our regional communities tell me all the time is that they need more help to repair and maintain roads across their council areas, because for a decade under those opposite, roads were literally driven into the ground. That's why we're progressively doubling roads to recovery over the next 5 years to $1 billion annually. And in the Leader of the National's own electorate, that's more than $156 million over the next 5 years, an increase of $49 million. And just today, I met with one of the councils from Maranoa electorate, Merway Shire Council, and they will receive $10.7 million in roads to recovery, which is an increase in $3.4 million. And I can tell you what they're saying, that this funding increase is not the wrong direction, it's finally moving in the right direction. What they did say, though, is that our ongoing commitment to regional aviation is incredibly important for places like the Charleville Airport. Our $80 million investment to keep Rex's regional routes running shows we understand the importance of a strong regional aviation network because it keeps people connected, it keeps our businesses running, it ensures our regional communities thrive. Because just like roads, the opposition did nothing for the regional aviation sector in their decade in government. Cancellations and delays is their only MO. But not everyone can travel by air, which is why we've increased a range of road programs, including $437 million just announced for 230 priority upgrades across New South Wales, many in our regional areas. In my own electorate of Eden Monaro, that's over $50 million to 16 projects. The Road Black Spot program is increasing from $110 million a year to $150 million a year, meaning more money for improving some of the most dangerous sections of our roads. We've launched the new Safer Local Roads and Infrastructure program, which is a $200 million program annually, and we delivered an additional $250 million to regional councils through Phase 4 of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure program. And these programs not only make our roads safer, it makes it easier for people to get around. But those opposite wouldn't know the right direction for this country if it was screaming out at them from a map. But a paper map is probably all you'd get from the opposition because they're determined to hold Australia back when it comes to digital connectivity too. They bungled the rollout of the NBN with their deliberate uninvestment, and just 15 minutes down the road from here in my own electorate, half of some of the streets were stuck on the Coalition's copper network for a decade, while the other half had fibre to the premise under the previous Labor government. We've now fixed that with an investment of $2.4 billion to expand full fibre NBN, including to 660,000 homes in our regions. Now they're looking to sell off the NBN to the lowest bidder because they're the party of privatisation. And as the Mayor of Flinders Ranges Council said, the first thing that goes under privatisation is service. We're a government that understands the value of investing in people and supporting them to build their own futures. We're supporting people to train at home so they can continue working locally, because you shouldn't have to pack your bags to build a career. Our fee-free TAFE has already supported 500,000 people nationally, including over 127,000 people in our regions. 35,000 in construction courses, the same amount in early education, 50,000 in digital technology, 130,000 in aged care and disability care. And this is a program that we'll make permanent because it's hugely successful. The Australian Council of Trade Unions said fee-free TAFE is making education more affordable and accessible, it's easing pressure on household budgets, and it's ensuring more young people have the financial freedom to pursue their dreams. But the opposition, yet again, at odds with the community and are standing in the way of people's futures. Just last week, the Deputy Leader of the Opposition said, if you don't pay for it, you don't value it. Well, tell that to the apprentice chef that said, I'm going to school to get a better job so we can have a better life, or the student nurse that said it gives a lot of young people and older people an opportunity. This reckless disregard for people and what they need is the approach that those opposite took to Medicare and to the NDIS. They gutted both. But under an Albanese Labor government, we're delivering record investments to rebuild that damage, an increase to the bulk billing incentive, cheaper medicines, 29 additional urgent care clinics in our most recent budget alone, including one in my own electorate on Morisset Street in Queanbeyan. And as we enter our high-risk weather season, let's talk about the wrong direction, hey? Having been through the devastating Black Summer bushfires with my communities in the Bega Valley, I know the consequences of turning your back on disaster preparedness, which is exactly what we saw under those opposite. That's why we've set up the National Emergency Management Agency to ensure we have a coordinated approach when we need it. We've built the largest firefighting air fleet in the country's history, with 160 aircraft positioned across the country to protect our communities. And we established the $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund to invest in disaster resilience and risk reduction. Backwards is the only direction this country would be heading under the reckless approach by the Leader of the Opposition, Peter Dutton, and his coalition. We'll continue to build Australia's future on this side of the House and stand up for communities right across the country.
And I'm just going to remind the Minister and all speakers thereafter, when referring to people who are members in this place, you must use their correct titles. And I'm giving the call to the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia heading in the wrong direction, Deputy Speaker. That's not actually, I'm saying that, but that's not just me saying that. You know who's saying that, Deputy Speaker? The majority of the Australian people are saying that. And when you see polls now and when people are polled and people have asked, you know, do you think Australia's heading in the wrong direction? The majority of people now, the vast majority, a significant majority of people are saying yes. And that has changed over the period of the last 12 to 18 months, Speaker, that the majority of people have decided that Australia is heading in the wrong direction. Now, why would they say that, Deputy Speaker? Why do you think they would say that? Well, there's obviously great disappointment. There's great disappointment. There's great disappointment in you. There's great disappointment in the government. And so all of you over there are representing that government, and the majority of Australian people think you're sending this country in the wrong direction. And why would they think that, Deputy Speaker? Why are they probably saying that? Well, one of the reasons, obviously, is cost of living. It's quoted over here a lot, not a figure that we made up, but a figure that's been analysed by independent people, Deputy Speaker, is that the average family is $35,000 a year worse off. 20,000 of that is because of the 12 interest rate increases we've seen from the other side, Deputy Speaker. So the average mortgage is over $20,000 a year more than it used to be when they came to government. And of course, we've got increases in energy costs, we've got increases in groceries, we've just got an increase in everything that people buy and sell. And I know I'm getting interjections over there all the time from the member for Hasluck, who I think will be a one-term member because people aren't happy in her electorate either, Deputy Speaker. But you know why they're unhappy with the member for Hasluck and many others, Deputy Speaker. They're unhappy too because this government didn't have a focus for a long time. For the first 18 months, they were talking about a voice which divided the country, divided families, divided friendship groups. They were focused on that why interest rates were going up. They were focused on that why food prices were going up. They were focused on that why energy costs were going up, Deputy Speaker. And then, of course, this, just over the last week or two, what was the main gain? They weren't talking about cost of living all the time. They were talking about, Deputy Speaker, a misinformation bill. That was a big focus for them. That's what they wanted to push through. They had a big focus on that for a while. What was that going to do? Just shut down free speech in this country, Deputy Speaker. That's all that was going to do. If you have an opinion that disagreed with them, they were not going to let you wear it. The member for Hasluck, keep interjecting because you're not going to have many more opportunities. But Deputy Speaker.
I would ask you not to encourage the interjections, and I am going to ask the member for Hasluck, who I often have to ask not to interject, to just let's get through this debate. Last one for the year.
So,
over to you, member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And so, again, focused on the voice to divide our country, focused on the misinformation bill to shut down free speech in this country. That's what this government is focused on when we are heading in the wrong direction. And, Deputy Speaker, as a regional MP, I certainly feel this. Regional Australia certainly knows this government isn't going in the correct direction. And I remind this House too, Deputy Speaker, that regional Australia is the economic powerhouse of this country, and a lot of our city cousins, I don't think, appreciate that. The 4 biggest exports in this country are coal, iron ore, gas and food. None of that comes from a city seat, Deputy Speaker, and you as a regional MP, I certainly appreciate this. None of that comes from a city seat. Regional Australia is driving the wealth of this country, but it's not certainly how this government treats regional Australia, Deputy Speaker. We've seen so many infrastructure programs shut down. The Stronger Communities program was a favourite of mine for little community groups that would help out. $10,000–$15,000 for a little community group was a great program in regional Australia. Every person obviously over there didn't want that because that disappeared. The LRCI program, another great program, Deputy Speaker, has been abandoned under this government. Another decision that was very detrimental to regional Australia was the Murray-Darling Basin Plan, Deputy Speaker, where we've seen this government basically commit to take water out of communities, which takes jobs out of communities and takes food out of communities, Deputy Speaker. So that hasn't been a good direction for our country. The other one, obviously, we spent a whole MPI on it, is the reckless renewables policy of this government, Deputy Speaker. Had the sanctimony hypocrisy corner over there, Deputy Speaker. We had the member for Warringah who doesn't want 8 wind turbines and a hectare of solar panels on North Head, but gee, it's okay to build millions of them, of solar panels and tens of thousands of wind turbines out in the regions, Deputy Speaker, because apparently we don't have cultural or environmental significant issues with that. I could go on about health, the distribution priority area, which ravaged GPs from the regions as well. But this country, the Australian public's right. The Australian public is right. This government is putting Australia and heading Australia in the wrong direction.
Expired. Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's really interesting standing in this place and getting lectured about directions. And I think that there's quite a lot of people that would know what I mean when I say never eat soggy Weet-Bix. North, east, south, west. And so one of the reasons why I talk about that is because I think that it's important to think about compasses and moral compasses. And so it's really fascinating getting lectured by the opposition about a sense of direction, particularly when we had a member for Cook that didn't have a particularly good moral compass. I think that there were multiple people from his side that referred to him as a liar, international leaders that described...
Member for Swan, I understand you may be quoting, but that is an unparliamentary term.
Okay. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The thing that I would say is that there were 5 secret ministries, and they were ministries that nobody knew about. Nobody knew about that. And so it was really interesting to talk about that sense of direction. And I remember the days of where we didn't have GPSs, and I feel like for this time the Nationals are using a paper street directory, sometimes known as a UBD, but I think that that's a TLA that this generation doesn't necessarily know. But when we're talking about directions, I think it's important that we look at the mega trends that are happening in our economy at the moment. Inflation, really important for all households. When we took office, the number had a 6 in front of it, and guess what? At the moment, it now has a 2 in front of it. Also, talking about numbers, because, I'm kind of into numbers, a tax cut for every taxpayer. And I talk about that because that's something that I see as being tangibly important to all Australians. But I also want to kind of give lessons on systems thinking. And in our economy, there are big systems, feedback loops, input parameters, time lags, input variables. There's no definitive science to this. But one of the things that was really exciting for me, I went and visited St Vinny's in my electorate of Swan. And one of the things that they showed me was statistics on the number of phone calls that they were getting from people in the community facing financial hardship. What I saw from July this year is a significant reduction in the numbers of people that were seeking assistance. What that indicated to me is that our tax cuts are having an impact, but also so is our electricity relief credit as well. But you need to look at multiple numbers. I also had a NAB team member come and visit me, and he was talking about the stats that they were seeing in their office. They've also seen a reduction in the number of hardship payments or number of people seeking hardship terms, and there's been a reduction there too. So we're starting to see the change that Australians need. Also talking about directions, one of the things that was really interesting for me, I was at the Canning show and I was speaking to a couple of different constituents. And what was interesting is the unsolicited feedback that I was getting on federal government policy. One was on robo-debt, and there was a young man that said to me, I could never vote for the coalition because of the mental trauma that they put me through. There was an air hostess manager who was like, hey, dude, how you going? We're totally supporting you, and that's because of same job, same pay. And she was like, did you know that someone that's doing the same job as me gets paid $50,000 more? Same job, currently, that and previously not the same pay. Does that sound like fair? If I think about Australia, Australia is a country about fairness. And when people think about Australia as a place to come, the thing that they think about are the things that make it better. And that's good industrial relations system. It's a good Medicare system, which we will continue to invest in. And it's also about a good education, which is something Labor governments are amazing at. I also spoke to another person who was talking about the culture of Centrelink, and he was like, when you guys took over office, it felt like there was a change in culture when I walked in the door within the actual Centrelink office. I think that we need to take pride in our institutions, and we need to continue to work really hard to make sure that we make a positive difference for everyday Australians.
Member for Durack.
Well, there is no doubt about it that Australians are worse off under this Prime Minister. Since the election, the cost of food's gone up 11.8%. Housing up 11.7%. Rents, well, they're up 16.1%. Gas up a whopping 32.2%. Health, well, that's up 10.4%. Education is up 11.5%. Financial and insurance services, they're up 18.2%. So as you can see, everything's going up and Australians want action. But they do feel that they've been let down by this Albanese government, particularly the good people of Western Australia. They really feel let down, particularly the people living in regional Western Australia. They really feel left down. Now, there's been a lot of chatter about when the election will be and whether or not we'll be coming back in February. Well, I'm sure the Prime Minister is receiving a lot of feedback from his colleagues about when he should go. But no matter what date he lands on, Australians will still be faced with the same question of whether they are better now than they were 3 years ago. And it's that question which must really frighten those opposite. Note whether they've stacked the MPI with the West Australians today. How much are they worried about the result in Western Australia? Yesterday in question time, I asked the Prime Minister about the terrible collapse of living standards in Australia. This is what my constituents and all Australians care about. And it was interesting to hear him bring up his recent trip in Geraldton, which is in my wonderful electorate of Durack. In that question, he failed to mention that he was only in Geraldton for 1 hour. 1 hour! I mean, honestly, it's a real shame that the Prime Minister didn't take the opportunity to hear from the Geraldton locals about the real issues for them. Didn't want to hear about, the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis. Didn't want to hear about any of that. No, it was just simply a photo opportunity. That is absolutely disgusting. And how disrespectful to the people of Geraldton. So Christmas is less than a month away, but yet again it's going to look a lot different again this year. This Christmas, Australians will be forced to cut back on their spending, whilst we've seen this government spend and spend and spend a little bit more. Unfortunately, this means less presents under the tree for our children to open on Christmas Day, and I don't think there's going to be a lot of those long, expensive family holidays during these January school holidays, which would otherwise have been those wonderful treasured memories. So as we approach the new year, families are needing to start, to reconsider their school options. And I'm hearing about this across the electorate. And also whether they continue to pay for their children's sport. These are real issues. After 2.5 years of this government, this is beginning, unfortunately, to look a lot like the new normal. In Australia, core inflation is rising and it is higher than any other major advanced economy. This demonstrates that inflation is homegrown and that all of the leaders of the advanced economies, out of all of them I should say, has delivered the worst results. The election will certainly be an uphill battle for the coalition. We recognise that. Not since 1931 has a Commonwealth government failed to win a second term. Yet despite history being on Labor's side, I think you'd struggle to find anyone in the government feeling absolutely certain about their chances or really positive about their future as a Member of Parliament. They know they're failing and they know that Australians know it. In 2022, Labor campaigned on making life easier and cheaper for Australians. This Prime Minister and his government have been in charge now for over 2.5 years, yet those opposite refuse to accept any responsibility for Australia's ongoing high inflation. It is simply shameful. They'd have you believe that high energy prices have nothing to do with their renewable-only strategy. They'd have you believe that inflation has nothing to do with their spending of $315 billion. They'd have you believe that business insolvencies hitting an all-time record high was nothing to do with their industrial relation changes, which only make it harder to do business in this country. I would just like to conclude by addressing some serious fires that are currently being battled around my electorate of Durack. One such fire is in the Shire of 2J, and I believe the people of West 2J are currently under the Leave Now bushfire warning. Another very serious fire is in the Shire of Dandaragan around Cervantes, approximately 48 kilometres long north to south, and is proving very difficult to combat. It's my understanding there's over 200 firefighters working tirelessly to get this under control. I would like to thank them all. I would like to extend my heartfelt thoughts to everyone impacted by these fires, including the 2 firefighters who were injured yesterday during the Dandaragan fire.
And
be safe, everyone.
Has expired. Thank you. Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The matter put before the House today refers to the direction Australia is moving in. So let's talk about that. Let's talk about the direction this country will be moving in under the nuclear energy policy proposed by the LNP. Or I wish I could say that, because the opposition don't really have one. They don't know what they're doing. We have 6 pages of nothing that was given to the Australian public over 6 months ago. But that's been discreetly taken down to the point where you can't access it anymore online. And if you need a copy, please reach out to my office. More than happy to provide one. The Liberals did that because they realise there's a problem with their nuclear energy policy. They don't know how much it's going to cost. They don't know how long it's going to take. They don't know what these reactors will look like. They don't know what kind of nuclear reactors they want to build. They don't know how much nuclear waste this policy will produce. Is it a Coke can? I think not. They don't know how their nuclear policy is going to help Australians. They're not telling us about the supposed savings Aussie families will get. And I would go as far to say that the opposition don't know why they're heading in this direction. Because outside of taking advantage of Aussies who need help with the cost of living, trying to capitalise on the suffering for the express purpose of winning Liberal votes, there is absolutely no reason, grounded in absolutely no scientific evidence, that this direction of the coalition, if you can call it that, is going to achieve anything in Australia given our current position in energy. The LNP's nuclear policy is pure fantasy. The member for Fairfax, the main character that he is on this, the Wheel of Fortune policy from the LNP, he must have seen Wicked the other day, because the nuclear snake oil he is peddling to the public is straight out of the scene from The Wizard of Oz. The member for Fairfax playing the role of Dorothy, following the Yellow Cake Road. He's followed closely by little Toto, played by the member for Cook. They're off to see the wizard, Speaker, the wonderful wizard of half-baked ideas and destruction, played by this opposition leader. The member for Fairfax has asked the wizard to grant him his heart's desire. His wish is for some direction on energy policy. And the opposition leader, with a twist and a flick of his magic wand, he grants that wish by handing down a nuclear energy policy that costs too much and takes too long, and annihilates Australia's path to cheaper power bills and cleaner energy, because the wizard thinks it'll earn him some blue votes next year. But the member for Fairfax doesn't care. With the member for Cook in his arms, he taps his heels 3 times and teleports all around the country, riding the high of Aussies struggling to pay their bills, and presents them with the sheer fiction that is their nuclear policy. That is the direction of the Liberals. They are absolutely aimless. That's why this Labor government, under this Prime Minister, we've spent the last 2.5 years getting Australia back on track. Labor's direction is fighting the cost of living, and we delivered a bigger, better and fairer tax cut for every Australian to do just that. Those Australians include 67,000 people in my electorate alone, on lower and middle incomes, keeping more of what they earn than under the Liberal plan. Labor's direction is smashing barriers of disadvantage in communities like mine by making education more affordable. That includes a brand new university study hub opening in Elizabeth to slash expenses for local students. That includes changing the student loan system so you're paying them off when you can afford to do so. And that includes fee-free TAFE. Labor has enrolled over 500,000 Aussies into TAFE for free. And if re-elected next year, we will cut 20% off all help loans for students. Labor's direction is making medicines cheaper and healthcare more affordable. Labor's direction is keeping inflation down to put downward pressure on costs in the family home. And of course, Labor's direction is staying away from the yellow cake road and actually doing something to make power prices cheaper. We've done that by taking $300 off all power bills for every single Australian household. So while the Liberals are busy chasing wizards, projecting their magical fantasies onto Australians and attempting to block everything I just mentioned because they want to profit from Aussies doing it tough, this Labor government, under this Prime Minister, is going in the right direction, and that's by fighting the cost of living.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, there are times in our lives when we stop, we pause, and we ask, what was the point of it all? And we usually do that at significant moments in history or in our lives. Myself asked ourselves that question at the end of the Afghanistan war. What was the point of it all? And when you do that, you do a serious stocktake of what occurred and what we learned from it. And right now, Australians are standing at a crossroads, and they're looking at this Prime Minister and this government, and they're saying, what was the point of it all? And when I listen through the various speeches given by the members, and with due respect to them as friends and colleagues, I also ask, what was the point of it all? Because we heard lovely speeches given for the people who keep this place ticking, our staff, our families and our friends, as we should. And we did that because Christmas is coming. And Deputy Speaker, we owe a great debt to the Australian people for them to know that in this place we're thinking of them as well. And with Christmas around the corner, many families will be having a Christmas they didn't have 3 years ago. They will be poorer, more stressed, harder working and less happy. And that is on this government, Because when you look at the numbers, Australians are going backwards. Everyone is going backwards, bar a few exceptions. And recently, Deputy Speaker, our leader came to a food bank in my electorate. And we went there for 2 reasons. One was to thank the volunteers and the donors for all that they do. We were at CareNet in Templestowe, and I want to thank Kelly Wishart and her team. Templestowe is not an area, if you're from Melbourne, that you would imagine needing a food bank. It's generally considered a wealthy area with high incomes and high asset prices. Yet in that area, They're giving out 4,000 kilos a week of food. So our first task, Deputy Speaker, was to thank them, to thank the volunteers for their work. The second, which many people addressed in the comments in the leaders' posts and in mine, was, well, what are you going to give them? That's not the right question. The question is, what are we going to do to make the need for this food bank disappear? We are a prosperous nation, and it is a great shame on us that so many Australians are turning up to food banks. How is that happening in 2024, that Australians in metropolitan Melbourne are putting food on the table from food banks? And I went to that food bank on a previous occasion and stood there, and I was talking to Kelly Wishart, and some people were coming, and I recognised some, and they felt embarrassed, and they shouldn't, because I know that they are hard-working and they have had circumstances in their lives, whether it is unemployment, a separation or illness, that has meant they are struggling and they need that help. So when families this Christmas go to pay the food bill, and the average food bill for a family of four is about $400 a week, they've gone up 10%. 10%. And for Christmas, you want to put a bit of extra food on the table, it can be double that cost. Housing is up, rents are up. And when we listen to the interjections or the speeches, all we hear is that, yes, we've caused this great problem that we're not interested in solving, but here is our little bit of help for the symptoms. No interest in the cause, only focused on the symptoms. Helping start a fire that you're not interested in putting out, but here's my little bucket of water to help put it out. That's the focus of this government. All symptoms, no cause. All symptoms, no cause. And for families who are paying off a mortgage, they are in dire straits. Dire straits. If you have an average mortgage, they are $35,000 worse off. That's the average mortgage. The closer you get to metropolitan Melbourne, and I see the member for Higgins is here, you know that the average mortgage is way higher than that, way higher than that. So families who are on average wages see no hope, and many are at the brink. Many are at the brink. And again, we hear the government talk about your wages, your average wages. They never talk about real wages, how much money is actually left in people's pockets at the end of all of the costs that they have to pay that are going up, the rising income taxes through bracket creep. So Australians at this crossroads are saying, what was the point of it all? What was the point of it all? And they will pass judgment soon.
Member's time has expired. I call the member for Higgins.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I have learned one thing in life, which is you judge people not on what they say, but on what they actually do. And for all the chirping and bleating and, frankly, crocodile tears from the Coalition, the Liberals and the Nationals, we know that at every turn they have opposed our offerings to improve the lives of Australians, to help with cost of living relief. They have opposed energy bill relief. They have opposed wage increases for amongst our lowest paid workers. They have opposed Commonwealth rent assistance. There's not a single aspect or component of our cost of living relief package that they haven't opposed. Now, Deputy Speaker, when we came to government, we inherited a really bad hand of economic cards. And this was really after a decade of Liberal and national inaction. We basically found an economy with its shock absorbers ripped out. When it came to housing, when it came to energy, when it came to skills, we had economy-wide shortages of skills right across the economy. Nothing done about this. And we also had the really bad label of being a country in the OECD that was lowest when it came to sovereign manufacturing capability. We just simply stopped making things in Australia. So that was the economy we inherited. And then to make matters worse, we had during the pandemic JobKeeper, which basically injected, turbocharged nearly $90 billion in funding to its businesses. Now, we didn't quibble with that at the time, but the reality is, when you look back in the rearview mirror, $38 billion of that went to companies with increasing profits. And what it has done is actually poured fuel on this inflationary fire. So we have woken up from this pandemic with a very heavy inflationary hangover, not helped by what we inherited from those opposite. For the duration of this government, what we have tried to do is respond with support, not with austerity, not with making things worse, but with actual support, material support to help us, the Australian people, throughout the lifetime continuum, from the cradle to the grave. When I talk about the cradle, I'm referring, of course, to the early years. For the first time in the Commonwealth history, we have an early years strategy, and that was backed in with cheaper childcare. So when we came to government, we found that childcare costs had actually increased 49% over the decade that the Liberals were in power. And that was most acutely felt actually in my own electorate. Higgins has the highest childcare fees of any Victorian electorate. And after your mortgage and your car, childcare is the next biggest expense. So we injected $5 billion, it came in our first budget, and it's helped take some of the pressure off families. We also have just passed this week, and opposed by those opposite, a 15% wage increase for early childhood educators, because we cannot support this industry, this vital industry, without the workers. And we've also, I think on a really positive note, we've injected more money into toy libraries. Not only are these really important community assets, they also ease pressure on families during a really tough period where they don't have to waste their money buying expensive toys. They simply need to go to their community toy library, and we've backed those in. When it comes to the middle years, we have, of course, this week increased public school funding, the highest in Commonwealth history. The highest in Commonwealth history. And we have linked this to KPIs which are meaningful, such as improved phonics and numeracy benchmarks in children, such as improved mental health support for Australian kids, and professional development for teachers. This is designed to lift standards right across our public school education sector, something that the Liberals never talked about. They never ever talked about when they were in government. And to back that in, to protect the mental health of our children, we're also, this week, we banned social media. We imposed age limits on social media. Now, admittedly, this was done with bipartisan support, and we thank those opposite. In terms of post-secondary school education, perhaps this is where we're going to have the biggest impact. We have delivered a full suite of reforms to slash student debt, HECS debt, to make it fairer, and to really invest in free TAFE, which those opposite have opposed. And it is completely inexplicable given the skill shortages this country was facing and continues to face.
And I call the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's good to hear the member for Higgins talk about mental health. And it is great that we've instigated the social media ban. It's a little bit disappointing we didn't hear her speak out when her government slashed the Medicare-funded mental health sessions from 20 to 10, despite the report saying that they should stay at 20. And it's just one of many examples that I'll talk about the Albanese Labor government heading in the wrong direction, letting down the Australian people. I mean, it's clear, you speak to anyone in your community, there's not one Australian that's doing better today than they did in May of 2022, when the Prime Minister promised that he had a plan to ease the cost of living crisis that Australians were facing. Although we did hear from the member for Swan, which I found staggering, that apparently things have improved in the last 6 months. Things have got better, which has never been better. I assumed that it was just the Prime Minister and the Treasurer that are completely out of touch, and that the backbench sort of had to sit quietly and weren't able to tell them. But it appears that the backbench also think that the Australian people have never had it better, the crisis is over, things are going well. Well, in the real world, when you talk to community groups, you hear a different story. The member for Menzies, my good friend, mentioned food banks in his community. Well, I've also been talking to charities and to food banks in my community. 2 food banks in the last 2 weeks that I went to visit, completely independent of each other, referenced the working poor that they are now looking after. The working poor that they are now looking after. This is, and I'll quote from Discovery Community Care, the working poor category has been the biggest growth demographic for us in 2024. We have grown by 400% since March 2024. Yet those opposite have the audacity to stand here today and tell us that it's all going well. We've never had it better. It's improving. The cost of living crisis has been solved, as the member for Swan said. I mean, but it's all part of the spin of this government. The Prime Minister, the Treasurer have been talking about the inflation rate this week, but they don't talk about the true mean inflation, which is the true inflation rate that the RBA Governor looks at when they decide as a board what's going to happen with interest rates. The reason that they won't talk about the trim mean inflation is that it actually went up in October. It went from 3.2% in September to 3.5% in October, pushing back any chance of a rate cut in the near future, as the RBA Governor has said, because the RBA Governor has said she will continue to look past the artificial nature of the energy subsidies of the Treasurer and the Prime Minister. Another thing those opposites don't like to talk about since the election is that promise to reduce energy prices by $275. 97 times before the election they made that promise, hasn't been echoed since. Early on in the term we got some interjections from those opposite. Well, we said it would happen by 2025. Well, guess what? We're on the doorsteps of 2025. Energy bills have not gone down by $275 for the Australian people. The data shows that when the subsidies come off, they'll increase significantly next year. There would have been a 16% increase in energy prices if it wasn't for that rebate. Prices are continuing to go up. This is a government that is focused on the symptoms, the political spin. They have no answer to the genuine challenges that the Australian people have to ease the cost of living crisis. They have to address productivity. That is the core issue that we are facing at the moment. Productivity has fallen 6.3% under this government, but those opposite have no plans, no policies or no actions to address the productivity crisis that we are facing in Australia. The reality is that in May of 2022, this Prime Minister promised he had a plan for the Australian people. 2.5 years later, that plan has failed. There is not one Australian that is better off today than they were in May of 2022. We have an out-of-touch Prime Minister who is weak, is not making the right decisions for the Australian people, and it's those residents that go to food banks that are feeling the pain, that are suffering 3 weeks before Christmas. There is no end in sight to the pain that they feel, and this government has no answers to the challenges and crisis for the Australian public.
I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, those opposites seem to have some misplaced nostalgia for the Morrison era. Their back on track mantra offers Australians the spectre of going backwards to Morrison era. I don't know of any Australians who actually look back fondly on the man who holidayed in Hawaii while Australia burned, but since they're clear they want to take Australia backwards, let's revisit some of the ghosts of the past. And while we could go through the secret ministries, the rorts, the scandals, let's start with economic mismanagement. 9 long years of running up debt with deficit after deficit. They were on track to exceed $1 trillion of debt in the next year, and 2/3 of it run up before the pandemic. Every Australian family knows if you spend more than you earn, you build debt, and that's exactly what those opposite did to our country. We inherited inflation at 6.1% and rising. Real wages were going back by 3.4% as a deliberate economic strategy by those opposite. When inflation goes up and your wages are going backwards, that's a direct hit on your standard of living. Productivity growth had suffered its worst decade in 60 years, 60. 24 coal-fired power stations had announced closures, and those opposite had done exactly nothing about it. There was the chronic skills shortage of every sector of the economy, and instead of addressing this, they just put barriers in front of Australians who wanted to upskill to get jobs. They made it more expensive to upskill. Talk about pulling the ladder up behind you. They really don't like young Australians, and they certainly don't want them to be able to build a career and afford a house, start a family or whatever they want in their lives. So I'm sorry to depress you, Deputy Speaker, with that brief sojourn into the dark years when those opposite were wielding their worst on the Australian public to please their wealthy elite big business owners. But I think it's important when they start talking about taking Australia backwards to remember what that track was. But I don't want to leave you depressed. So what have we been doing? We've turned their 9 deficits into back-to-back surpluses. They've been banked, bringing Australia's debt level down and reducing our interest burden. Inflation has more than halved, down from 6.1% to 2.1%. And yes, underlying inflation is coming down as well. And there have now been 4 consecutive quarters of real wages growth. This government wants Australians to earn more, and it's happening. But we also want them to keep more of what they earn. And that's why Labor's tax cuts benefited every single worker in Australia, not just the wealthy ones that those opposite wanted to benefit. Over 1 million jobs have been created, the majority full-time. Unemployment rate is on track to average below 4% for the entire parliamentary term for the first time since records began. And while they let 24 coal-fired stations announce closures and did nothing to fill that energy gap, we've signed off 65 large-scale renewable projects, enough to power over 4 million Australian homes, including energy storage, an important part of ensuring that we have 24/7 power available for all Australians. And to address energy costs for Australians, we've capped the costs and we provided direct targeted energy bill relief, both measures that those opposite voted against. We've wiped $3 billion of student debt for more than 3 million Australians, and we've introduced prac payments for nursing, midwifery, teaching and social work students to remove another barrier. We've provided over 500,000 fee-free TAFE places because, unlike those opposite who pull the ladder up behind them, we understand that not only is this a great hand-up for Australians who want to upskill and have great careers, it's also fundamental for the prosperity of this country that we solve our skilled labour shortage. We put $32 billion into addressing the housing shortage. Those opposite cared so little about housing for Australians that for much of the last decade they didn't even have a housing minister. In the health sector, we tripled bulk billing incentive, leading to an average 4% increase in bulk billing consults in my state of South Australia. We provided cheaper medicines by cutting the co-payment, freezing PBS prices and introducing 60-day prescriptions. They voted against it. All measures that save Australians money. Deputy Speaker, while those opposite talk openly about taking Australia backwards, we cannot risk the man voted by doctors as the worst health minister ever. He's the worst Home Affairs minister, this reckless, arrogant opposition leader who seems to think he can go to an election with zero-costed policies in the public domain. Deputy Speaker, I'm left with a question. Does the opposition leader actually not have any plan, or is he just keeping it secret from the Australian voters? Either way, too big a risk.
The discussion has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Future Made in Australia, Production Tax Credits and Other Measures Bill 2024, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the Minister.
I move that the question be put.
Okay, the question is that the question be put. All that opinion say aye. All against? No. Believe the ayes have it. No. Division required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. No, that's all right. It's okay. We did it. Thank you.
I was expecting Aaron in continuation.
Oh, is it untucked? I'll move a motion of the member's state address.
Hello.
Join the Greens. Sorry? You look like you've joined the Greens. Wearing a hoodie into the chamber. With a just a hoodie.
Sorry? With a hoodie, yes.
Lock the doors. The question is, before the House, is the question be put. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Grey as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 75, noes 58. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Parkes and Gray as tellers for the noes. result of the division is ayes 86, noes 50. The matter was resolved in the affirmative, and I give the call to the clerk.
Second reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and Indigenous Business Australia and for related purposes.
I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
I move that the bill be now read a third time.
You have to ask.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading. The bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and Indigenous Business Australia and for related purposes.
Cool. I give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to make a ministerial statement relating to the annual Climate Change Statement 2024.
Is leave granted? The member for Page.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. I thank the member, and the Minister has a call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present a copy of the 2024 Annual Climate Change Statement, Australia's Emissions Projections to 2024, the quarterly update of Australia's National Greenhouse Gas Inventory, June 2024, and the 2024 Annual Progress Report.
Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, each day in this Parliament we acknowledge that we meet on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples. While acknowledgement and celebration are right and proper, they aren't sufficient. As custodians of the lands and waters for many thousands of years, our First Nations peoples have unique insight as we watch our climate change right across our country. Human-induced climate change affects people everywhere, but there is no inequality that climate change doesn't make worse, including Indigenous inequality. More positively, acting on climate change can and should provide opportunities for First Nations peoples to share in the ownership and dividends from new renewable energy, from carbon abatement programs and from work we do to increase climate resilience across Australia. As with everything, there's more to do, but I and the government are determined to ensure that whatever work happens to reduce emissions and build Australia into a renewable energy superpower happens in partnership with First Nations peoples. We've already launched the First Nations Clean Energy Climate Change Advisory Committee, and I'm looking forward to announcing our First Nations Clean Energy Strategy soon. Mr Speaker, this week we've had a reminder of why decarbonising matters. Not just the unseasonably hot weather, but the increasing unreliability of coal. Renewables address both. Solar, wind and other renewable energy resources are available right now to tackle the worst of climate change. Crucially, they make our energy system more reliable and resilient than a system dominated by ageing coal-fired power stations. The importance of transforming to a renewable electricity system underpins the annual climate change statement, which is the third I've delivered to Parliament. The annual statement provides progress on our climate change and energy initiatives in 2024 and is an account of our commitment to transparency regarding our climate actions. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're doing well, but there's more to be done for emissions, for affordability and for reliability. I can say this because a key part of the annual climate change statement is consideration of the independent advice from the Climate Change Authority. Its annual progress report, which focuses 8 of its 10 recommendations on renewable energy, is made public today, along with our response to it. We've also published the latest emissions projections and quarterly results from the National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. The annual statement this year reflects how far we've come over the last 2.5 years to get Australia back on track after a decade of denial and delay. We've reduced sovereign risk and rebuilt confidence in Australia as an investment destination. This translates to better economic activity and more long-term jobs around our country. We've now put in place the systems and processes to set us up for a more prosperous future, to make the most of our country having the best renewable resources in the world that everyone wants next sun, wind and critical minerals, to benefit from being a significant player in delivering the global shift to net zero, and to do so simultaneously while bringing emissions down. We've built a lot of momentum, but there's so much more to do. The key is to build on this momentum and then build on it again, because there's no achievable alternative that doesn't see otherwise avoidable harm done to our environment, our planet and future generations. Net zero by 2050 is not optional, which means the critical decade is now, not some hypothetical time in the distant future. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased to note that the Climate Change Authority recognises the significant progress we've made so far. Its view now is that Australia has the policies in place to meet its 2030 targets. We're bringing emissions down in the electricity and land sectors, and that means emissions have fallen to 28.2% below 2005 levels already. Annual emissions are still lower now than they were at any point during the economy-wide COVID shutdowns, when heavy industry and transport was in hiatus. Carbon dioxide emissions from fossil fuel and industry, when measured on a per capita basis, are the lowest they've been in Australia since the late 1980s. But they need to fall faster into the future. The authority has emphasised that it will be important to hold course and to deliver the outcomes envisaged by the policies now in place, and we agree. The annual emissions projections confirm our policies are working and Australia is on track to deliver our legislated targets. Climate inactivists and net zero opponents will always find ways to say black is white by cherry-picking data points. But the baseline projections now show emissions in Australia falling 42.6% below 2005 levels over the next 6 years. This is a substantially greater reduction than projected for Australia even a few years ago. In 2021, emissions were expected to fall just 30% below 2005 levels in 2030. And we're almost at that point now in 2024. This jump reflects the strong design and implementation of significant policies the Albanese government has introduced over the last 30 months. And we are now outperforming previous projections for Australia's legislated 10-year total emissions budget. Last year, we were expected to come in 1% above budget by 2030. This year, we expect to be 3% below budget, meaning Australia will have emitted around 150 million tonnes less than budgeted for this decade, cutting the equivalent of an entire year of electricity emissions from our projections. Better still, none of these projections account for other policies that are still yet to be fully developed and implemented by the states and territories and indeed by the Commonwealth. Transitions of the scale that Australia is undertaking, and the world is as well, are not easy and don't happen overnight. But the pace is picking up. Over the past year, an increase in private and public investment has helped position Australia to build a stronger, more diversified and more resilient economy. More private capital went into developing new, clean, cheap and reliable energy projects in the last quarter alone than was invested in all of 2023. To facilitate this demand, along with commencing national tenders for the Capacity Investment Scheme this year, I've also declared 3 additional areas suitable for offshore wind energy in Australia, in Victoria, New South Wales and Western Australia. Whether it's the energy assets that are being developed offshore or onshore, we want this transition to be done right in the best interest of all. So we've put in more than $182 million towards strengthening approval processes, improving community engagement and oversight through the Office of the Australian Energy Infrastructure Commissioner, bolstering processes and practices to deliver a legacy of social and economic benefits to the regions hosting our renewable transformation, including through a new developer rating scheme. All of this is important to get it right so we can shift our energy system from the old approach of relying on fossil fuels to the new modern approach of generating power from clean, cheap, reliable renewables. In Australia, electricity accounts for nearly 35% of all emissions. It's the most polluting sector and decarbonising it is vital. Renewable energy is also vital to unlocking emissions reductions in other sectors because electrification is usually the lowest cost way to reduce emissions. 97% of our trading partners are also focused on reaching net zero and they can use our help to get there. So we're already seeing that a renewable electricity system is the entry ticket for Australia, for Australian industry and Australian manufacturers to become the strongest players possible and in future trading partnerships. The Australian Energy Market Operator has also been consistently clear that the government's solution for a rapid increase in investment to deliver new, reliable, renewable generation capacity plus storage and firming and transmission lines will meet Australia's growing electricity needs as our current coal fleet retires. Between now and 2035, the market operator expects 90% of Australia's ageing, increasingly unreliable coal-fired power generators to retire. Just this week, we've seen AEMO having to juggle the grid to prepare for forecast higher demand, while more than 2.5 gigawatts of ageing coal-fired power units were offline, broken down or taken out for maintenance. The notion that Australia's ageing coal fleet should, or in fact even could, be relied upon to an even greater extent to power our system is nothing short of magical thinking. Already consumers are feeling the impacts of running old coal generators for longer. There has not been a single day in the last 18 months without some coal-fired generation experiencing unplanned outages, not a single day. And as the Australian Energy Regulator Claire Savage has said, and she sets the benchmark prices for consumers, and I quote, "Increasing coal plant outages are causing havoc for supply and driving up prices." On the day she testified, 26% of the eastern seaboard's coal fleet was offline, with about half down for planned maintenance and half due to failures. She went on to say that's having an impact on forward prices of electricity. And she said, "And the reason I care about that is that I care about customers." Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, so do we. Energy prices are a serious issue for households and for businesses. And the system isn't as fair as it should be. We want to fix that. We know that renewables are driving wholesale price of electricity down. It's why we welcome the focus of the recommendations made by the authority this year that are on optimising the rollout of the cheapest form of energy, renewables, and improving energy performance. We've agreed in principle, or noted all of the authority's recommendations. And it's particularly pleasing today to see data from the Australian Energy Market Commission that confirms more renewables in our grid will continue pushing energy bills down over the next 10 years. It also confirms that any delay to renewables would in fact increase costs. The good news is that we're making significant progress to bring more cheap energy into the system, and we've made sure each and every household is getting $300 in energy bill relief this financial year, and eligible small businesses are getting $325. Inflation data out this week shows a record fall in electricity prices, down more than 35% from October last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm also pleased to inform the House that 2024 has now set an official all-time record for renewables. Data released by the Clean Energy Regulator today shows that up to 7.5 gigawatts of renewable capacity will have been connected to the grid this year. That is a record. Just under half of that will come from rooftop solar, a sign that households and businesses are getting real value from the economic benefits that come when you harness free sunshine. Earlier this month, I met Simone and Richard, who live in Winston Hills. It was the same day that their solar installers were out the front with vans and ladders putting up their new system. You see, Madam Deputy Speaker, Simone and Richard were the recipients of Australia's 4 millionth solar installation. They're also installing a battery and an EV charger, like so many other Australians. This world-beating uptake of renewable energy was only made possible by the Small-Scale Renewable Energy Scheme, and it means we now have got more rooftop solar capacity in our system than the entire fleet of coal-fired power stations across the country. That means that households and businesses are winning on two fronts, looking after our future generations by bringing down emissions and bringing down power bills today and, of course, for years to come. We currently have a pipeline of renewable energy projects that, when combined, will produce at least 45 gigawatts, around two-thirds of what's in the grid today. We've boosted wind and solar capacity in our power system by more than 40% of what it was when we came to office. And we're making sure that continues because there's more work to do. We're front-loading investment in the new renewable energy infrastructure through our capacity investment scheme. And we're reducing the roadblocks that make timely delivery of new projects challenging under the renewable energy transformation agreements that we've negotiated with New South Wales, Victoria, South Australia, Western Australia, the ACT and Tasmania. Madam Deputy Speaker, I expected the capacity investment scheme to work well, but it's working better than I expected. This year we tendered for 6.6 gigawatts of new, clean, reliable, renewable generation and storage. We received bids for more than 9 times what we called for. 9 times more. That tells me that this pipeline from companies of investment who want to build good quality renewable projects is very strong indeed. And we want to keep it that way. The CIS tenders are due to finish in late 2027. That's why we've asked some of Australia's leading energy market experts to investigate reforms to the national electricity wholesale market in the years following. This reform will be about bringing even more cheap, clean, renewable energy into the system, about planning for a system for the 2030s that will be affordable, reliable and bring emissions down, about not putting all our eggs in the coal-fired basket when we've been told that those coal-fired generators, as they plan to retire their assets, are becoming more unreliable, and not about putting our eggs into the nuclear basket when experts say there is no way nuclear could generate a single watt of electricity before the 2040s at best. Last year, the authority recommended that we accelerate the rollout of network infrastructure to support the deployment of large-scale renewable projects, but working collaboratively with the state and territory counterparts as we do so. So we did. The $20 billion Rewiring the Nation program, which is the same scheme the Coalition wants to cancel, will make significant contributions toward this. We also agree that the CCA's recommendation this year to speed up connection approvals processes to get more clean, cheap, reliable renewables into the grid faster is a good one. That's why we've allocated more than $10 million to help this happen. I thank the Treasurer for his support in making that a reality. All these components are crucial to deliver the energy Australia needs by 2030 and beyond, while materially reducing emissions. Conversely, suggestions that Australia should turn its back on advancements such as these and revert to a system dominated by fossil fuels while waiting for a form of energy never before deployed in Australia will be the nail in the coffin of Australia reaching net zero by 2050. As the Climate Change Authority has said, and I quote, "Waiting for new, better, cheaper technologies is tantamount to choosing to continue to emit." The notion that nuclear energy in Australia is a serious solution to decarbonise by 2050 is a dangerous furphy. It doesn't survive contact with reality. Pausing policies that are currently lowering emissions in favour of ramping up policies that would increase emissions will not deliver net zero. Nuclear power generation commencing in the 2040s, less than a decade before we are due to meet the target, is not a solution or an antidote to the increase in emissions from extending fossil fuels in the interim. If it were to be, it would need to be rolled out on such a scale as to replace all the other emitting technologies. That would mean hundreds of nuclear reactors built across the country to keep the lights on, connected by thousands of kilometres of new transmission lines. Instead, the current scheme proposed by those in opposition is for just 7 plants, with just one to supply all of Western Australia. This energy mix that includes nuclear as the net zero silver bullet is incompatible with Australia's net zero ambitions, incompatible with building a future made in Australia, and incompatible with the direction of travel we're seeing around the rest of the world. It would see a return to delay, denial and dysfunction that has already cost Australians so much. Instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, in 2024, we're making sure Australians will benefit now from the opportunities afforded by the emerging net zero industries. We've passed legislation to establish the Net Zero Economy Authority so regions, workers and communities are supported to manage the impacts and share in the benefits of this transition. And our $22.7 billion commitment to a Future Made in Australia package will help Australia unlock private investment at a scale in net zero industries including renewable hydrogen, local battery and solar panel manufacturing, green metals processing and low-carbon liquid fuels, and it just passed the House and will pass the Senate tonight. Yeah. This will support long-term, well-paid jobs to more than 2 million workers across the economy in everything from trades to engineering, educators and other professionals. And it legislates community benefit principles to guarantee the positive impact flows to communities hosting these new industries. Because this shift that's already well underway is as much about creating jobs in the regions as it is about tackling climate change or securing Australia's future in the uncertain world. It's so important to all of us. Governments around the world change from time to time. There will be heightened global tensions. There will be geopolitical repositioning. But we must stay the course through the complex uncertainty of economic and security challenges because we have a window of time to act decisively. We must continue to act in our national interest, charting an Australian path in this global journey. This much is clear from the scientists, it's clear from the energy and industry experts, and we listen to those experts. They tell us that this decade will be critical for our energy grid and critical for the climate. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we want to position Australia as a powerhouse in the new global net zero economy, this is the critical decade as well. The course of this decade will be shaped by the choice the Australian people make in the next 6 months. It's a clear choice because, as the Climate Change Authority's report shows and is evident from our response to it, we have made the foundational and impactful shifts in the last 2.5 years to put Australia on the right track. We're doing the work, and that work is delivering positive change. Madam Deputy Speaker, we're making progress towards a healthier, more secure, sustainable, cohesive and prosperous Australia. How resilient we are to climate change and the impacts of climate change, how much we can reduce our emissions and how comprehensive we can make Australia's circular economy will continue to be measured as part of keeping Australia on track to decarbonise by 2050. In 2023, we commissioned the Climate Change Authority to undertake a separate, independent technical assessment of how this country's key sectors can move towards decarbonisation. That's informed our work on this and is underpinning our national roadmap to reach net zero, which is progressing well. Our revised carbon crediting scheme and reformed safeguard mechanism are both central to this. Supported by $621 million in funds allocated this year to keep our industry thriving as it transforms its processes. Our projections, as well as the authority's progress report, show that the safeguard mechanism is also performing even better than we expected. By 2040, more than 500 million tonnes of emissions will be cut on-site across our largest facilities. When combined with offsets for the hardest to abate sectors, this reaches 900 million tonnes by 2040. 200 million tonnes of abatement will happen this decade, equivalent to taking 2/3 of the cars off Australia's roads. We're also working directly to reduce transport emissions. And in March, the Albanese government did what others have tried and failed to do. For 20 years, we legislated Australia's first new vehicle efficiency standards. These will reduce emissions from new cars by 60% and from light commercial vehicles by 50% over the next 6 years. It also incentivises the market to offer drivers more choice of electric and plug-in hybrids, as well as better fuel-efficient models across the board. Wherever I travel across our country, I hear people talking about their plans to buy a new EV or hybrid as their next car. It's so important they have better choices. Communities and households have a big role to play in reaching net zero, and they're taking action in record numbers. Which is why it's particularly good news for households with solar and EVs that Standards Australia has now enabled vehicle-to-grid charging, or reverse charging in Australia for the first time. This effectively transforms a car into a household battery on wheels. It's just one way we're helping energy consumers and turning them into energy prosumers, saving money on their bills, reducing pressure on our grids and helping bring emissions down. We've distributed nearly $300 million across the states to make social housing more energy efficient, including through adding more solar panels in apartment buildings, and we've done more even today. We've also implemented $100 million in community energy upgrades to help councils cut emissions and reduce bills through energy efficiency and new solar for community buildings, everything from local halls to sports facilities. And we've allocated nearly $56 million to help more than 2,400 small and medium-sized businesses do the same as well. It's why we agree in principle to the authority's recommendation to make full use of our distribution networks, the local poles and wires and commercial and industrial facilities to host more renewable electricity generation and storage going forward, and at the consumer level as well. We're already doing that, supporting the increased storage in the distribution network through Community Batteries for Household Solar program. In the last year, we've been to suburbs from Narara on the central coast of New South Wales to Magill in South Australia to begin opening some of the more than 400 new community batteries this program has been delivering. And I look forward to opening more in coming months. And to coordinate this, we've set out Australia's first consumer energy roadmap. This is the next big reform, Madam Deputy Speaker, making sure that those consumers who have the energy resources at their disposal are able to be in control of those resources, to get maximum benefit out of it for themselves and also for the grid. But we're also focused on those Australians who don't have access to their own resources. This is about them as much as it is about the households with rooftop solar, because no one should miss out on the benefits of the energy revolution, and we make sure they don't. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm happy to admit I believe there's cause for quiet optimism. We hear a lot from some in the media about how hard this transformation is. So hard, in fact, they say we should give up. They don't back a future made in Australia. They, and I must say including some in this parliament, advocate for failure, because failure keeps Australia stuck in the past. It's increasingly obvious that the hope for failure is a ruse to protect the status quo. We want more for Australia, and we're putting everything in place to make it happen. That's not to say there aren't challenges. I'm acutely aware of them. But the numbers show our plan is working. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are always those who call on the government to do more, and there are those who call on us to do much, much less. To stop the direction of travel we're now on, to reverse the positive impacts we've had in the last 2.5 years, to cut Australia's growth opportunities off at the knees. They want to shut us off from the rest of the world, to jeopardise the future prosperity of our businesses and our industry. We're a trading nation. Our wealth and success has been determined by what we've been able to sell, and we've had a lot of buyers. We don't want to change. In fact, we don't want to stop that change. We want to see more of it. Getting this right, and we're on the right track already, ensures the flow-on effect for households and workers in the coming years will be significant, because we're starting to see a shift in what our trading partners want to buy. We're seeing opportunities that we need to capitalise on, as countries around the world race to capitalise on those very same opportunities. As the Climate Change Authority recognises, it is a global contest to dominate green technologies, to access green resources, including critical minerals. This is a race we intend to win, because we are seeing the benefit of building capabilities at home in new industries, not just because it's good for the climate, but because it's in our national interest, good for our security, good for our economic and international interests, and most of all, good for all Australians. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Is he ready? I'll give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Australia is amidst an energy crisis. Energy is the economy, and energy security is national security. And the cost and reliability at which energy is delivered largely determines our way of life as Australians. At the turn of the century, Australia had among the lowest energy prices in the industrialised world. But today, Australians are paying among the world's highest prices. Not just homeowners and renters, but business owners, manufacturers, retailers and farmers too. As energy prices have risen, so too has the cost of producing food, sending the price of basic grocery items soaring for mums and dads, for seniors, and for people doing it tough right across the country. It's a simple formula. High energy prices means goods cost more to make and services are more expensive to deliver. High power prices are impacting Australia's homegrown inflation, including the housing sector, where increasing material costs are pushing up the cost of building new homes. And the cause? Since the Albanese Labor government came to power, it has pursued an all eggs in one basket, renewables-only energy policy the consequence of which is higher electricity prices. The Prime Minister went to the last election promising the Australian people a $275 reduction in household power bills. But people are paying up to $1,000 more than what Labor had promised. Only this morning, the Minister was on national television confirming he will still deliver on that promise by next year. So according to the Minister, in just over 4 weeks' time, Labor will reduce household power bills by now up to $1,000, not as a one-off, but forevermore. Ever since Labor came to office, an extra 600 families every single week have gone on hardship arrangements with their energy retailer. During this term, nearly 25,000 businesses have gone insolvent. Nearly 6,300 of those have been construction companies. And one reason for their collapse is the cost of electricity, which makes doing business unsustainable. And with fewer building companies, fewer houses are being built. But cheap, clean and consistent 24/7 electricity isn't needed only to alleviate cost of living pressures for residents and to support businesses. It's also a prerequisite to building Australia's sovereign capability in fields which are critical to our future, especially in an increasingly volatile world, including high-value manufacturing and mineral processing, automation, artificial intelligence and cloud computing. These are energy-intensive activities which can only be competitive for businesses if they have access to cheap, clean and consistent 24/7 electricity, which they currently do not. Delivering that is the focus of the coalition team, and it is reflected in the policies that we have begun to lay out. Speaker, it is the coalition's plan to move Australia towards becoming a nuclear-powered nation. Indeed, this is the most visionary policy put forward by an Australian political party this century. And under Peter Dutton's leadership, and with a united Liberal national team, we make no apology for taking it all the way through to the next election. It's a policy which rejects political short-termism and ideology, to instead embrace imagination and pragmatism, so we can set our nation up for future generations. Our plan for nuclear energy marries the past with the future, a past where Australians enjoyed prosperity with cheap, clean and consistent 24/7 electricity, to a future where our children and theirs can similarly enjoy a prosperous way of life, because Australia once again becomes a nation with affordable and reliable energy. Speaker, much of the debate on climate change and energy in Australia centres around the target of reaching net zero by 2050. To meet that challenge, the first question we must ask ourselves is not about net zero, nor even about emissions. Rather, the first question to ask ourselves is what sort of Australia we want to be in 2050 and beyond. What sort of nation do we want to bequeath our children and our grandchildren? This is the first question. It's the starting point, because how we manage energy on a path to a decarbonised future will largely determine the Australia that we become. Such is the importance of energy to everything, to our nation's economy, security and social well-being. At next year's federal election, Australia will be presented with two alternate pathways for our energy future. One Labor and one Liberal, one Labor, Green and Teal, and one Liberal National. We choose the right path, and our children and theirs will inherit an Australia that is rich, strong and fiercely independent. but we choose the wrong path. And they will inherit an Australia which is poor, which is weak, and which is dependent on foreign powers, whose interests may not align with our own. That is what's at stake here, and it's why our nation is at a fork in the road when it comes to our energy future. The path the coalition proposes relies on a balanced energy mix of renewables, gas, and, as coal retires from the system, zero emissions nuclear energy. This is our coal to nuclear strategy, replacing one form of baseload power with another. We have already mapped out much of our plans with respect to nuclear energy. We have announced the nuclear technology to be considered: only next-of-a-kind, internationally proven, small modular reactors or large modern plants, only Generation 3 and beyond. We have announced the institutional architecture to be adopted, including an expanded ARPANZA, a new nuclear energy coordinating authority, and a government business enterprise called Affordable Energy Australia. We have announced how we will get there, how we will get started, with 2 establishment projects, when electrons will first come onto the grid in the mid to late 2030s, and who will own them, notably the government, with global partnerships formed for plant development and operation. We have announced 7 locations across the 5 states on the mainland, on the sites of coal-fired power stations which offer transmission infrastructure, cooling water capacity and skilled workers. We've announced a comprehensive 2-year community engagement process where local communities are put at the centre through a community partnership model. We have announced benefits for those local host communities from a multi-billion-dollar facility guaranteeing high-paying jobs for 80 up to maybe 100 years, a regional deal to unlock investment in modern infrastructure, services and community priorities, and an integrated economic development zone to attract investment in manufacturing, value-adding and high-tech industries. And we have announced other aspects of our approach, from environmental benefits, safety management, waste management, fuel supply and much more. Speaker, as the United Nations Climate Envoy John Kerry says, we can't get to net zero in 2050 without some nuclear in the mix. And he's not the only one. There's a reason why all other advanced economies in the world are either using nuclear energy today or looking to do so. And it's the same reason why countries in our own region are looking at introducing nuclear energy for the very first time, including Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, Sri Lanka. They're doing so because nuclear energy, as part of a balanced energy mix, gets prices down, keeps the lights on, and without it you cannot get to net zero. No nuclear, no net zero. It's no coincidence that companies like Amazon, Google and Microsoft are also looking to nuclear to power their future operations. Zero emissions nuclear energy is no silver bullet solution. And this is why our policy is for a balanced energy mix for our future electricity grid, including gas and renewables. As a nation, we need more of everything to get it right. More gas, more renewables, and as coal retires, we need zero emissions nuclear energy. We call this our all-of-the-above approach, so we can maximise optionality of different technologies that complement each other. Australia needs all technologies on the table for due consideration so we can build the right, balanced energy mix to deliver cheap, clean and consistent 24/7 electricity. Speaker, in contrast to our plan is Labor's path, an all-eggs-in-one-basket renewables-only plan, a plan that is already failing on every single count. On prices, we're now paying among the highest prices in the world. On reliability, the market operators' warnings of looming blackouts have already become a reality. We've seen this week already blackouts. With thousands of homes thrust into darkness, businesses being asked to stop producing things, residents asked to stop washing their clothes, stop washing their dishes, and amidst the heat, to not even turn on their air conditioning. This gives us all a glimpse into what the future holds under the Albanese government. This is a glimpse into their dream of Australia as a renewables energy superpower. Now, as for Labor's performance on emissions, the report the Minister has just tabled in the Parliament, the 2024 Annual Progress Report, confirms that emissions have been going up, not down, under the Albanese government. That's right. The Minister just told the Parliament in his speech that emissions are now down at 28.2% on 2005 levels. From previous national greenhouse gas inventory updates, we know emissions were at 29% below 2005 levels when the Coalition left office. So they are now going in the wrong direction.
They're not good with numbers.
Even the government itself confesses that on its best case scenario, with all its future plans and policies coming to fruition, it still will not meet its 43% emissions reduction target. Today's annual progress report reveals that over the last year, Labor has been running 500% behind the rate required to meet its target. And then we have Labor's infamous 82% renewables target. What a shocker. Today's report confirms Labor's 82% renewables target simply will not be met, with the Climate Change Authority saying the only way it can be achieved is if the government, and I quote, pursues additional policy measures. In other words, not only are the policies today not working, but the policies that they've mapped out, which are yet to even kick in, well, that won't even get them there either. Now, this is not some minor footnote here. This is a big deal because Labor's renewables target represents around 80% of its total emissions reduction requirement to hit its 2030 target. Nonetheless, the Minister will decry that his current policies will get him oh so close. Well, again, the Climate Change Authority sends a cautionary warning here, saying that, I quote, policy announcements do not automatically lead to real-world outcomes. In other words, it's one thing for Labor to have wonderful dreams of its green future, but the Australian people are living a nightmare. Just because Labor professes a dream in a policy, according to the Climate Change Authority, they must not assume it will automatically lead to real-world outcomes. Now, Labor foolishly set its emissions reduction target from opposition, and they arrogantly legislated those targets upon coming to government. And now they can't achieve those targets, not even on their best case scenario. Speaker, there does remain an outstanding factor, a critical factor that needs to be considered when comparing the Coalition's plan to Labor's, and that is economics. The Coalition has been working with highly respected and independent economists and energy experts, Frontier Economics, to assess and compare our two plans, a renewables-only plan and one which includes zero-emissions nuclear energy. The work of Frontier Economics will be released in two reports. A few weeks ago, I announced the findings from the first of these reports, which outlined the real cost out to 2050 of Labor's renewables-only plan. The second report, yet to be published, will outline the cost out to 2050 of the Coalition's preferred approach, which includes nuclear energy. Based on the findings from Frontier Economics, Labor is engaging in one of the most scandalous con jobs ever attempted on the Australian people. On multiple occasions, Labor has said its plan to build a net zero electricity grid by 2050 would cost $122 billion. The minister who is here across from the desk has said on multiple occasions it would cost $122 billion. But what Frontier Economics modelling shows is the actual cost of Labor's plan will be at least $642 billion, over 5 times more expensive than what Labor claims. Today, in question time, I asked the minister whether or not those figures are accurate, and he could not deny that they were. This is the total cost of the power system, utility-scale generation, storage and transmission, as outlined by the Australian Energy Market Operator in its preferred step-change scenario, which, as confirmed by the Prime Minister at this dispatch box, is Labor's plan. That $642 billion, it should be noted, does not include the cost of Labor's plan for Western Australia or the Northern Territory. Nor does it include the billions of dollars ordinary Australians are expected to pay for rooftop solar and household battery investments, and nor does it account for the cost of upgrading distribution networks. So, for utility-scale generation, storage and transmission on the NEM alone, the minister said it would cost $122 billion, but now we all know that it's going to cost $642 billion. This means Labor has been hiding at least $520 billion in costs to be borne by everyday Australians. That's the equivalent to $59,000 per household in the national electricity market. And here are some other things you should know about the Frontier economic modelling. First, Labor has hidden transmission costs. Frontier revealed $62 billion in unaccounted for transmission costs. That's over twice the current asset base, which is valued at $29 billion. And this $62 billion is likely to be underestimated, by the way, given the propensity for cost blowouts on transmission projects. And Labor's plan also fails to account for the cost of large-scale projects, which it treats as sunk costs, even though they have yet to commence and yet to be paid for. They categorise them as sunk costs. The second thing to know is that Labor has introduced a carbon price by stealth. Frontier Economics notes that since May 2024, the government has effectively introduced a carbon price known as the value of emissions reduction to make it appear as though coal power will exit prematurely because it just can't compete with renewables. Labor's current carbon price is around $70 per tonne, which is about twice the $2024 value of the Gillard government's carbon tax, which was around $24 a tonne. To justify the government's preferred renewables-only energy mix, Labor's carbon price will need to rise to $420 per tonne by 2050, and that's the $2024 value. The cost of malinvestment arising from this shadow carbon price will be borne by, guess who? Australian consumers and or taxpayers. The third thing to know about the Frontier economics, and the third thing to know about what they've revealed about Labor's plan, is a massive overbuild of the system. Frontier economics highlights Labor's wildly ambitious demand forecast for electricity drawn from the grid, locking Australia into an expensive, overcapitalised and unnecessary overbuild of the national electricity market. Analysis of historical data shows that over the past 2 decades, AEMO has consistently gotten electricity demand projections grossly wrong. And when you look at Labor's flawed assumptions underpinning these projections, you understand why. Let me give you just 2 examples. Labor assumes that electric vehicle uptake will reach 89% of new car sales by 2030. The current EV uptake is only 7.2%. And Labor assumes green hydrogen production will require more than 25% of the output of our current system. I think we all know how that's going. The consequence of such unrealistic assumptions is high electricity demand forecasts which put undue pressure on policymakers and the private sector to over invest. The fourth thing to know is Labor's covert cost blowouts. Labor's renewables-only plan has already been plagued by cost blowouts concealed from the Australian public. For example, Frontier Economics exposes how between the 2020 and 2024 integrated system plans, projects such as VNI West, Hume Link and the Gladstone Grid have been subject to substantial cost escalations. This pattern of rising costs show how, with complex approval processes, project developers can increase budgets with minimal oversight. And fifth, you need to know, Labor's extend and pretend trick with coal. When it comes to Labor's claim that 90% of coal-fired power will be forced out of the grid by 2034, Frontier Economics notes this is at odds with the scheduled closure of those plants according to the owners of those plants. There is a 10.8 gigawatts of coal capacity which the Albanese government claims will be gone by 2034, which everyone in the industry knows will in fact still be operating. If Labor is fair dinkum about its plan to close coal early, the Prime Minister and the Minister needs to come clean and announce which coal plants they intend to close prematurely. Better still, they need to go to those communities and look the coal plant owners and their families in the eye and come clean and tell them they're closing them down early. But they won't do that. They won't do that because they think their extension of coal, which is happening right now today, the extensions of coal, and pretending that's not happening is a winning strategy. This is why Labor's approach is a scandalous con job. It's a deception of the worst kind. Speaker, our energy future is too important to be decided on duplicity and deception, in backroom meetings and hidden in the fine print of glossy documents. This is why I am today inviting the Minister for Climate Change and Energy to engage in a series of public debates with me about Australia's energy future in the lead-up to the next election. The ABC and Sky News have already agreed to host debates, and we should do them both. But debates shouldn't just happen in TV studios. They should take place in the communities most impacted by the decisions that will be made by governments. I propose we hold public debates in the communities identified by the Coalition to potentially host nuclear power plants, as well as the communities directly impacted by offshore wind zones identified by Labor.
That's a great idea.
Out of courtesy to the Minister, who is from New South Wales, I propose the first of these be held in January in Muswellbrook and Port Stephens, respectively. Let's get back to basics in Australia, not just in policy terms, but in how politics is done. Let's debate Australia's energy future in town halls and sporting clubs right across the country, so the Australian people can be afforded the opportunity to hear about the choice that lies ahead of them, because that choice will largely determine the nation we become by 2050 and beyond. Under Labor's all eggs in one basket, renewables-only approach, Australia will become a poor, weak and dependent nation. But under the Coalition's balanced energy mix, Australia in the future will be rich, will be strong and will be fiercely independent. We are at a fork in the road and the choice will be that of the Australian people. Thank you very much.
The call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move that the House take note of the Minister's statement on the Annual Climate Change Statement 2024.
So the question is that the House take note of the document. All those that opinion say aye. No. Oh, apologies. Yes, usually an opposition member comes up to adjourn debate.
I move debate be adjourned.
Thank you. So the question is that the debate be adjourned and the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I'm going to put that question now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask leave of the House to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Minister.
Thank you. I move that debate on the resumption. I move that the resumption of the debate on the motion to take note of the Minister's statement on the annual climate change statement 2024 be referred to the Federation Chamber.
I'm going to put
debate be adjourned.
Question that it's we're going to. This is the motion to refer it up to the Fed Chamber now. That's what we're all clear on. Okay. All those that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call on the clerk. Thank you.
Government business, notice number 3, Transport Security Amendment, Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thanks, Speaker. I present the Transport Security Amendment, Security of Australia's Transport Sector Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you, Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to the security of aviation and maritime transport and offshore facilities and for related purposes.
Minister.
I move that the bill now be read a second time. Our aviation and maritime sectors are integral to Australia as an island nation, and they connect us to the world. It's important more than ever that we work closely with these sectors to ensure our nation's security and resilience. We share the responsibility to safeguard the transport industry and with it the travelling public from current and emerging threats. This bill is an essential part of this responsibility. The transport sector is critical for sustaining Australia's social and economic prosperity, our national security and defence, and for facilitating the provision of essential goods and services. A secure and resilient transport sector is one where supply chains and essential services are maintained, bolstered trade networks and economic growth. Australia faces an inherently complex geostrategic environment. Threats to Australia's critical infrastructure continue to be significant and far-reaching. The transport security legislation frameworks were enacted when terrorism was the greatest threat to our transport sector. But while the threat of terrorism remains, we must now protect against nation-states and other actors targeting our critical transport infrastructure through espionage, sabotage and foreign interference, all significant and evolving threats. Malicious cyber activity also remains a threat. According to the Australian Signals Directorate recently released Cyber Threat Report, there is still a cyber incident in Australia reported every 6 minutes. Catastrophic natural hazards and COVID-19 pandemic have also exposed vulnerabilities and cascading consequences for Australia's critical transport infrastructure and supply chain resilience. The consequences for lapses in transport security are severe, and while felt by the transport industry and the travelling public, it is us, as the government, who are held accountable by the Australian people. Speaker, this bill will strengthen the government's and the industry's resilience to current and emerging threats and will provide the chance for government and industry to strengthen its capabilities and partnerships. The bill reaffirms the government's commitment to Australia maintaining world-leading transport security settings. In September 2021, the former government commissioned an independent review into Australia's aviation and transport security settings, led by Ms Kerry Hartland. The review holistically considered Australia's aviation and maritime security settings, beginning with a high-level threat assessment, followed by a detailed assessment of security vulnerabilities. The review made recommendations which sought to ensure Australia's security settings remain fit for purpose and robust and appropriately supported Australia's economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Given the findings of the independent review, the increasing complex and evolving threat environment and industry feedback, the department is progressing a multifaceted reform agenda to deliver targeted, high-impact legislative and regulatory initiatives to the transport security legislative frameworks, as well as strengthening government and industry capabilities and partnerships. This bill will amend the Aviation Transport Security Act and the Maritime Transport and Offshore Facilities Act to enhance government and industry resilience to current and emerging threats, to enable government to effectively respond to intelligence, to provide for proportionate regulation under robust and fit-for-purpose compliance and enforcement powers, and align the security obligations of the transport sector with other critical infrastructure sectors. The bill introduces a number of key security objectives. It amends the definition of unlawful interference to capture current and emerging threats that are not bound by physical or geographical location, including cybersecurity incidents. Mandatory cybersecurity incident reporting is being introduced. This requirement will align the transport sector with other critical infrastructure sectors and ensure that Australia is meeting its international security obligations. It introduces an all-hazards framework that will require entities to proactively identify and mitigate risks to physical security, personal security, cybersecurity, supply chain resilience and natural hazards. This reflects the shift away from counter-terrorism focus towards a more proactive, holistic approach to current and emerging threats. It amends the definition of test weapon and introduces a regulation-making power to define items as test weapons. It extends the system testing to the maritime sectors to support industry capability and responsiveness to security threats and ensure consistent compliance and enforcement tools are available across the transport sector. It will introduce vulnerability testing in the aviation and maritime sectors to allow the department to assess what security improvements need to be made to people, process technology and legislation. Vulnerability testing will assist the department to test the limits of a system's capability to improve Australia's aviation and maritime security settings and to partner with industry to identify potential vulnerabilities. It will broaden and align the Secretary's powers across the legislative frameworks to issue a security direction where a specific or general threat of unlawful interference is made or exists, or a change in the nature or risk of an existing threat of unlawful interference. It extends the demerit point system to air cargo sectors to align scalable and proportionate enforcement options across the aviation sector to address serious and ongoing patterns of non-compliance. It amends the definition of port, security regulated port and port facility in the Maritime Transport and Offshore Security Act to clarify the scope of facilities, functions and capabilities that are contemplated in the definitions. This will ensure the relevant entities who contribute to the overall functioning of the port can be captured and provide the maritime industry with the tools to facilitate an all-hazards approach to strengthening the security and resilience of the Australian maritime sector. And it introduces amendments to streamline processes, modernise language and achieve proportionate regulation for a small cohort of dual-purpose vessels. The continued focus on proportionate regulation acknowledges our shared responsibilities for security with industry and ensures both proactive and reactive measures are in place for ongoing protection against current and emerging threats. Naturally, there will be costs incurred while industry raises their capability and becomes compliant with these reforms. However, the prevention of security incidents and their cascading consequences is a benefit that we can't understate. Recognising the importance of these reforms and the shared responsibility with industry for Australia's transport sector, the government has consulted widely throughout the course of 2023 and 2024 to ensure the proposed measures were appropriately designed and targeted. This consultation included the establishment of a cross-sectional industry advisory committee, multiple discussion papers and impact analysis, as well as extensive face-to-face consultations. This comprehensive consultation process provided the transport sector with an appropriate opportunity to ask questions and provide invaluable feedback which helped shape the bill. Industry has generally been supportive of these measures. The Department of Home Affairs will continue to work closely with industry during the implementation of these legislative reforms throughout the development of the regulations as we progress future stages of the reform agenda. Future stages will include subsequent legislation and regulatory amendments, as well as initiatives to improve government and industry capability and partnerships. The department regularly monitors and evaluates security processes, policies and programs, striving for transparency, accountability and continuous improvement. And recent incidents have highlighted the existing vulnerabilities within the transport sector to a variety of hazards, including such as cybersecurity risks, supply chain disruptions and natural hazards. This bill and the stronger security measures it contains will significantly contribute to addressing these threats and ensure the continued reliability, continuity and security of Australia's transport critical infrastructure, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. And the debate must now be adjourned.
I move debate to be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I'll call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 4, Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024.
Thank you. Minister has the call.
Thanks, Speaker. I present the Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Customs Act 1901 and for related purposes.
Minister.
Speaker, I move that this bill now be read a second time. The Albanese government believes that every Australian should have the right to go to work and return home safely, and in doing so be protected from the development of life-threatening diseases. And our government is committed to protecting Australian workers from harm associated with silicosis and silica-related diseases. These are insidious diseases that infect the lungs of humans over a long period of time, often result in an agonising death. To support this aim, in cooperation with the states and territories, we've implemented a world-first prohibition on the use, manufacture, supply, processing and installation of engineered stone benchtops, panels and slabs that cause these diseases. This initiative will be further strengthened by the prohibition on the illegal importation of engineered stone that is intended to be implemented on the 1st of January 2025. The Customs Amendment, Expedited Seizure and Disposal of Engineered Stone Bill is a key component required to support the proposed import prohibition. The amendments in this bill will support the Australian Border Force's operational effectiveness by enabling Australian Border Force officers to more efficiently administer and dispose of seized engineered stone at the border. The Customs Act 1901 currently generally requires seized prohibited imports to be stored for a minimum of 30 days before destruction. However, engineered stone products, Speaker, are bulk goods, and the management of seized engineered stone products at the border poses significant challenges in terms of storage, transport, disposal and administration. The amendments in this bill will provide a mechanism for the Australian Government to deal with seized engineered stone in an efficient manner by allowing the immediate destruction of the prohibited goods following seizure. Similar provisions already exist for other prohibited products, including tobacco, vapes, dangerous and perishable goods and illicit drugs. This bill amends Section 206 of the Customs Act to empower the Comptroller General of Customs to deal with seized engineered stone in a manner she or he considers appropriate, including the immediate destruction of the goods. It's expected that the immediate destruction may be used in situations where engineered stone is imported without a permit or in contravention of permit conditions. Importers will retain the right to make a claim to recover market value of goods through judicial review. This bill will ensure that the intended new import prohibition for engineered stone can be implemented while not impacting on the Australian Government's ability to effectively manage other priorities at the border, and I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The debate must now be adjourned.
I move debate to be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. That's the question before the House now. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I present Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Incentives and Integrity Bill of 2024 and its explanatory memorandum.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and for related purposes.
And Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be read a second time. The bill reflects the government's commitment to ensuring fairness and integrity in our tax system while fostering cleaner and more sustainable futures. It addresses two key areas: incentivising the transition to electric vehicle with targeted tax concessions and strengthening the integrity of our tax system to ensure it does not reward those who are doing the wrong thing. Schedule 1 to the bill updates the definition of a fuel-efficient vehicle under the luxury car tax. From the 1st of July next year, vehicles will need to be genuinely fuel-efficient and produce low emissions to access the higher concessional threshold. That is, they must not use more than 3.5 litres of fuel per 100 kilometres to qualify. Now, this is down from the current rate of 7 litres per 100 kilometres. This change ensures that only the most fuel-efficient and low-emission vehicles, like electric and plug-in hybrids, can access this benefit. It delivers on our commitment to support the uptake of EVs and to help Australians drive cars that are cleaner, cheaper to run and aligned with a more sustainable future. We also adjust how the LCT thresholds are updated for inflation, preventing the gap between standard and fuel-efficient thresholds from shrinking over time. These changes align with the government's national electric vehicle strategy and our broader goal to reduce emissions in the transport sector. Now, Schedule 2 amends the Income Tax Assessment Act of 1997 to remove income tax deductions for amounts of general interest charge and shortfall interest charge incurred on or after the 1st of July 2025. These penalties, Deputy Speaker, apply when tax payments are late or incorrectly self-assessed. Removing their deductibility ensures that they remain an effective deterrent, encouraging businesses and individuals to meet their obligations on time. At the same time, we do recognise that life can be unpredictable. The Commissioner of Taxation will retain his current discretion to remit or partially remit GIC and SIC, that is the general interest charge, and the shortfall interest charge in appropriate cases. For example, when the taxpayers are affected by natural disasters, sudden illness or a financial hardship. The ATO remains committed to working with businesses and individuals who are struggling to meet their tax obligations, offering tailored solutions and support. However, it is vital that businesses engage early rather than ignoring their responsibilities. This measure is about levelling the playing field. It ensures that taxpayers who do the right thing are not disadvantaged while we continue to uphold the integrity of the tax system. Can I turn to Schedule 3, which extends the time the Commissioner of Taxation has to notify taxpayers about retaining a BAS statement, that's a business activity statement, refund from 14 to 30 days. Now, this extension addresses challenges encountered during periods of increased fraudulent activity, an activity such as those identified during the recent Operation Proteo. With Operation Proteo, criminal groups lodged thousands and thousands of fake BAS statements, claiming refunds for non-existent expenses. These fraudulent claims had to be processed before proper scrutiny could be applied, costing taxpayers millions of dollars. We're changing the law to reduce the chance that this thing happens again. Extending the notification period gives the ATO the time needed to properly investigate high-risk claims, ensuring fraudulent activity doesn't undermine the system. I want to assure that members of the House that for the vast majority of businesses, this change will have no impact. In 2022-23, 90% of refunds were processed within 14 days. This will continue. Where refunds are held longer for review, the ATO will pay interest if there wasn't any fraud, ensuring compliant businesses are not disadvantaged. This measure strengthens protections for honest taxpayers and maintains public confidence in the integrity of the system. I commend the bill to the House, and full details of the measure are of course, contained within the explanatory memorandum.
Thank the Assistant Minister. So the debate must now be adjourned.
Well, I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, order of the day number 5, Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024.
Thank you. Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to health and for related purposes.
Assistant Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I introduce the Health Legislation Amendment, Improved Medicare Integrity and Other Measures Bill 2024. Australia has a world-class health system that offers affordable, high-quality, accessible healthcare to all Australians. And this is due in part to the various health benefit schemes, including Medicare and its programs, that help Australians pay for the healthcare they need. The government is committed to protecting and strengthening Medicare, and part of this is improving the compliance framework that ensures the integrity of these rebates. The independent review of Medicare integrity and compliance, undertaken by Dr. Pradeep Phillip, known as the Phillip Review, was commissioned by the government to respond to concerns about the operation of the Medicare system. In 2023, the Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme Act 2023 and the Health Insurance Amendment Professional Services Review Scheme No. 2 Act 2023 made priority amendments in response to this review. Now that these urgent amendments have been made, this bill implements additional proposals to respond to the Phillip Review recommendations, including reducing the time frame for making bulk billed claims to support the integrity and ongoing sustainability of Medicare. The bill implements a measure announced in the 24-25 budget, reducing the time frame during which Medicare claims for bulk billed services can be made from 2 years to 1 year. Claims relating to bulk billed services can currently be made up to 2 years after a health service has been provided. The bill will improve payment integrity and reduce the number of incorrect and fraudulently submitted claims. This is likely to have minimal impact on patients and practitioners, as most claims are already made within 12 months. There will be discretion to accept claims after that time to ensure patients are not disadvantaged. Currently, a range of legislative provisions across health portfolio legislation are creating barriers to effective compliance activities, particularly when it comes to deterring and responding to serious non-compliance and fraud. The bill responds to these barriers by allowing investigative powers to be used consistently and effectively across Medicare and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. Changes will also enable powers to be used in the investigation of criminal code offences and remove the need for AFP assistance with executing warrants for suspected criminal code offences. These amendments will improve investigative powers in health portfolio legislation and ensure they can be put into practice consistently, effectively and proportionately to respond to behaviour that jeopardises the integrity of health benefits schemes. Under the National Health Act 1953, a pharmacist can request that the Minister for Health and Aged Care exercise a discretion to approve the supply of pharmaceutical benefits at particular premises. This is currently a two-stage process which can take up to 6 months. This is frustrating and time-consuming for the applicant and may also delay the community's access to pharmaceutical benefits. In this bill, the two-stage process is proposed to be streamlined and condensed into a single-stage process of up to 4 months. This will help reduce a significant administrative burden, and it will provide community with more timely access to pharmaceutical benefits in appropriate cases. The bill makes several sensible amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, the Therapeutic Goods Act 2, enhance the Department of Health and Aged Care's capacity to manage and alleviate the consequences of therapeutic goods shortages, and support compliance and enforcement activities undertaken in relation to unlawful therapeutic goods and unlawful vaping goods. The bill enhances the capacity of the government to manage and alleviate the consequences of therapeutic goods shortages in Australia. This measure expands an existing mechanism in the Therapeutic Goods Act to help deal with critical shortages of medicines, biologicals and medical devices that are approved for supply in Australia, by allowing the Secretary of the Department to approve the importation or supply of substitutable, unapproved products from overseas if the Secretary is satisfied that the approved medicine, biological or medical device may, in the reasonably foreseeable future, become unavailable or be short in supply. Before exercising this power, the Secretary would consider the suitability of granting such an approval, including whether it's in the interest of public health. This is necessary because the Therapeutic Goods Act currently only allows the Secretary to exercise this power when satisfied that approved medicines, biologicals or medical devices are already unavailable or in short supply. The limitation hinders Australia's present capacity to act nimbly in this area. The bill supports compliance and enforcement activities in relation to both unlawful therapeutic goods and unlawful vaping goods. Specifically, the bill broadens the circumstances in which Section 52 AAA applies to ensure that forfeiture arrangements can extend to the range of circumstances in which goods may be seized under the Therapeutic Goods Act, rather than, as currently, only the circumstance where goods are seized under a warrant issued under Section 50. This amendment will help deter the trafficking of such goods by sending a strong message to bad actors operating in this space that the Therapeutic Goods Administration, or the TGA, will take unlawful goods permanently. The bill also ensures the relevant parts of the Act are better aligned with the model provisions of the Regulatory Powers Standard Provisions Act 2014 in relation to the powers and functions of persons assisting an authorised person executing a warrant, and provides investigators greater flexibility when temporarily ceasing the execution of a warrant. The bill lowers the threshold that must be satisfied before the Secretary may give an enforceable direction to a person under Section 42YT of the Therapeutic Goods Act. The current requirement is that a direction is necessary to protect the health and safety of humans. The amendment will result in a more balanced approach that a direction must be considered and issued in the interests of public health and safety. This approach ensures the more appropriate availability of such directions to protect Australians from new and emerging public health threats. The bill enhances the ability of state and territory officers to monitor, investigate and enforce compliance with the Therapeutic Goods Act and regulations by allowing for the provision, inspection, copying and retention of documents or information. The bill also clarifies that Section 61, which authorises the release of information in relation to therapeutic goods and vaping goods in certain circumstances, is not a secrecy provision. The bill includes other amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act, principally to reflect that the Secretary's power to declare that a good meets or does not meet the definition of a therapeutic good under the Act is legislative rather than administrative in nature, update the power in Section 63 to align requirements under the Therapeutic Goods Act and the Legislation Act 2003 in relation to the incorporation of documents by reference, introduce new offences and civil penalties for breaching a condition of an exemption or certain approvals to access biologicals that are not included in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, or the Register, to align with equivalent provisions in the Therapeutic Goods Act for medicines and medical devices. Ensure consistency of the Secretary's power to cancel the registration or listing of medicines from the register that are also covered by an exemption with other cancellation powers in the Therapeutic Goods Act. Remove the Secretary's obligation to publish the names of authorised persons under the Therapeutic Goods Act and its regulations to reflect important privacy and safety concerns for affected persons. Enable regulations to be made to prescribe circumstances in which the Secretary must not grant an authority to a medical practitioner under the authorised prescriber pathway for accessing therapeutic goods that are not included in the register to protect patients from products that are unsafe or unlikely to be effective, and clarify that if the regulations prescribe a fee in connection with the relevant secretary's power to grant consents, payment of that fee is a precondition to the exercise of the secretary's power to give the consent. The bill also amends the Therapeutic Goods Act to make minor consequential amendments to support the government's groundbreaking vaping reforms. The bill makes minor refinements to enhance investigations and enforcement action undertaken by state and territory health departments and state or territory police officers following the positive adoption of the vaping reforms by the states and territories this year. Provide clarity around the interaction between the vaping reforms and existing parts of the Act which do not relate to vaping goods, and enable the making of regulations to prohibit dealings in vaping goods that are the subject of an international agreement to which Australia is a party. This reflects the possibility that Australia may, in the future, wish to ratify an international agreement that requires the Commonwealth to prohibit or restrict the importation, exportation, manufacture or supply of vaping goods. The amendments will provide for the making of regulations that implement and give effects to such obligations, if desirable, as efforts to regulate vaping goods intensify globally. The bill also clarifies that the authority for making determinations to cease supply of vaping goods resides in the regulations rather than the Act. And this enables the Secretary to make a single decision in relation to a vaping good which is rightly the subject of a merits review. In addition, the bill makes minor amendments to clarify that the regulation of advertising and dissemination of generic information about vaping goods that are therapeutic goods is exclusively housed in Part 5, 1A of the Therapeutic Goods Act, and enable the Secretary to more readily issue a direction under Part 5, 1A about the dissemination of generic information about vaping goods, which is critical in circumstances where that information is misleading and could lead to patient harm. Consistent with this government's unwavering commitment to public health, these measures support strong and effective regulation under the Therapeutic Goods Act. And finally, the bill amends the Public Health, Tobacco and Other Products Act 2023, or the Tobacco Act, which commenced on 1st of April 2024. These amendments clarify the intended operation of the provisions and are amendments that have been identified as necessary in the implementation phase of the legislation. The amendments remove the restriction on which Australian public service employees can be authorised officers for the purpose of tobacco enforcement and compliance. This will mean that the compliance team for the Tobacco Act can be drawn from any portfolio within the APS, consistent with best practice. In the past, National Measurement Institute officers from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources have performed this important role. The amendments provide for phase-in and out provisions to be included in regulations when details included in the regulations are updated in the future. The intention is that health warnings, health promotion inserts and images displayed on tobacco products and packaging are refreshed. This is directed to maximising their effectiveness to deter uptake and encourage cessation of smoking. Phase-in and phase-out provisions will ensure that regulations provide for time periods for industry preparation and for retailers to sell through stock. The amendments also clarify the interaction between the Therapeutic Goods Act and the Tobacco Act advertising provisions relating to e-cigarettes, also known as vapes. Both acts prohibit the advertisement of vapes, and these amendments reflect the changed approach to vaping goods following the introduction of the vaping reforms to ensure the approach is harmonised. The measures in this bill will further the government's effort to strengthen Medicare and will assist in the implementation of our world-leading tobacco and vaping reforms. I commend the bill.
Thank you. So the debate must now be adjourned.
I move the debate be adjourned.
Thank you. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 7, Commonwealth Science and Industrial Research Organisation, Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, Electrical Infrastructure Replacement, Geelong, Victoria. Approval of work.
Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Commonwealth Science and Industrial Research Organisation, Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, Electrical Infrastructure Replacement, Geelong, Victoria. The Commonwealth Science and Industrial Research Organisation is proposing works to replace critical electrical infrastructure at its Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness, located in Geelong, Victoria. The estimated cost of the works is $29.9 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 20 August 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in June 2025 and be completed by January 2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Ayes have it. Thank you. And call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Government business, notice number 8, Department of Defence, Army Aviation Omnibus Programme of Works. Motion for approval of work.
Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Defence, Army Aviation Omnibus Programme of Works. The Department of Defence is proposing to deliver new and upgraded facilities and infrastructure at RAF Base Townsville and the Townsville Field Training Area, Queensland, to support the introduction into service of the new Apache helicopter capability. The estimated cost of the works is $518.3 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 20 August 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in early 2025 and be completed by late 2028. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 9, Department of Defence, facilities to support improved embarked logistics support helicopter. Motion for approval of work.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Defence, facilities to support improved embarked logistics support helicopter. The Department of Defence is proposing to deliver facilities and infrastructure at HMAS Albatross near Nowra, New South Wales, and HMAS Stirling, south of Perth, Western Australia, to support the introduction, operation and sustainment of additional new Seahawk Romeo helicopters for the Royal Australian Navy. The estimated cost of the works is $146.0 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 20 August 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in mid-2025 for completion in mid-2027. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 10, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australian High Commission Project Honiara, Solomon Islands. Motion for approval of work.
Give the call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, Australian High Commission Project Honiara, Solomon Islands. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is proposing works to construct a new chancery and supporting facilities on a newly acquired site in Honiara, Solomon Islands. The estimated cost of the project is $135.3 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 9 October 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in mid-2025 for completion in 2029. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 11, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 19 National Circuit, Barton ACT. Motion for approval of work.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, proposed fit-out of new leased premises at 19 National Circuit, Barton, ACT. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade is proposing works to fit out a new office building at 19 National Circuit, Barton, ACT, which will be leased for a period of 15 years from late 2026. The estimated cost of the project is $85.45 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 17 September 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is expected to commence in October 2025 and be completed by September 2026. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
The question is the motion be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 12, Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Command Centre and K9 facility at Western Sydney Airport, International Nancy Bird Walton Airport. Motion for approval of work.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, that it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts, Command Centre and K9 facility at Western Sydney International, Nancy Bird Walton Airport. The Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts is proposing the construction of a command centre and a dedicated K9 facility at the Western Sydney International, Nancy Bird Walton Airport for use by essential Commonwealth agencies. The estimated cost of the command centre and K9 facility will not exceed $218.67 million, excluding GST, and $46.35 million, excluding GST, respectively. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on 11 September 2024. Following its inquiry, the committee recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, construction is scheduled to commence by Q1 2025, with completion scheduled for Q2 2026 for the K9 facility and Q1 2027 for the Command Centre. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Moreton and ably deputy chaired by the member for Hinkler, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. And I call the call to the Honourable the Minister for Industry and Science, who's indicated he is seeking the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I wish to make a personal explanation.
Do you claim to be misrepresented?
You
may proceed.
Speaker, yesterday during debate on the Future Made in Australia Guarantee of Origin Bill, the member for Herbert made the following claim in relation to the government's investment in PsiQuantum. Quote, Minister Hughes decided to invest in this business independently of any departmental appraisal, analysis or recommendation. This, Speaker, is false. It is a matter of public record that the decision was not made by me, it was made via Cabinet processes. It is also a matter of public record that the investment was subject to robust legal, technical, commercial, probity advice and supported by departmental recommendations. Speaker, I direct the member to evidence of this in Senate Order for the Production of Documents number 606, Freedom of Information Responses published on the Department of Industry, Science and Resources website, Hansard transcripts and responses to questions on notice from Senate estimates hearings this year. I also direct the House's attention to the former coalition government's decision to invest $2 billion in American multinational Moderna, excluding local firms in the deal, negotiated by a donor of the Liberal Party.
The call to the honourable member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. I present report number 36 of the Standing Committee on Petitions, and I ask leave of the House to present ministerial responses to petitions.
Is leave granted? The member for Petrie?
Yes, leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member may proceed.
I present 7 ministerial responses to petitions.
The member for McNamara has the call.
Speaker, thank you. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade, I present the committee's report entitled Pursuing the Priorities of the Pacific, inquiry into Australia's alignment with the priorities of Pacific Island countries, and ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Is leave granted? And I give the call to the honourable member for Petrie.
Yes, leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for McNamara may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The Pacific is Australia's family, and the Pacific interests are central to Australia's national interests. We must align ourselves with the needs and aspirations of the people of our region. Competition has never been fiercer, and yet the opportunity also so big. One thing we heard over and over again as part of this inquiry is the existential threat facing people in the Pacific today, and that is climate change. We must work alongside our Pacific partners to lead the global efforts to tackle climate change, reduce emissions, supporting communities who are facing these daily impacts. And that is why one of the recommendations, which I'll begin my remarks on, is that the Foreign Affairs and Aid Subcommittee has recommended that the Australian Government publicly commits to ensure that no overseas development assistance will be spent on fossil fuel projects in the Pacific by 2026-27. Speaker, on behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade and the Foreign Affairs and Aid Subcommittee, I'm proud of this report, and I thank the Secretariat and all of those who made contributions to make this report possible. This report makes 15 recommendations to better align Australia's engagement in the Pacific with the region's own priorities, and that was essential to our efforts. We wanted to hear from those in the region and understand what they want. These recommendations range from long-term growth and refinement of our international aid program, strengthening our climate finance and action on deep-sea mining, and the conduct of Australian companies overseas, as well as improved mobility pathways for Pacific Island communities. During the course of this inquiry, we clearly heard that the region's compelling and long-standing calls for greater action to address the region's immediate and existential threat from human-induced climate change, an issue that tragically many Pacific countries grapple with daily as they face the threat of rising sea levels, increased disease prevalence, collapsing fishing stocks, lost livelihoods, and the growing threat of natural disasters. The other thing that was pointed out as part of this inquiry is that those in our region and those in our Pacific family are facing the threats of climate change, yet they are not the ones who are contributing to it. Australia is working to support these communities in the wider region, but we can and we must do more. In addition to calls for climate action, it was apparent that Australia can play a greater role in supporting the region to tackle its health challenges with an emphasis on non-communicable diseases, and it was also clear that efforts are needed to support the Pacific's growing population of young people, whilst more support is also required to address inclusion, promote women's rights throughout the region, as well as other programs as well. Also of paramount importance is for the need for Australia to foster locally led development by adapting the ways in which our international development funds are channelled. The committee was impressed by Australia's expansive whole-of-government engagement throughout the Pacific, which ranges from defence, security cooperation, policing and immigration, sport, human rights, law reform and many other sectors. But similarly vital to our Pacific engagement are our church networks, business connections, civil society partnerships and academic networks that offer enormous benefits to both Australia and our Pacific partners. Time and time again, evidence received throughout our inquiry reaffirmed the strong and enduring relationship between Australia and our Pacific neighbours, in which our shared history, our interlinked future was widely acknowledged. I hope this report plays a small role in contributing to a shared future and further strengthens the vibrant and indispensable partnerships between Australia and Pacific Island nations. On behalf of the committee, I want to thank the Deputy Chair, Senator Chandler in the other place, and all members who have participated in this inquiry. I want to thank the many stakeholders and submitters who contributed their expertise and time to this inquiry. I also want to thank all members of our subcommittee for their collegiate approach. This was a unanimous report, and I'm proud that we were able to get agreement across the chamber. To the Secretariat, especially Ash, who was the driving force and meticulous and organised, and even at times made the chair look meticulous and organised. I really thank him for all of his work and his team. He did an outstanding job and helped compile, I think, a really strong report. So on that note, Speaker, we have a big future to share with our Pacific Island countries. It was wonderful to participate and hear from so many friends in the region, and I commend this report to the House.
Call to the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I present the Commonwealth Cyber Security Posture in 2024 report to Parliament and the Protective Security Policy Framework Assessment Report 2023 to 2024.
I call the Assistant Minister.
Speaker, I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as to prevent no more than 3 members immediately giving statements of no longer than 5 minutes each. It would suit the convenience of the House if at the end of those statements the Speaker suspended the House until the ringing of the bells, which the government expects to be at 7 a.m. tomorrow.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Give a call to the member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Speaker. The Raise Our Voice campaign is always a highlight as young people across our communities put pen to paper to give voice to their ambitions for our nation. Each time I've taken part in the initiative, I've been struck by not only how eloquent our youth are, but by how much we can all learn when we choose to listen to them. Not just to respond, but to truly understand. They are, after all, our future. I was so impressed by the submissions we received this year from North Sydney-siders, young North Sydney-siders, that I actually have 5 young voices I want to share with you today. These voices succinctly summarise the key themes offered by many as they answered the question of what they wanted our community to look like in the next 10 years and the role of Parliament in realising those wishes. For many, it was bolder action on climate and a greater commitment to environmental protection that topped the list. At just 11 years old, Nashika said, "My vision for the next 10 years is of a city which sets an example for the world. I'd like to see all properties in North Sydney powered by renewable energy and have a clear plan to achieve this, with no approvals of new property developments without renewable energy. I'd also like to see only vehicles powered by green energy. Parking fees, tolls and maintenance fees for vehicles that run on fossil fuels should be multiple times higher than that for renewable energy cars." Meanwhile, Malik agreed. They said, "I want to see greater awareness of climate change and pollution. I'm proud of my area, but our natural environment is deteriorating. Many high-rises are being built and this causes lots of dust and traffic, which leads to poor air quality, destroying the beautiful nature of our area, which is renowned for it. I don't want to live in a dying environment. I want us to be a country and humans that thrive. I believe Parliament can achieve this by putting more consideration into plans for urbanisation and the future. The environment must be maintained and protected because it's priceless. Right now, it seems youth care more about the environment than anyone else, and this needs to change." Ivy, on the other hand, is worried about major infrastructure projects like the Warringah Freeway upgrade, which have destroyed public green spaces to the detriment of our community. She says, "Public spaces are the centre of life in a community and people are the heart of public spaces. They are meaningful places with layers of shared experiences, collective memories and a mixture of identities. When people feel attached to public spaces, they have a more powerful sense of belonging. The next Parliament can help by providing funding and protection for more community spaces." Threats to social cohesion and racism also featured in the submissions, with Naomi saying she'd like leaders to stop demonising others and instead recognise others can be a source of strength in society. As she said, diversity increases creativity and innovation and promotes high-quality decisions. She would also like the school system to play a greater role in combating systemic racism, saying, "1/3 of students have reported direct experiences of racism at school at least once a month. If it's true that we create our biases from an early age, why are we not already kickstarting programs at school that educate youth on racial biases and how to change them?" I'll finish with Neela, who, having recently heard a refugee speak about his journey to Australia and his time in a detention centre, said, and I quote, "Not everyone has an easy journey when living in a country that's not their own. I'm saddened by his experience and want to think about ways our community could assist to make changes so stories like his are not repeated. Politicians should send a strong message about respect and equality towards people who are culturally different. Local communities should also offer gatherings and educational programs to ensure smoother integration for those that come. Connecting new families with existing families could help them feel like they belong. My wish would be for a community to have a different mindset and be inclusive. Learning about each other and embracing our differences will make us stronger, and we should always treat people with the dignity and humanity they deserve." Mr Speaker, with words and ideas like that coming from the mouths of the young people across my community of North Sydney, I feel very confident that we're in very safe hands. And I look forward to a time when I can see one of those names appear on one of these desks in this place as a representative for a part of my community. Thank you.
Give a call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Albanese Labor government's decision to invest almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money into the American company PsiQuantum raises several serious questions which warrant scrutiny, and the opposition has sought to hold up to that appropriate scrutiny this extraordinary bet with public money. The government has trenchantly resisted that scrutiny, but what we see is a very large amount of public money being bet on one particular company pursuing one particular technology path within the broad field of quantum. The field in which people who have worked for 20 or 30 years cannot say with certainty which of the many paths being explored is likely to achieve a successful outcome. A very poor process was followed to get to this decision. The Albanese government agreed to assess an unsolicited proposal from PsiQuantum as early as November 2022, 2 months before external probity advisors were engaged. The Department of Industry, Science and Resources entered into a non-binding agreement with PsiQuantum in June 2023. Yet the government tells us that all is above board because there was an expression of interest process available to a wide range of companies, even though that only commenced in August 2023. Companies were invited to participate by one email only. There were no follow-up phone calls. There was no second email. Those who were invited to participate were told they could not speak with Australian government officials. This was after PsiQuantum had been speaking for more than 8 months with Australian government officials, up to and including the minister, and the minister had met with them at least twice and had visited their premises in California. We now know the terms of the expression of interest, which essentially asked respondents to match the promise made by PsiQuantum of building a fault-tolerant, error-corrected quantum computer by 2030. Many in the sector are very sceptical that this can be done. In this regard, there's a very interesting article that's just come out in Nature, the world's leading multidisciplinary science journal. And let me quote a couple of things which are said there. So the journalist, Elizabeth Gibney, has this to say, quotes, "Yet compared with its competitors, PsiQuantum has shown very little. Rather than building up gradually, as others have done, by debuting systems of tens or hundreds of quantum bits, PsiQuantum is aiming to jump to a machine that will require something in the order of 1 million qubits. To do that, it will need to overcome technical challenges it has not proved it can solve," says Chao Yang Lu, a physicist working on photonic quantum computing at the University of Science and Technology of China in Shanghai. He is one of several scientists who worry the firm is promising things it will struggle to deliver. Quotes, "My impression is there's a lot of scepticism about how much progress PsiQuantum has made," close quotes. says Shimon Kolkowitz, a quantum physicist at the University of California, Berkeley. He calls a bet on them, that is PsiQuantum, quotes, extremely high risk, close quotes. Now, this is the company. You've just heard an assessment of the credibility of their claims from respected global scientists. This is the company on which the Minister for Industry and Science has chosen to bet almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money. He's set himself up as the biggest, most risk-loving venture capitalist of all. The problem is he's not putting at risk private money, he's putting at risk the money of Australian taxpayers. And it's interesting to note that this article in Nature goes on to say, quotes, some of the numbers, that's to say the numbers from PsiQuantum, are not as good as they need to be, says Graham Smith, a quantum physicist at the University of Waterloo in Canada. For example, he says the likelihood that a heralded particle is detected is reported as 26% when it needs to be more than 50%. Quotes, it is not encouraging that after many years they are still struggling with good single photon sources, since it is the most basic building block of their proposed architecture, close quotes, he, that is Graham Smith, a quantum physicist, says. Mr Speaker, this is further troubling evidence that the Minister for Industry and Science has put almost $1 billion of taxpayers' money at risk on what is a very high-risk bet. For these and other reasons, I have written to the Auditor-General requesting that the Australian National Audit Office undertake an investigation into the Australian Government's investment in PsiQuantum. There are many aspects of what happened here which are very concerning, and as a result of this decision, Australian taxpayers are now exposed as to almost $1 billion of their money at risk in a remarkably speculative venture. Australians deserve to know the truth.
Give a call to the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think it's Christmas time, and as we head to that time of year, we want to spend time with our loved ones and family. I want to take a moment to say thank you to those who are going to care for us during this period. And Toowoomba obviously has a huge health sector. We look after such a large region of southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales. So to everyone working at our hospitals across the Christmas period, Toowoomba Hospital, St Vincent, St Andrews, out at Oakey, thank you for all you do for us. Our GPs, and a big shout out to the Mary Street Family Practice, who's looked after my family so well for so long. To all of our pharmacies, many of whom came together and helped me through some pretty significant debates in this place over that time. Thank you so much to Chris Owen at Highfields in particular. We've seen, Speaker, a spate of very, very sad and unfortunate accidents in our region over the last week. So, obviously the message to everybody is to stay safe on our roads, but to our ambulance crews, our police and our firefighters, the guys and girls, unfortunately, who have to turn up to those things, I want to say thank you so much for all you do, for keeping us safe, for looking after us, and for being there in our worst moments. And a quick shout out to my Rural Fire Brigade up at Flagstone. I promise I'll come and do some training over Christmas and familiarise myself with the equipment again. Across our aged care sector in our region, thank you very, very much. We've got so many people move into Toowoomba a certain period in their lives, and I just thank you for looking after some of our older Australians, some of whom will be alone over Christmas. So that extra care, Speaker, means so much. And I will say thank you to those at Blue Care in Middle Ridge who look after my father Alan and make his life that much better. To Life Flight crews, Toowoomba has the busiest Life Flight base. We see those helicopters just constantly flying in to Toowoomba Hospital, all the work they do looking after people in rural communities who don't have that health care on hand and bringing them into Toowoomba. Goodness me, thank you so much. But Speaker, I'd like to turn my attention to some great charities, and I want everyone to hear what great work they do in our community. Loads of love every Christmas. These guys collect wonderful Christmas hampers and they look after so many people, unfortunately so many more people in the current economic situation we find ourselves in, making sure they have food on the table. Last Christmas, Speaker, I was contacted on Boxing Day by a woman in terrible state. She'd effectively exhausted herself over the previous year looking after her 4-year-old son who had cancer, and loads of love with about 2 hours' notice when they found the state that she was in, was able to get stuff to her, get food, get toys, get presents, necessities, all the sorts of things that she needed. to her on that day. And that's what they're there for, to look after people. So thank you, Gus Romero and the team at Loads of Love who do so much for our community. The other one I talk about is base services. Base services look after homeless people and give them a pathway, Speaker, into employment across their lives. They also do some other great things. They run a Christmas hamper campaign to help out homeless people in our community. It is so needed. It is such a worthy cause. To my good mate Nat and Tiff, thank you for everything you do for our community. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able to help out at all, they run a Christmas Day lunch for homeless people in Toowoomba. This is a great thing they do every year. Of course, having met them, you wouldn't expect anything different. Their hearts are so big. It's a wonderful thing that they do in our community. For the kids, Toowoomba's Christmas Wonderland is on this year. Again, you will see the same exciting light displays that have been in place there for a generation. You know, the Eiffel Tower, the Santa Clauses, they're all going to be there again. The Lions Club of Toowoomba West do a great job making this happen every year. Attracted, last year, 58,000 visitors came to see our Christmas Wonderland. And what they do is they support local charities that need that help. So this year, it's the Toowoomba Hospital Foundation will be getting support. Toowoomba Hospice, such a crucial organisation for us, Speaker. And of course, Lifeline Darling Downs will be the recipients of their work this year. So a great thing that happens in our community, great charities being supported. And in my final 20 seconds of this year, Speaker, if it has been the case that I have tested your patience whilst in the chair, I hope you will take this time with Christmas cheer to forgive me for occasionally straying and pushing the Browns. Appreciate all you've done as our Speaker, and to wish everyone here on all sides of the chamber Merry Christmas.
The member for Groom is correct. Christmas is a time of giving. The House stands adjourned, and the chair will be resumed tomorrow, Friday 29th November 2024 at approximately 7 a.m.